you don't have a frame of reference at 12 years old, right? So
Correct.
it took me a much longer. I remembered the incident, which is why it was important, So I'm like, okay, what was that about? And eventually, I thought on it a little while, and I came to be able to explain it to people. So I would explain it like this, right? When you want to listen to music, you don't open a book of notes and go, oh, there's an A, C, semiquaver, or a crotchet. Nobody does that. You put on a CD or a record, or you listen to humans express. So you're trying to get this frequency, right? Now, when you read, there is no frequency. It's death, okay? So when you read something, it bypasses your safety measures on true and false because it doesn't have a frequency. See, if somebody was speaking it, you could pick up on whether they believed it, right? So you could be thinking, this
you can hear it in their tone. You can hear it flowing through them.
Intonation and all of that. So to me, that's why reading is an issue, and that's why it was brought forward, right? Because it benefits them. Cubono, look to whom benefits, right? So remember this as well. They didn't allow us to read for the longest of times, okay? The reading was for the uppers, the elites, the agenda, right? So that's
those people who would use that to control others, because the English itself is also a language that is incredibly confusing, which I think people don't realize when they speak.
The most complicated language there is.
Yeah. And on top of that, commerce, the law of the world, the law of commerce is done in English.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. It was a way to manipulate, but also a way to cut people off from the divine in a sense, because the right is where you have this connection to truth and you resonate and things, I think. And so the left and the right brain need to work together holistically. So it's like, I normally say to people, I hadn't put the other bit together yet, but those dirty readers, I would say to them, I said, look, if you want to read, that's fine, but you got to do art for an hour. Because I said, if you go to a gymnasium, you don't just use dumbbells on your left arm. Right?
Yeah.
You exercise the whole body. So,
and that makes me think of the masculine and the feminine principle too. You can't have the creation of the universe, like the esoteric view of it is like masculine energy is God and the earth is what the God acts upon to bring about like the creation of everything. And God spoke the word on earth and things existed.
Yeah, that's what the Norse say as well. In the beginning was Ymir, which means big sound or big bang. Big noise. So but yeah, these things, these ideas, it's important to just, as I say, get these information, these data points, because it gives you options. And the more options you have, the more you can kind of make sense of things, like a big jigsaw puzzle. But
that's really my understanding. That's where all my understanding has come from, is learning a bunch of stuff from all over time, and then you don't realize, but everything lays in your mind where it would fit. And eventually you get some things connecting. It's like islands of synapses that eventually, if you keep on looking and you keep on digging and keep on searching, you connect to these things. And then eventually you have a whole picture. You have a whole image of what's really going on, or depending on what you're latching onto. But I mean, like you said, the truth is the truth, and it has a frequency. And if you put those things in your mind, those things are the ones that you can rely on.
Yeah,
and this can build your understanding of everything.
There's a lot of this going on at different levels, and it's like I always use this analogy. Basically, if you imagine a teacup and saucer, right?
Yeah.
The teacup represents 90% of people, and the saucer represents the overspill. So the teacup is those within the government version, right? And the overspill is the conspiracy tards. Now, what happens is the conspiracy tards think they're free because they can see the cup, and they're like, we're not in the cup, we're not an NPC, we're not a sheeple, we're awakened, we're red pilled, we're aware, whatever. But what they haven't figured out is they're in the saucer. They've got to escape the saucer, then they're on the doily. They escape that, they're on the table, right? So this is the layering effect that protects truth, whatever is going on. And so they understand that not everybody is going to fall for the government narrative. For whatever reason, there are certain people which it won't work on. So then they have to create a narrative for them, which is slightly more truthful, but still not the truth, right? You never find the truth. You find more information, more options, more confusion, and so on and so forth. But this layering is what protects them. Circles within circles. And so, yeah, it takes a bit of understanding in your own mind to kind of get around some of these philosophies and psychologies and ideas that they use against you.
It is a lesson that I've learned is that there's no, when you think you're at the end and you got the answer, that's a temporary thing. There's always a greater realization to come to. And I guess the only constant is change, you know?
But it's their change, that's the point. Like, when things are maneuvered forward, it's usually through their medium, right? So
They present all the options ahead of you in the first place, and then they let you go, and you think that you have choice, but really it's all set ahead of you.
Yeah, why aren't we living like we were in the 1920s? Why did things change? What happened? And what happened was each successive generation that was born was educated slightly differently along the agenda's lines. The media and the shows were manipulated and the music was manipulated and slowly moved them into the 60s, then into the 70s. And what it's done is the totalitarian tiptoe shifted them generationally to where they are today. And so there was no reason for any of that realistically, but it helps the agenda. That's what I term the big bad, because we don't know who it is specifically. We got names of puppets and different groups, but I feel that if you can name them, then they don't really have that much power. They're kind of an underling. So I just keep it open by saying the agenda, right? And
I mean, true power is hidden,
Exactly, and I think they've been at this for a very long time, longer than 2,000 years. But you can.
I agree. I think
simpler, because obviously today they've added to it, and now it's so amorphous. You're just like, oh, fuck this, But if you go back, it's smaller, it's simpler, it's 5 people, right? And so you can track and trace certain things, certain individuals, and when you see the same things in all these different nations, that's when, that's the agenda, because they're the only ones that have the apparatus in order to push the messaging in all of these nations. So
and they repeat history because it's a formula.
Yeah, we're just going through it all again. I mean, they take us through these cycles, and this is why I have, as I say, I have this idea. But yeah, it is fascinating, and it just takes a lot of work to become familiar with the ideas, and just be objective and allow the idea to kind of, not, because a lot of people, they put their own paradigm on an idea, which means it doesn't come through cleanly. They warp it to the self.
It's initially perverted or corrupted.
That's
because people are coming from their initial framework, and they try to apply their framework to a greater
if people
thing.
Aren't aware of that, how are you going to explain it? You can't. You have to become aware of that yourself. So this is the homework that I came up with this on the spot, and I tweaked it slightly. So firstly, don't just smash information into your face hole 18 hours a day. Not a good way to do it. I know, trust me, I've tried it. What you need to do, right, and this would be better, would be to do a few hours on a Monday, right? Truth or related stuff, right? Then because you got a scratch to it, Tuesday to Thursday, just find a topic, whatever it is that you don't know about. Gardening, butterflies, whatever. Not that important. And then on the Friday, redo what you did on the Monday. Now, if on Friday you're hearing new things that you didn't hear on the Monday, that means you've got to do more, as I term it, self-work to mitigate the ego bias and belief, right? And then Saturday, Sunday, listen to music, get out in nature type thing. But that's difficult because you've got this hunger, this appetite, and you just want to go, but it's not really. And the problem is, you only learn this after you've already made the mistake, kind of. But if you do a few hours and then repeat it, it's going to sink in better. You're going to get more understanding. So you're going to get more clarity of the positions and the ideas, and it's just more beneficial. But yeah, you'll be able to see if the self-work and if you hear pretty much identically Monday and Friday the same thing, and then you're in a good objective place where you're not, putting too much of your own imprinting on it.
So are you feeling like? Are you feeling this way, like you've gotten your fill of flat Earth stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I figured out flat Earth for myself in like 2 hours and moved on, but I was already 20 years down the road.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, it wasn't crazy. Like I didn't. Some people say they didn't sleep for weeks or whatever, and it's just like to me it was like I had already gone down the rabbit hole a good amount, and it was this large feeling of like, wow, that's amazing. That's so great.
Yeah, it wasn't a big deal to me at all because I'd already had certain epiphanies and certain understandings. And so, yeah, it was just like, oh, okay, cool. Whatever. You know what I mean? And but I do understand if people are not aware of certain things, it could be a doozy. So I appreciate that. If they're coming from a more normie perspective, it can be quite, yeah.
It's jarring.
So far down the rabbit holes, man.
I feel like we could have a lot of interesting conversations.
you just, yeah, you go through things and.
Have you looked into Law of One?
It sounds familiar. I don't know if I looked into it.
Yeah, Law of One, Ascension. It basically, you were talking about human souls and the development of them, and the control that we have on this planet. And if you do it wrong, you have to come back and do it again, right? So the Law of One ties into that pretty much exactly, and it goes back to like the earliest supposed history. Let me see if I can get you a link.
Cool.
There it is.
Cool.
There's a whole website, and they have an indexed.
What's that, Matrix?
I said, cool. While he's looking for that, I'm out of here, guys. So
you off, buddy?
A great good morning, evening, good afternoon, or good night, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Be well, dude.
Yes, thanks, man.
Bye.
Let's see here. Oh, look at you. You sent me a lot already yourself, huh?
Cool. I'll give it a look.
So yeah, the Law of One is the comprehension that all things are made of one intelligent energy. And they're part of the All One. It makes me think of the Dr. Bronner's soap.
Yeah, I think I touched upon this a while ago. I didn't look into it too deeply.
Yeah, I've been interested in Christianity. Maybe this is leading me to this a bit. I've heard this in the past. I was not in a place to receive it, but I don't. I'm not a fan of like the church. I'm definitely not a fan of the Vatican. I think that the Pope is an idol, and he's idolatry is not
Well,
good in the eyes of Christianity.
yeah, well, as I say, I just see it as a foreign import. It's the same reason I live in England. I'm not a Hindu. I'm not a
Yeah.
Muslim. And Christianity is the same. It's a foreign invader. So
Yeah.
to be consistent and non-hypocritical, I can't become Christian because it's foreign, like Muslims and Hinduism and all the rest of it we've got around us.
So does that mean you're like into the more Celtic, like
No,
what would
I
you call
mean,
it? I don't even call it religion.
the problem is there isn't that much left because of what they did. But there
Yeah.
are remnants of things. Alan Wilson talks about this, how the Welsh are the Etruscans, the four root races of Era, the Namians, the Furbolg, the Tuatha De Danann, things like that. So there are
Are you what's your background? Like, are you English through and through? Like, I mean, I'm in America, but
my mum was born here, but she's her parents were Polish. My dad was Irish.
yeah,
But the
man,
thing is, like,
Poland is interesting history too, man. The buildings there, oh man, very rich
yeah,
history.
these as I say, the term Celt was invented about 500 years ago to obfuscate the true origins of the Irish, because the Celts came up through Iberia and Spain, and nothing to do with Ireland, because they got populated from the west.
Okay.
So that's
Have you done any research on like the giants of that area, like certain
yeah,
saints and stuff like that, and like certain churches?
yeah. A lot of people see. I pull them up on certain things. Right, a stretched human is not a giant. So we have to get the terms right. Okay. So to you
Yeah.
and me, 9 foot person's a giant, but they're not. They're a stretched human. And the reason I make this point is that they're all disabled. Okay, look at Andre the Giant. He was disabled. He was in pain all the time. Look at the Big Show. He's in pain all the time. These are not
Their
healthy people.
bodies aren't scaled for this universe. So to add to this point, I've heard that scientists did a core drilling in an iceberg, and they went all the way as deep as they could, and they found in the sample they measured what the atmosphere was at the time, and apparently it was much higher levels of oxygen, and the barometric pressure was higher. So apparently they ran an experiment in a fish tank. They raised the barometric pressure and they increased the oxygen level in the water, and they threw a goldfish in. Apparently the thing grew to be 6 foot long.
Yeah, they did that with tomatoes as well when they increased carbon dioxide. So,
So it's all about the atmosphere. It's like, who knows how our atmosphere has changed over the past tens of thousands, however
think
long.
about it this way, right? Maybe there was a time when we didn't have a gradient and we were full of carbon dioxide.
We didn't have a gradient. Oh, you're saying the atmosphere is just straight carbon dioxide.
Yeah, mostly air and carbon dioxide, right?
I mean, that could account for the large trees and fauna.
Exactly.
Plants.
Exactly. Now something happened where that's been decreased, and therefore things have gotten smaller because they've matched the environment. But when you talk about the giants, I always refer to the footprint that Michael Tellinger found, because it's about 5 foot. So if your foot is 5 foot, that means you're at least 30 to 35 foot tall.
Yeah, and I think there are different sizes of giants too. I mean, what's interesting to me is like the axe heads that were found, or the swords, and they say they were ceremonial, and it's just like, why would you waste so much of a resource on something that's just for ceremony and you can't even move it? Makes no sense whatsoever.
I think he wants to jump in.
Yeah, go for it.
Obvious it be. You there, bro?
Yeah, I'm about, man. How's it going?
Good, man. Good.
I was gonna say, yeah, they distort everything, right? So this is why I don't just throw out the whole dinosaur thing like baby in bathwater, because I know that they're telling some kind of truth regarding giant creatures,
Yeah, I mean,
you know.
maybe
And then
dragons existed.
now their main agenda in the world is villainizing CO2, you know.
Exactly.
Wonder why.
Well, again, multiple reasons, right? So, one that I watched on Jordan Peterson's was explaining that any energy production as a byproduct is carbon dioxide, and therefore, by demonizing it, they can tax it and make money from it. So that's another angle to it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I forget the guy's name, but there was an expo. They had these cherry tomatoes, and instead of being 5 foot tall with 5 cherry tomatoes, it was 60 foot tall. The cherry tomatoes were the size of baseball, and there were thousands of them.
Lovely.
That was just by adding CO2.
Lovely.
Well, you
Have
know,
you heard about
CO2 is oxygen for plants, so give
yeah.
them more, because, you know, when we have injuries, we get, you know, at least professional athletes utilize them a lot. I forget the name of the chamber. Just the oxygen chambers. They stick them in there. They heal faster. What's it called again?
I can't remember. I want to say hyperbolic time chamber, but that's from Dragon Ball Z.
Logie, you know what I'm talking about?
Which one? The hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah, hyperbaric
There you go.
chamber, yeah.
Hyperbaric.
Yeah, you sounded close, Scooter, but yeah. I don't think time's involved. Well, time is involved in a sense.
Yeah, it speeds up recovery. It adds oxygen into the system. So 1 hour in there is like two or plus hours in normal thing. It kind of forces oxygen through the body and the system. Eddie Hall's got one. That's all I know about that.
Well, you know, just saying, the same principle's kind of going on. Just in one example, it's healing, and in the other, it's growth with plants.
Yeah.
You know.
But I think this is people get clunky explaining these things, right? And I think they need to lay a little foundation of understanding. So if they start with those cherry tomato plants and say, well, look what happened to these when we introduced CO2, it's fucking Day of the Triffids, right? Then you can then kind of extrapolate from that about, okay, maybe there wasn't a gradient, right? And then if we had more CO2, then everything would be much, much larger. You also have the Kandahar giant that had a Roman shield and a Roman spear. And
That's so
apparently
sweet.
a squad of Marines.
Oh, you know, to add on to this CO2 tax and how plants breathe our CO2, you know how they want to depopulate the earth, you know, they want a certain amount of people in the population. That's less CO2. So, honestly, the more CO2 breathing organisms, the more the plants will have to grow. And it's like a symbiotic relationship in theory, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, they could.
go ahead, sorry.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think we're like flooding the atmosphere with CO2 like they want to describe. You know, but we're not significantly changing the percentages.
And if
But I was gonna
if we
say
put down our go ahead.
if CO2 abundance is somehow linked to giganticism, you know, an era of giants, then maybe they want to prevent that era returning.
Maybe, yeah. And that was another thing that I saw. Somebody had photoshopped like 4 35 foot tall Arnold Schwarzeneggers around the Bolbec Stone, and it looked a lot more plausible that, you know, creatures of that size could, you know, move these blocks. There's one in China at the moment that's like 16,000 tons that they were moving. So we're really like getting up there with these numbers.
You know, that does explain all of our huge monuments as well. These could have just been standard sized buildings.
Yeah, possibly. That's another thing, and this is why the blocks are so large to us, because we're like ants to them.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the fucking ancients laughing at us, like idolizing the pyramids. Is like, bros, that was our toilets, you know.
Yeah, I know. It's just about, I think like when you listen to these different ideas, because I think everybody's working something out, you know. So if you can sit in front of all these different ideas, you're kind of further ahead in a sense because you've got all these extra bits, you know. And there's this channel I watched recently, and he did some really good work going through and just like explaining the door systems of how they protected what was in there, and how they use weights and counterweights to, you know, protect whatever these things were. And a lot of that I never even knew about, because again, you kind of listen to a lot of stuff and they kind of say the similar things. So I really like this channel because he just introduced me to a lot of new things and some of these steps which have been washed away and eroded over time. You know, it's just some fantastic.
It's much more fun than the Globe. It's much more fun in this chat than the Globe Gangsters one. There's much more space for thought.
Gangsters.
Oh man, there's so much more space for thought, you know, and people not trying to shove thoughts down your throat. And you're like, well, like just talking to you now, it's like, well, think about this, you know, and like, and this led me to this, and led me to that, and you're like, you know,
there is exactly no original thought in that server. You know,
Yeah.
you don't need to go speak to them type of people. You can just go to Google. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's all they're doing.
Yeah, well, why would you even waste your time engaging with people like that? Because,
well, I mean, I learned. I was ignorant, and I went in and.
Speaking about you, I was saying in general, like,
yeah,
because these people are just agents for the narrative. They're just regurgitation machines. You can go straight to the source, which is any news site or any Google search. First result, that's what they believe.
We had a good conversation about that, actually. Just how, like, I was talking about how ignorance is bliss, how it's challenging to take up the responsibility for your own thoughts and be able to quantify them, and how they can hide amongst each other because it's easier to stay in the comfort of your paradigm and ignorance when you have people backing you up and everyone's saying the same thing, even if one person is speaking the truth, you know.
Yeah. Well, you were talking about masculine, feminine energies earlier, and my theory is that the world has become, it's not a theory, it's fucking obvious. Take a look around. It's over hyper-feminized, you know? And the feminine nature is to be protected by the herd, the group, you know? Because women are weaker sex. Men are supposed to trailblaze, they're supposed to be out front. But that energy's not here anymore.
Yeah,
you know,
The average
like 20-year-old male cutting about is just a faulty female, you know.
Yeah, it seems like that nowadays.
Yeah,
but
scared of his own masculinity, so embraces femininity.
Yeah,
and femininity demands that you hide behind the crowd because you're weak and you can't protect yourself.
Yeah, but you're also that generative power that's worth its weight in gold, you know. Like, there's a reason why, like, we love and protect women. It's like they bring about life and creation, and they're inspiring, and, you know, they push men to act. That's the great thing about women, you know.
Certainly. But, you know, both have been corrupted, you know. Women are pushed to exploit men's now weakness in themselves for their own gain, instead of
women
raise
or
them
men
up and make them stronger, you know. Tell them when they're being weak, tell them when they're not fucking living to their potential. But women they don't build men up, they just gather them like Pokemon cards now.
Yeah, and that's the push on us. I mean,
well, you know, the IQ diminishes in men, it diminishes in women as well, you know. So we got stupid men and stupid women, you know. So they're going to take the easy route on everything. If the average, half decent looking woman now has hundreds of men, blowing up her phone every day, of course she's going to exploit that situation. If she's low IQ and yada yada yada, doesn't have a higher mindedness about anything.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the men are not smart enough to be better, and the women are not smart enough to be better either.
I saw this meme recently. I'm gonna see if I can post it. Maybe, I guess I didn't save it, but basically it was as a woman sitting on the sidewalk, and it looked like she was homeless, and she had a piece of cardboard, and it said 6 foot tall, 6 figures, and blue, like blonde hair, blue eyes, or whatever. Not even that, but all these unrealistic expectations. And there's a guy walking very happily down the street with a cybertronic woman, like a total robot, and it's just like. You have these unrealistic expectations, like, well, we could put that right into a woman robot, but at the end of the day, both sides lose because you're not procreating and continuing the line of humanity. You're not finding out what the divine masculine or feminine is through the other person's expression, and then they aren't bringing that divine out of you through their expression. It's like, so silly.
Yeah. It's totally screwed up.
Yeah, it is. But honestly, I think the fatalistic idea that it's all falling apart, yada yada yada. I used to be real down about that, and everything's gonna go to shit. And it's like, you know what? Things have been worse. Throughout history, things have been worse. Yes, and it's just like this is the time where men rise to the occasion. Men become men again. And it's just like, I'm down for that. Let's fucking go.
I mean, for people like us that have our minds about us can think, it's probably a privilege being alive in this time, to be honest.
Yeah, it's...
you don't see... God doesn't send his soul... Commander doesn't send his best soldiers into a peaceful zone. Sends them right into the middle of the fucking worst part of the war.
Yeah, and I mean, also...
Here we are, so...
Yeah, and this is like trial by fire, who knows? Who knows what we're going to head into, but I mean, it's going to be hard, and for those who survive, those who make it through are the ones who get forged by fire,
Yeah, basically along them lines.
I'm excited. I'm definitely... It's definitely scary, for sure, but I mean...
Nothing lasts forever,
Change is the only
don't last forever, and bad times don't last forever.
One thing that's kind of off-putting to me about these chat rooms in general, like all of them, they're called Discord. It's so counterintuitive to the objective of people coming together to communicate. To name it Discord?
That's why we get so many argumentative and arrogant ass globe trolls. Because it really is in the name of the service.
I hate it. It's like, why can't there just be a place that has everything that's here, but it's called community communication, or just exactly what it is, not Discord, no, I don't want Discord. I don't want entropy. It's not interesting to me. Goodness. Discord, noun, lack of agreement among persons, group, or things, synonym, conflict. Son of a bitch! Tension or strife resulting from a lack of agreement, a confused or harsh sounding or mingling of sounds. What? Facebook has become meta? Oh my god.
I really thought
meta.
Discord, at least in Old English, just meant communication. Nothing positive or negative implied, but I'm just
I wonder.
guessing here. Someone verify
Like
that.
discourse.
Yeah, discourse.
It's so strange. That's the thing about the English language is that there's so many double meanings. I actually just got a dictionary of etymology, and now I want to get a Greek dictionary, and I want to get a Hebrew dictionary, because a lot of these words have their basis in these older languages. In the languages themselves, like if you even go into languages and how languages communicate thoughts differently. Like Sanskrit, it's amazing how direct it is and how like as is it is, but like English is.
Yeah, I think English is a language of control.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is.
I think English being your primary language, the first one you learn, diminishes your ability for creativity immediately.
Yep. I mean, it makes it hard for you to even express yourself accurately. And
Well, it's not concerning this language, you know.
yeah. I mean, I took German in high
So
school, and I remember I took 4 years of it, and I never was able to speak it. And I spent 2 weeks in Germany, and then by the end of that, I was thinking in German, and the way I communicated, it was so like it was almost easier to do things because the way you said it was very like it's either you do it or you don't. You know, like the Navajo language, they have no word for could, would, or should. Like try to grasp what type of world you would live in if you didn't have those words.
could, would, or should.
Well, yeah, a world without those words. You know, it's like I could do this. No, it's either you're going to do it or you're not going to do it. It's like did you do it? Are you in the process of doing it? Are you not doing it?
It's almost like revoking the potential for lying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I hate the word should. It's one of the few words that I absolutely despise. So I think we would be a very nice world without the word should.
And I think it makes you think about like could, would, and should. If you got rid of those and there's something you want to do, you have to take the time to think about all the reasons of why you want to do it. Like oh, I could do this, and then you kind of entertain the idea, and you might never get to it because it's all hypothetical. But if you're actually going to do the thing, you think about the follow through of it and the ramifications through actual implementation.
Somebody once told me that should really means shan't, that would really means won't, and could really means couldn't.
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
Yeah, because, I mean, how many times have we heard people go on and on about something and then they say, well, it shouldn't be that way? Okay, well, get up and do something about it. If you don't like it, don't just sit around and say it shouldn't be that way. It should be this way or whatever. And, you know, when they get to look and feel like they're proud of themselves, like big peacocks, because they told you something and then they append or prepend that word should. And, okay, well, what are you going to do about it? Oh, nothing. It just should be that way.
Honestly, a huge waste of time and conversation right there. Like, if time is so important, time is money, time is our currency, and so precious, then what a waste of time it is to half purport ideas. And that's the thing that it ties into language being special.
You're a robot.
Well, gentlemen, Yeah, I'm my signal's dropping out here, and I'm at the job, so I'm gonna log off. But it's been good talking, and then if anyone wants to talk more, feel free to DM me, and I
Hey,
love
let me interrupt you
communication.
before you go. Sorry, just tell me one more time. Which language is it that doesn't have should and could and would?
Navajo.
All right, thanks. Have a good day, brother.
Be well, dude.
All right, cheers, guys.
So yeah, after school.
Woo. Yeah, the old soul Andy's got questions, but he's putting it in all the other rooms.
What questions is he asking?
The 3 C's of flat Earth. One of them is containment. What are the other 2 C's?
Yeah, the 2 C's?
Yeah. That's in FE beginners. He asked that. And live stream voice text too was asking about. He had questions. Where does he ask?
Okay. Is there 3 C's of flat Earth? What the fuck is this?
I don't know what he's going on about.
Some like fucking idiotic flat earther told him something.
All of the containment, curvature, Coriolis.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so no rotation, no curvature, and no gas pressure next to a vacuum. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
They're more the 3 C's of the globe. He asked for the 3 C's of flat Earth. That's why I got confused.
Well, I guess it's the 3 C's of the argument, I guess.
Yeah.
What do you mean by the 3 C's of the argument?
Well, they're the 3 main issues, rotation, curvature, containment.
Oh, gotcha. The 3 questions for Globies. Gotcha.
Yeah. And I guess for both of us, right, because we say it's contained, there's no curvature, and there's no rotation. And they say there is rotation, there is no containment, and there is curvature.
I don't say it's
Yeah.
contained. Containment is a necessity of the globe paradigm. And then globers throw it back on us. Where's our containment? Well, I don't know what the fuck the medium is past the atmosphere. If it's nothingness, if it's like a fucking kill zone, you just disappear out of reality, then no containment needed, right? If it's a medium that gases don't interact with, if the physics are different, if something, this or that, So the notion, so the for them demanding, where's your proof of physical containment? Don't need to show you proof of that. I'm not making claims of the medium passing our atmosphere. That's why they all get confused. It's their paradigm that needs physical containment.
They have a vacuum expanding at the speed of light into, like, what is space expanding into?
Well, they won't have an answer
Like
for that.
negatives, but it's like, what? It's so fucking crazy.
Yeah, they don't concern themselves with that.
No,
that's
like,
essentially their edge of the earth conundrum that they bring to us, But they don't
That's
concern
right.
themselves with it. They just, that's fine. We got the other 90% filled in. We can have a few, 10% unknowns.
So they got issues with their edge, with the globe edge, and with the edge of the universe. And they come in and say, "Where's the edge?" Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They don't realize how stupid they are when they do. But of course, when you turn it around on them, ask them for where's your picture of the edge of the universe and all this shit, they don't take it seriously, you know. Because that's what that vast distance they've been sold has created in their mind, that further away something is, the less of a concern it is.
Too big, the number's too big and everything for just regular people to figure it out. It's up to scientists who are really smart, you know, who can calculate these giant numbers.
Yeah.
Billions and trillions and zillions and stuff. We're just like, oh, we just trust that they're telling the truth.
They have to, right? With such vast distances involved, how could they ever figure anything out for themselves?
But see, you guys have to understand, the definition of science in the modern world has changed. It now means submission to consensus. And so outside of consensus, you cannot possibly have truth.
Well, I have a question for you, Barrington. What's the ethos of science originally?
The ethos of science is to expand consensus. That everything is about consensus, so there is no truth outside of consensus. So whether you know that it's a lie or you know that it's wrong, it's not true if it's outside of holy consensus.
The original ethos of science was to derive knowledge about the natural world through a logical, unemotional methodology.
Yeah, unfortunately, those days are long behind us because now they've replaced it with consensus. And
I know. I'm not disagreeing with you.
I know.
What science means.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, it's unfortunate that those days are gone.
The globers will always drag us into definition wars when it comes to what science is. Is it supposed to prove things or not? Yada yada yada. So I just go straight to what the original ethos of science was intended to be, because definitions can be changed. You know what I mean?
And what I've also found is if you bring up Retraction Watch to them, I don't know if you read that website, but it's really interesting to read that website because they do a pretty good job of tracking these proud peacocks that get busted in their fake science, and their papers get pulled and everything else. And then, these are the people who are saying that you're a science denier if you don't go along with them. And then they get their stuff retracted. And normally that happens and the science community just kind of shuts up and goes on their way because they're not allowed to question each other. But Retraction Watch does a pretty good job. So I usually start pulling out Retraction Watch and start talking about the stuff of that nature if I let them get on the derivative topic, because a lot of times when they try to get on the derivative topic, I just kind of like, no, we're here to discuss the shape of the Earth. It's in the title of the server. It's not jabber about whatever. But anyway, long story short, being my friend, is that if you've not read that Retraction Watch, I get updates from it every few days, and it's fascinating, the studies that get retracted, and then there's no mention of any of it in the media or anywhere else.
Most papers are shit to begin with anyway. They're unscientific and it doesn't even matter. I'm not surprised you're getting endless updates. That's pretty much the norm.
Yeah, and then I shared in the...
no updates, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I shared in the Philosophy of Science channel down below, which you might find interesting, is there's a video in there of a guy who got a series of fake papers published. And eventually the Wall Street Journal busted him. And he had papers like the conceptual penis and all sorts of stuff that were just like the established peer reviewers would just be unable to actually try to say anything against, and they got published, and so it's actually
I have a
quite
question for you.
impressive.
How much new science is being performed in the world, do you think?
Very minimal,
Yeah.
almost none. It's literally most of what they do is secondary research. It's like I'll give you a dumb example here. I recently started picking up canning and preserving food, and I read some posts about the ball canning books. Don't use the ball canning books because they're not scientifically tested. Blah 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 blah.
That's what they
And
said. Everyone works.
now I got searching on that because I want to make sure I'm canning safe foods. So I ended up uncovering some information from an extension office that talked about and said that every one of Ball's recipes were tested in the 1980s. And if you see a different recipe, it's merely a rehashing of an old recipe with a new title. So they're not actually coming up with anything new. And that's exactly what science is nearly everything that you could think of has been tested, studied. There's really minimal new science that anybody could do if they wanted to. And so ultimately what you end up with is the people who are trying to get the grant money, instead of spending, instead of really trying to push the boundaries, what they're doing is saying, oh, well, you know what? We'll take your $1.5 million and we'll do 300 hours of research, and then we'll this and we'll that, and then we'll know for sure. And so at some point, research has replaced science.
Well, new science that is successful in its hypothesis, right, and experimentation would entail new discoveries, right? You agree? All we have
No doubt, my friend.
all we have is just endless refinement of already known scientific principles,
And no doubt about it. No doubt. I mean, no doubt about it. It's amazing, though, what gets pushed off and pretended to be as new science. And correlation studies, things of that nature that end up being revealed as new science, and it's just ignorant.
Well, the average person has this conception of the world. There's tens of millions of scientists across the entire world trailblazing us to new discoveries, but we're not making new discoveries.
Hey, I got to take this call. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no bother, man. Anybody else around?
Oh, yeah. Where is everyone?
Yeah, I'm here, man. Globers don't come about. Too terrified.
Yeah, they are. Their new tactic is just to sit in there and listen. We had 4 of them the other day. They're all in Globe Gasters.
Yeah, it's a fucking weird server, man.
Circle jerking.
Yep.
Crying about being banned and muted. I'm a lot more patient because teaching is difficult, and so especially with a pupil that
They
doesn't
don't want
want
to be
to learn,
taught. Yeah. It's
So
impossible with a student that doesn't want to learn.
exactly. But when they're
Yeah,
like,
they cry about getting muted and all that and banned, but there's like 10 to 15 of us, not me, but the live stream the other night went over there pretty much, kind of like a bit of a raid. They all got muted and banned within 5 minutes.
yeah, exactly.
Inio, QE, Heretic, Matrix,
Yeah,
and
they just
good
come
10
back in
other
and
people.
laugh.
Yeah, that's what happened.
We didn't make a server and cry about it. Daddy issues, that's what it is. That's what I told
All they
Reverse.
do, they just sit in there and talk about personalities.
Oh my
They
god,
just
they're
talk about
women.
characters within Flat Earth. It's like,
They're bloody
you
women.
fucking tiny mind. Yeah, pretty much. Hairdressers, man. To be completely sexist.
That's what I said to Reverse the other day. I said, "You got daddy issues, bro." But
Most
no,
of them do. Most of them fucking do. They're weak men, man. Never had a strong father in their life.
no, and we were
Very
off.
much do have daddy issues, man.
We were off topic, and I sent Reverse something, and I said, "You're not going to watch it because you don't care." I said, "I know how you operate, right?" And it's true. He came back in, looked at it to bring it up, but then he dropped a link again that he hadn't watched, and then he was trying to, backtrack. It's just so funny. It's like, dude, you think we're as retarded as you? It's like,
I don't fucking. The Glovers would come in and they ask the questions, and you give them an explanation and drop them a video, man, that explains it better than you can, or whatever, and they don't watch it. And then they wonder why their mind never changes, or they wonder how our mind ever changed. Well, if you actually look at the information.
well, it was something I noticed a few years back, and it was in a few servers that all the trolls, dipshits that were coming through started to use this little mantra type. Can't you use your words? Stop using memes. And I kind of saw the same thing in 3 or 4 servers, and I was like, no, the whole point of the meme is to show you reality, observations, objectives. Words are the mind prison, But I did see a lot of flat earthers falling for it. It's like, no, we got to meme them to death. That's the point. Because I remember in Citizen server, right? You'd be hammering in the VC, and then people would be hammering them with memes, and it would just be like 500 memes, just absolutely hammering them,
Yeah, that's what used to go on here pretty much
That
all
was
the time.
great, man. Good times. And
I mean, fucking all these clowns live on memes the rest of their lives, except for Flat Earth. But when they come here, no memes. Memes are bad.
It burns us.
Their political party, they can post memes on Twitter and shit. Their fucking World of Warcraft fucking friends can post memes. Whatever. But we can't post memes.
No. Yeah, it is funny. Funny. But yeah, I get where some of them come from with some of these people that come through. But in a sense, if you haven't got much choice, you kind of just got to chew the scenery to get something better. Otherwise, you're either sat here in silence or you're going over the same 3 things. And I think they just, if anybody's listening on the YouTube, it's good to kind of just point out the nonsense. in like the text and things, which Adam does really well, and a few others. Rather than just have silence, like. And yeah, I get why people can be a little curt sometimes and a little thing, but if there's nothing else going on, just play with them. I try and get them to say dumb shit all the time. It's great.
I cannot do that without trying. I don't know. I don't know if these people are ever meant to get it. Don't know if they can.
But it's like trying to force somebody to become an Olympian. Could you imagine trying to get them up at 4 a.m. every morning to go running 100 meters or something? It'd be a nightmare.
Yeah, it's a good analogy. Yeah.
Because that's.
Yeah, it's like they come in here, they are immediately in the presence of people that have used their brain for generally all of their life, They've always been conscious, always been self-aware, always questioned things. Versus them that have been in a fucking permanent slumber since they came out of the womb. It's like fucking water and oil or something.
Yes, because this is something that I sort of had an idea about, but a lot of this is us versus ourselves in a sense, where we're kicking ourselves in the arse to go and learn how much further can we go, what else is there out there, and that obviously comes from within, right? You have a internal thing going on. So if people don't have that, it's hard to do it for them.
Maybe they were never intended to be active players in this reality. They're just props to fill out the scenery.
Yeah.
Keep the place interesting.
What's happening, Benito? Everything all right there? Okay then.
Yeah, there you go, Adam. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I mean, there has to be challenges in this experience, right?
Exactly.
And they come from them people, right?
It's the crucible.
But then, are we the idiots or are they the idiots, right? Because if you recognize they're not an active sentient being like yourself, then you're just banging your head against the wall. So the lesson is to just not.
Just use these people as a sounding board in a sense, Because it's like.
But I'm here for the seekers, seek the seekers, and that's the problem. Somebody seeking to know about fucking flat Earth already becomes a flat earther before they get in here. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can help them refine their knowledge and the details on things, of course, but they've got general gist. They understand it. They've shifted. Not fucking. I mean, shit, man. I've not yet in like 3 or 4 years been about these servers seen fucking Glober come in 1 year and then come back 2 years later and be like, yeah, I'm a flat earther now. Maybe it's happened once or twice. I'm sure there is an instance, but it's so rare,
Yeah.
Flat earthers make themselves.
Yeah, true. Hey, boss baby. Oh, bye, boss baby. Hey, boss baby. What's happening? Hey, Elvis. What's going on?
Hello.
Hello.
You can take the newbies, man. I'm gonna dip and get something to eat.
Righto, buddy.
Have a good one.
Enjoy. Any questions?
Not really.
Yeah. You.
Uh, or do we have like a mix of people in here, or are we all agreeing on the same thing?
We have a mix of people, yeah. What's your boggle?
What's my what?
What's your boggle?
What does that mean?
What's your discombobulation?
I don't know how to answer that. What?
Have you got any questions? Have you got any things you're curious about?
No, not me personally.
Yeah. I got some stuff I'm curious about.
What's that then?
So like, what's under the Earth if the Earth is flat?
We don't know. They have their ways of testing, but they don't know the medium. So yeah, they haven't dug all the way down past, I think, 8 kilometers or something. So beyond 8 kilometers, they've got no idea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, flat Earth is really simple. We see too far. So if you go to the shoreline and you look out, try to find, an island or a lighthouse, a buoy, a boat, whatever, and go and look at what the globe model says. And the globe model will tell you from 6 foot you can't see further than 3 kilometers because the Earth curve would have got in the way. But observations have been done by different people where they're seeing 60 kilometers, 80 kilometers. There's even one that could be 600 miles from Israel to Crete. So these are the things that we're using to falsify the globe model.
Makes sense.
So yeah, there's lots of speculation, there's lots of ideas, because there are some things we don't know, so we're curious. But when you look at measurements and distances, and it's not adding up. So that's why a lot of us have taken the position we've taken.
Yeah. My stance is just really not knowing. So, I just try to ask as many questions.
Yeah, that's cool, man. At the end of the day, like I say, the things we can know are the things you're stood on, because you can put a tape measure on it, you can use a wheel, and you can measure distances, right?
Yeah.
So this is what we kind of like to observe and work with, because that can be repeatable. So if you said you went to this shoreline, on this day, this was the temperature, this was the humidity, this is what I saw, people can repeat that, and then they can check, right? So this is what we kind of like to do around here. This is the strongest evidence, really, is people making their own observations and seeing things beyond the geometric horizon that the globe model claims. And that's really as complicated as it is, And if you want to know about the geometric horizon, you can look up WikiHow. And if you look on WikiHow, it tells you how to calculate the geometric horizon, and it tells you where it should be. So it's all there. So you just take what they've said, and then you test that for yourself. It's about being independent and free thinking, you know? So that's a positive thing that people can do, and they get new skills as well. They learn about, cameras and tripods, different things. So that's good too. But yeah, there's hundreds of observations that have been done. And they don't match the globe model, and that's the problem. See, that's the thing. Ultimately, we don't really take a position. We're not saying X or Y. They're saying something. The globe model. They give you numbers, the radius, the circumference, and we're like, okay. We went and tested it. It wasn't there, and that's as complicated as it is. So we can't tell you what it is. We haven't got all the answers, but we just know that what we've been told is not true based on this evidence. That's what falsifying means. You understand? So yeah, this is why a lot of people are in the position that they're in, and that they're flat earthers. We know there's topography. We know it isn't completely, smooth, so to speak. So we understand that, but there's definitely 71% of Earth is water, and water at rest will seek its level. So if 71% of Earth is level, not curved, straight line, there's a problem there, right? So should be 8 inches per mile squared. That's the rate of, slope or drop or curvature. But if you've got 71%, that's, level. Yeah, that's an issue. Zero slope is zero slope. So yeah, this is why we are where we are. It's not based on, imagination or silliness. It's based on real world distances, measurements, observations, objective reality that can be replicated. And that's an important point, the fact it can be replicated. Oh, he's gone. Well, I tried. Boys. Well, looks like everyone's asleep until 12 hours. Get a few more people. Hello. Welcome back, Mr. Barrington.
Thank you, sir. I sincerely appreciate it. Good morning again, ladies and gents.
Good morning. Good evening.
Yeah, I'm of the belief that you should say it of whatever it is where you are. So if you say good evening, I'll tell you good morning and vice versa. Because it's a mess knowing who's in what time zone.
Don't dox me, bro.
Sorry, I've already done it. I posted all your private details to YouTube. McToons and Fight the Tight Shirt are on their way to your house now. They're going to be holding up picket signs to tell your neighbors just how vile and disgusting you are.
Oh, not again.
Yeah. Hey, I was going to say, heck, I'd love this to become. I'm not even.
You broke up slightly there.
Yeah. The balloons that are over my so when you get up, somebody come down hard, it's always a good thing.
Okay, all I got was balloons over your house.
Yeah.
Your connection is atrocious. You need to get Starlink.
Yeah, the balloons come and go. So like sometimes the balloons are higher.
Whoa. I got booted out there for a second. The balloons got me. Wow.
I'll copy now.
Say again?
How do you copy me now?
I don't sound too bad. Try again.
Yeah, see what they do is in the morning they're raising and lowering the balloons. So
Right.
when they lower the balloons, it's harder to get good signal.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. Is there anybody out there? Did you see Zuckerberg's new robot army? He's going to unleash upon us if we mean things.
Yeah, you know, we need to get the big muskrat fixed.
Get the big... What, from the scrapyard? Put them in the crusher.
No, I said we need to get the big muskrat to fix his balloon problem.
Oh, right. Hey, man. What do you need a kitchen knife for? Just use a spoon. I have an assault spoon. You best be careful. need to dice celery? I mean, throwing it in the bin would be more apt. You're going to give that to animals and then eat the animals. That's how the hierarchy works.
I tell you though, it is really nice to be back in the home server. It's always nice to be back home.
It is good, yeah. Celery in a stew, eh? Are you a Russian?
Absolutely. I always put celery in the stew.
What? Since when?
Since the big spinning ball started spinning. Since Eratosthenes, I never can say his name, Eratosthenes proved the Earth was a big spinny ball.
Left to doubt.
And if you don't really like the texture of celery, get some celery seed and put celery seed in it. That gives you all the delicious flavor of the celery if you don't want to.
Delicious flavor?
If you don't like the wet hair of it.
Are you insane?
Say again.
Celery doesn't
No way.
taste good, man. Maybe that's just we get, but yeah, it tastes nasty. I do remember a cooking show with a very drunk chef, Floyd, and I think he was over in Sicily, and they mentioned that the lemons used to be sweet. They could eat them like oranges. So it might be just different versions.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust any of that stuff.
But any kind of soup that you has like a beef stock in it or a chicken stock in it will typically have some celery in that beef stock.
That's true.
When they make that.
Much true.
Yeah. I don't like plain celery. I don't like it on its own, but I like it cooked in stews and soups.
I've got some bone broth and they all stick a bit in there.
Yeah, I made some bone stock a few weeks ago, and I had some scraps where I cut up and peeled carrots. When they stopped with, then I took out all the bones and the celery and the carrot, and it made a delicious broth.
Let the bones.
Supposedly, it's healthy for you.
Yeah, you get a bit of marrow and a bit of other things. I do think that the temperature might probably kill off a lot of that. That's the only thing that I find a bit sus.
Yeah, the bone stock has collagen in it, and so the collagen is good for your joints. And the other stuff that's in it, I'm not convinced actually lives through the cooking process.
No. No, anything you cook, you basically kill off. But have it as raw as possible.
Yeah. But I will say the bone stock I make typically, while it's not heated up, turns into a gel.
That's right.
I think that it's good for me, but I can't prove that it's good for me.
You just got told it was good.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. They maneuvered people to make them sick. So they got them eating 3 times a day, lots of seed oils, lots of grains, lots of fruit and veg, and it makes them sick.
Yep.
See, back then, I think a lot of people were getting away with it because it wasn't as bad, but it's gotten a lot worse. And on top of the other things that we can't mention, yeah, I think it's just not gone well. The older generations seem to be more hardy, you know.
You know, it's interesting because when I lived in Florida, I got to see the things that were built in the 50s and the 40s. And my aunt and uncle, well, the time that they lived there, they had a trailer in a retirement community. And my head was a good foot above the shower head. And and when you see the way they built these houses and everything else, the people were a lot smaller then. And so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. You know, that generation that would have been retiring in the 50s and 60s and such, they were some of the hardest workers our history's ever known, I believe.
Yep.
But, you know, they were so much smaller.
Yep, proper graft.
So is this like where is this where we're like to the end stage to where, or do we continue to grow on and our kids will be taller than us and then they'll be and then some generation that we won't see will be big giants or something?
Yeah, something's going on. It's very unusual.
Like my half brother, I was a good bit taller than his dad, and my half brother is 3 years younger than me, maybe 4, and he towers over me. And I see a lot of these younger people that are like 18 and 19, and just how tall so many of them are.
Yeah, they're like bean sprouts. they've been genetically modified.
Very possible.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be a lot more fragile and frail these days. Did you see there was a test these people did where they got these oldies that were having trouble, bending, putting socks on, this, that, and the other, and they put them in this house where everything was the 1970s: the magazines, the radio, the television, the food, everything, the decor, and amazingly, over a few weeks, they started to be able to move easier, bend, put socks on, get around, as if they were a lot younger. It was, yeah, very interesting. Hey, Adam, what's happening?
Not a lot, to be honest. Just about to go to town and go shopping, and just popped in here because I saw the
All right.
flat earthers. So yeah, and I'm here. One sec, I'm using my mobile. I can make it louder.
Gonna keep it on the down low.
My God, I'm so bad at
Kimbo, are you hiding around here?
Kimbo, what the fuck?
Kimbo Beach. You know Kimbo?
I guess he's not.
Nope. They're all sleeping.
Figured it out.
How long has the conversation been going on in here today?
About 12 hours.
Nice.
There's been a conversation.
Yep.
Hard to believe, man.
We've been yapping away.
Can tell.
We've been having a good natter. Lots of secret things.
I bet. It sounds exciting.
Been good.
Yeah, I'm still having a hard time believing some space shit, what they're saying,
Mm,
Apparently, they're saying, the start. I heard some guy on YouTube. Well, I say guy, but transitioning, whatever, she, kind of, yeah. Saying that the stars are bigger than the Earth, and they're like, I don't believe that.
That's a bit of a strange one.
Exactly. And apparently space smells, but like badly burnt toast. But I'm sure if something had no like air or something like that, the cat smell it. I don't know.
Yeah, they love adding embellishments to their stories because it helps, the small brains believe it more.
But if something had no air, would they have no smell?
Well, exactly. The air is the thing that transmits. So this is why you don't have sound, because you don't have the medium in which to transmit it. That's something that they made the mistake on. On the NASA Junior NASA page, they actually mentioned that they could hear the hammering through the suit, but without air, you can't have sound. So that page quickly got deleted.
I'm more skeptical about the space shit than like the Earth things. So
Well, you just have to think about it, right? We have some sort of container because we have pressure, which means they can't go beyond the container, which means they've never gone to space. They've gone into, low Earth orbit or high altitude, but they can't go beyond that. And then you think to yourself, if you listen to Randy Walsh, who, loved NASA, became a pilot, all these things, if you look at the actual engines, the F1 rocket engines, they don't produce enough thrust to get them. So the fact is that the engines didn't even work. They had problems with cooling them, and then suddenly the next day they all worked. And it once you start picking these things apart, it's like, technically they couldn't go anywhere, and so it gets more and more laughable the more you learn.
yeah, so stuff like that, I'm very skeptical. I just said, it's like you just like, hang on, about sound and smell
Yeah, I mean,
and stars being like, they say like, like light years, how many years it would get to. Yeah, but technology to see that far, like thousands of years in the
well,
light
that's
years.
disproven by the inverse square law. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's basically how light spreads outwards over distance. So there's a small video on it here I'll send you.
And they're
But
saying, so we're seeing it now. So if it's 1,000 years, yeah, we're seeing something happen like 1,000 years ago, just kind of stuff like that from the.
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, let me send you this thing.
So we're seeing stuff like thousands of years ago, and it might be different in real time, but it's coming through thousands of years ago.
This
It's hard
video
to
proves.
explain. I've tried my best to explain it though.
That's right. Yeah, I'll DM you this so you got it. You can watch it any time. And the inverse square law disproves the distances they tell us. They have to be much closer. So yeah, once you start to examine these things honestly and earnestly, there's only one conclusion, really.
Um,
It just
yeah.
it just takes time learning, because a lot of people, they don't have time, or they can only put in an hour or something, and there's a lot of stuff that has to be, figured out. So yeah.
And I'm not saying like I'm wrong or right or like that. Just want to,
Yeah, it's not about right and wrong. It's about information. If you don't have a foundation of understanding, then any conclusion I give you is just going to fall on deaf ears. It's as simple as that. But if you do some homework and then you understand certain principles, certain ideas, the conclusions make sense. But you need the foundation first. And a lot of people, you've just all been fed stories like we were. Everyone gets fed a story, and you believe it because it's coming from trusted figures, parents, teachers. Oh, they wouldn't lie to me, would they? Well, they are. They don't know they are. It's not like, oh, I'm going to go lie to Adam, little shitbag. It's just they were lied to, and then they passed the lie onwards. Unwitting accomplices. And remember, all of those people haven't looked into it either. They all accepted what they got told. So again, everyone's just accepting the story that they're being told. Nobody's like, hold on a minute, let's go and have a look into this, And when you do, you falsify the globe model every time.
Yeah.
Remember, they don't even have to make it that good or that convincing. They know that you're just going to believe whatever they tell you. So they just say, oh yeah, stars billions of light years. Oh yeah, this is that. And you're like, oh, okay. And then you get back to your little job shuffling papers. Do you know what I mean? It's as simple as that, really. It's just like, it's not that difficult. But once you do some observations and you're like, oh, I'm at the beach here and I can see that 80 kilometres away. That doesn't match the 8 inches per mile squared. So what's all that about,
Yeah. Is anyone into any other conspiracies as well?
Yeah. I mean, up here with the YouTube bot, we keep it flat Earth, but we talk about those in the other chat. Sometimes up in here, but we get in a bit of trouble for it. We try to just keep it flat Earth up here. But yes, people are very conversant in a myriad of different alternative informations and ideas. Try not to use the CT phrase. That was given to us by the CIA. And most people just turn their brain off.
CT phrase what?
Yeah, just use the term alternate theory or alternate idea.
Yeah. Clicked. I just said the CT phrase, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just, I mean, once you start to look into it, they haven't really put in a lot of effort into tricking us at all, And the way that they mock us with these stories, with how lazily they put them together, and I mean, look at that tweaker shack. It's ridiculous. We're supposed to believe that they went into the vacuum of space with something so thin, if you dropped a screwdriver, it would fall through the floor. They had 2 layers of tinfoil, 0.3 millimeters thick. That was the floors and the walls. Go ahead.
You're on about the Europa thingamajig.
No, I'm on about the lunar excursion modules and things like this.
Oh, fucking
The flying wigwam.
Wigwam.
It's and again, it's like it's embarrassing when you learn these things. Like they don't obviously tell you; they're out there, and if you're interested, you hear the interviews and the different things, and when you're just like, what? It was made of aluminium foil, and it's what about micrometeorites? This is what we're told. This is the story, right? There's all these micrometeorites, and you've got 0.03 millimeters to protect you. So yeah, okay, cool story, bro. It's just stupid.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, next time somebody throws a rock at you, just hold up some tinfoil. See what happens.
Probably go through the rock.
One would presume, yeah. But again, it's Duper's delight. It's how they mock us, because they say these things with straight faces and they're authority figures, and people just buy into it. But once you start thinking for yourself and just being a little bit objective, it's like, hold on, that don't smell right. Something's off about this. You're not expecting them to have 10 foot of lead shielding, which they would have needed to protect against the radiation, but you would just think that they would be made a bit more solidly,
Yeah.
Like,
And what you were saying, I think to say without any conviction, they got to be fully believe it.
well, that's the thing with the believer. Once they believe, you can tell them anything. They just carry on believing because it's not based on knowledge.
Yeah.
It's based on stories. So this is how they've got people, and that was the start of me going, hold on, something ain't right here. When I saw this heliocentric model with the sun moving, dragging the planets behind it, and I looked at that and I'm like, that don't look right. That doesn't smell right. And there was just something off about it. Like, I remember seeing it and I'm just like, what the? Because again, we were always fed, oh, that's there and we're all doing this and that's what we got told. But then, oh no, that's all wrong. We're all, and I'm just like, nah, this is a bit, this is too far, this is too much, something's wrong there, So I didn't know what it was. I didn't have any idea. I just had a sense, and then I found, Flat Earth on Facebook in, I don't know, 2014, 15, and then
That's when it's popular back then. More popular.
Yeah. I had a friend on there. He kind of we used to have really good fun, but I used to be on there 12 hours a day, arguing and battling, trying to get people to logic, and yeah, that didn't take me very long, but that was the start. Like I looked at that and I'm just like, nah, bollocks, mate. There's something wrong with that. I'm just like, that was it. It wasn't. I had no knowledge. I used to watch all the science bollocks and all that crap, but I looked at that and I'm just like, nope, something's off.
Do you know how I found Flat Earth rabbit hole?
How's that?
How can I say? How can I word it? Do you like pickup artists and people who like pick up girls and?
Oh yeah.
Text them. They're picking up girls and they're saying that they're flat earthers. I'm like, what's
my
flat
goodness.
Earth? Yeah, and that's how I found it.
Well, you got there in the end, at least.
And then, so I just looked into this isn't interesting.
Yes.
And I found this Discord through, is it Twitch or something like that?
Oh, okay, cool.
Can't run there.
YouTube, Rumble, yeah, with a few places. That's good. That's good. You've seen all the information at the bottom of the server, the things that's been collected, and yeah. So if there's anything you want to learn or get a handle on, there's a lot of information down there on all the relevant topics.
I need to go anyway. I've got to go to town
All
at
right,
work.
mate.
Yeah, when I start right, last 5 minutes of my shift, I wear my trousers, I end up putting some stuff out, and then up splitting. The crotch and stuff. And I have no trousers
Damn.
to work for tomorrow, and I'm like, damn, this is a bit
Get a
too easy.
safety pin
Yeah, so I need to go to town.
or
And
some
it's like
staples.
staples and staple clothes up to my crotch.
That
Yeah, so I need
keep
to
you
go.
on your toes.
And explaining why you're walking for Nicholas a bit.
It's not because of shit, my son.
Yeah, it's not because I shit myself. Hang on.
Righto, you get on then. Go get yourself some new pants.
I will. See you later.
All right, buddy. Be well.
Bye.
There you are, Miguel. Everything looks right now. That's Matrix's cat. Australian helicopter. Says you. You upside down. You upside down £10 pom. You've just been spinning around in that helicopter too much. Very confused. That was weird. We had 4 people drop in there. They all disappeared. Dang it. Ooh. You paper towel roll, Eartha. That looks a bit sus there, mate. Potato Earth. You only get light from the one end. That's how you get your 24-hour sun. Oh. Down, down, down. What the? That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, yeah. They've got This lad came in. He was some engineer working on something like this, and I said to him, "How long do you think these things can stay up?" And I think he said 5 days a week, something like that. And I said, "No, it's actually like months at a time." And he looked it up and that, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you're right." I said, "Yeah, I know." But I said, "It's funny how they don't teach you that." So I think they got ones. I don't know. Could they? Could they somehow self-refill? Could that be an option? Would they come lower to refill and then go back up again? Using some sort of technology? Yeah, exactly. It is interesting if they've got some tech or ability to lower to get fuel, so to speak, and then go up again. Using some proton thorium reactor type thing. Because something like that would go on forever, but an extremely long time. And it would have to be quite small as well. You wouldn't have to have it that large. I wonder if something like that could be brought into play. It'd be interesting. Battle of the Beans. Watching that one, yeah. That was interesting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's certainly probable. That's what I think they're doing down in Antarctica, is messing around down there, trying to get to the other side of the container wall through various methods, and this is why they don't want people down there. Yep, that is very true. They always have a few iterations. I got told that by somebody who knew somebody who worked in Roland keyboards, and said they already had the next 10 years lined up and they would just slowly release them. And mostly down to the R&D. It was so costly, the R&D, that they just slowly churned them out. Yeah, very much so. I think they've gone through massive cycles. I don't know if you looked into Michael Cremo. I think that's an idea at least. But there seems to have been certain levels of civilization, and then there's a reset, so to speak. More so to do with ancient humanity. There was, I might have got this wrong, but I'm sure there was a lecture he gave where he talked about in the California gold rush, as they were digging and mining, they actually came across human skeletons that the mountains had formed around. So, yeah, that was very interesting. Hey, Mr. Goo. How's it going? Oh, nice.
Hello, just working.
Okay, buddy, no worries. Yeah, that's Richard L. Thompson's from Southampton, I think. Yeah, they found these artifacts in coal, like little cups and bells. Yeah, there's lots of strangeness. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But they do have some interesting artifacts. I think that the more solid thing to pull from it, so to speak. The woo-woo stuff you sort of put to one side, but yeah. All part of the whole. See what's going on. Hey, Dad. Welcome back.
Hey, what's up?
We were just talking about Michael Cremo. Have you looked at any of his stuff? Adam posted a link to one of his books.
Sorry, who's that? Michael?
Michael Cremo, Cremo. Cremo?
Hmm.
Yeah, he's done some interesting artifacts. So, in coal, they found little cups, like beautifully decorated silver cup and bells, where the coal has grown up and around these objects. I just mentioned one. I'm pretty sure it was in the California Gold Rush. When they were mining through mountains, they found human remains that were embedded in the mountain. So the mountain had grown up and around them. So it's very interesting. Yeah, that's very true. I think truth is kind of replete. It's everywhere, so you just have to dig for it. And I think they're touching upon something, those characters. I think they may have come to the wrong conclusions, but I think they found something. Something noteworthy as well. You hear of that?
So he's got a few books there, yeah. The Hidden History of the Human Race. He argues that humans have lived on Earth for millions of years. Forbidden knowledge, human devolution. Yeah. All this crazy archaeology stuff. Oh yeah, it's cool, man.
Yeah, he's an interesting character, and the artifacts are pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
They found these little, I think they're iron spheres, and they look machined almost. You know, they're very, very well done. I think they had another item inside of them or something. It's been a while since I've looked into it, so I'll have to have a look into it to refresh. But yeah, there's some very interesting bits and bobs. And I always think to myself, imagine these things have kind of slipped through the cracks, so to speak, inverted commas. Either been allowed or slipped through, either or. But you imagine all the other artifacts they've got that they don't show us or tell us about, because I normally talk about the Nebra Sky Disk or Nebra Star Disk. It was captured in a raid. It was being sold on the black market. So these guys had gone out in, I think, Nebra, Germany, and they'd found this artifact. They were selling it on the black market, and as I say, there was a setup, and they managed to retrieve the item, and it's absolutely amazing. This artifact, 2,000 odd years old, bronze, and interestingly enough, it's got the sky boat like from Egypt. It's got the Pleiadians, the 7 stars, and it's got all these markings around the outside. And this guy kind of gives a almost 2-hour lecture as to what he thinks these markings are, and seems to make a bit of sense. But yeah, that's one artifact, and the bronze wizard hats. So they had these bronze pointy hats with the typical wizard hat, and they reckon they were for dating, but they were kind of crushed. And so yes, little things like that have slipped through. You're like, wow, what's all that about? What were these items used for? Because obviously back then everything had to be made, so there was a lot of effort that went into these things, which meant they had meaning. They were not just like today, you buy it at the store and throw it away and it's meaningless. Yeah, to get the materials, there he goes, look, the bronze wizard hats, they're amazing. Look at those, just, I think they were about 2,000 years old as well. Yeah, the Nebra Sky Disk, Nebra, Nebra Star Disk or Sky Disk. There's also the other one as well, isn't there? The get the name of it. They lost its provenance. It did have a provenance of where it was found, who found it. They lost that, but it's a big stone disc, the genetic disc, I think it's called. Adam and have investigated it. But yeah, when I look at it, it reminds me of the overhead projectors when you could put a disc in with little negatives, and it would like clock round. when you wanted it to show something. Kind of a combination of that, and to me, I was thinking it was some sort of teaching tool. That's a different one, but that looks really interesting too. That looks cool. Oh wow, they come up with a different one, have they?
Yeah, just before I got into Flat Earth, I was into like pre-flood stuff, technology, and that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, these artifacts, they've got to be explained. I mean, the story goes with this one that I just posted. This rock is very difficult to carve because it's flaky. So if you try to get a hammer and chisel on it, you're not doing it. It's just going to like break apart. So there's that, and then what this is depicting on the right hand side at the very top, between the, let's say, 10 o'clock and 2 or 3 o'clock position, that's an embryo going through the stages of growth, 3 months, 6 months, so on and so. Well, what's that doing on there? You know what I mean? It's like, and obviously there are other images which show, you know, the formation of different things. But yeah, it's pretty wild. And I think to myself, were there more of these things that we don't know about? Were they, you know, did this slip through the cracks? Because they've removed the elongated skulls, right? They used to be there, and they're now not there. So
Yeah.
they've got more attention now, you see.
Yep.
So they got rid of them. And what makes it, see, this is what I find funny, right? When these numpty dipshits come out and say, oh, they're just humans' heads that are squashed. Well, the problem with that is it's called the volume. And the way they determine the volume is to pour beads. And when you do that with the actual elongated skulls, I think the volume worked out at something like, it was much larger. So if you take a human skull, you can change the shape, but the volume would be the same. You can't really increase the volume. But the actual ones, yeah, they had a much greater volume. I want to say 2,500 centiliters, but that don't sound right. But yeah, that's how they tested it with beads, you know. And so there was something. It's very tantalising, you know, because you're so curious about it. It's like, wow, what's all this about? What's this about? You know? There's also that one. It looks like almost an umpella in Egypt. They don't always have it out, but when they do, it's this one. They call it the Sabu disc. This is another one that's just like absolutely incredible. I mean, that looks like a machine part, you know. It's made out of stone, I think, and it's incredible, you know. So yeah, there's there's a lot of these interesting artifacts like this.
I just get the feeling of the pre-flood, what life was like pre-flood was really, really different to what we have been told and understand. We understand it as being like, like Aristophanes, just dudes with robes walking around with sticks kind of thing, and donkeys. But actually it might have been, you might even describe it as being futuristic compared to how we live now. It was that kind of advanced, that much sort of trippy technology around that just got buried, literally.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, there's a small remnant. This is the bell that I was talking about. That was found inside coal. And if you take a look at it, I mean, beautifully decorated. That there is very interesting. Like this one, where they tried to claim they were hieroglyphs placed on top of one another, and these aren't really. That's not really a helicopter, That's not really an airship, It's just your imagination. Yeah. Yeah, something very interesting was going on. What is that one? Oh, okay. This is another one they found. So yeah, very very interesting.
Does God use modern technology for his own benefit?
Yeah, we typically think of modern technology as circuitry, things like this, microcircuitry and different things.
It just makes more sense that
Yeah,
a dude built a ship and filled it with animals in a time that there was lots of other technology around.
yeah, and if you actually go and look into Solon, who got the priests of Sais a bit drunk and got them to tell the oral record that they were keeping, this is where we get Atlantis from. That's the Grecified name, right? So we don't have the name of the place that they knew it as. But also, they mentioned, you Greeks are but babes. You only remember one flood. You've forgotten the other three. So the flooding seems to happen often. It seems to be a reoccurring thing. So that was an interesting detail that I picked out there. But yeah, all these things, they're there. They got to be explained in some ways. The Antikythera device. King Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun. That was another fraud.
But that was my question. Does God use technology that's basically developed to destroy him or to go against him? Does he actually use that same technology in his own way to spread his word or to counteract that? I don't know.
Well,
I think so.
when you dig into it, it seems like there was a group that had a leader, and then some kind of disagreed, and that caused a split. So, yeah, something went on. I think this is where we get these stories about, the God's giving us fire and the God's trying to help us out in some places, Either there was like a remnant of humanity and these beings tried to help in some sense, get everything started. And they have these representations. You've got the cargo cults as well, and that's a very interesting phenomenon. There's also a big pool of mercury as well in one of the South American ones, and I always thought that was interesting because there was this chap. I've never been able to find it since, but he walked into the wrong hangar, and he was in a lot of trouble. Let's put it that way. But a friend kind of vouched for him, and he saw this technology, the TR3B, and they explained how it worked. And one of the components was liquid mercury to make some sort of plasma field. And then this place has this pool of liquid mercury. And I was thinking to myself, like, why would they have that much mercury? Because it would have to be processed almost an industrial level, right? Like, you don't just find mercury lying around. It has to be, dug out. It's got to be smelted and things. And then you just think, well, why so much? Why a massive volume of it like that? So yeah, I'm thinking, like, did they have something similar back then? Is this like a fuel source or a charging station? Because I think a lot of the pyramids are something like that, wireless charging in a sense. What Tesla talked about is what he wanted to use Earth crust for. What was it called? What was the tower he had? JP Morgan funded. Wardenclyffe, thank you, Adam. Wardenclyffe Tower. So he was going to use Earth's crust in order to transmit electricity and basically give everybody it for free. And so I'm thinking, did they have something like that? The guy who is investigating the Bosnian pyramid, he had this camera with the how they have thermal and infrared? It was some sort of spectral imaging where you could see the energy of Earth being directed upwards with the Bosnian pyramid, the Pyramid of the Sun, which I believe is larger than the one at Giza. I know the one in China is twice the size, the Xi'an, Xian. But yeah, so I'm thinking, I had a couple of ideas about this. I was thinking maybe it's some sort of stabilization for something. Not allowing a build-up, so to speak, to get rid of some sort of excess. I had that as a thought. Maybe wireless charging. Because we know they're not tombs. The only evidence for that was some chicken scratch they found, graffiti, and then they just ran away with it. But there's that door they sent that robot up, and they pushed through the first door, but they haven't shown us what's beyond it. But yeah, there's something up there. I also think if they did chemical testing, they could see if there was a mixing of something going on. That would be an interesting one. Somebody would have to do that on the sly, Take like a little kit with them and take a few samples. Yeah, Christopher Dunn's theory is interesting. There's this other chap that I came across as well, and he said, for a joke, he picked up this book, about the pyramid, and it was talking about the water below it, how it creates some sort of electric properties or electrostatic properties. And when he was reading it, his job was something to do with hydrostatics, so it was like making a bit of sense to him. So he built a smaller scale model, and he kind of got it working. It was really quite interesting. And obviously, if you scale that up, it's going to work. And I think that's why the pyramidions have been removed. I think the pyramidions probably, obviously, they complete whatever the thing is. But I think there's a positive effect, like the corals that Michael Tellinger found. Do you know about those, Daz? The corals in South Africa? Well, they call them, corals. Michael Tellinger was, using Google Earth to give a rough estimate of how many there were.
No, I haven't heard of that.
So he's buzzing around South Africa like he does, and he runs over this stone, and I can't remember, but he sort of picked it up one day, and it's this flat stone, and if you knock it, it rings like a bell or a tuning fork, and it's just this flat bit of stone. It hasn't been shaped, it hasn't been carved in any way. And then there's this Adam's calendar is almost like a Stonehenge, but a very, very rough version, much smaller. Aligns with the equinoxes and all of that kind of stuff. But around there, he saw this, what he called ringstone. He started calling it ringstone. And these circles of it that had been built up 3 or 4 feet tall. Actually, might be a bit shorter than that. But he started seeing thousands of them. They were all over the place. And the official story is they were for putting cattle in. Well, the problem is there's no entrance or exit. So unless you're picking the bloody cows up, it's a bit odd. But they had weird properties when you stood inside these circles. The temperature would drop by a few degrees, and your electronics wouldn't work. Your compasses, so the electromagnetism was being messed with through the properties of this rock and stuff. Yeah, it was really interesting. And from above, it almost looked like a bunch of grapes. If you imagine the vine, and then from the vine, you have all these little bundles of grapes. It kind of looked like that from above. So yeah, it's just very interesting, and the fact there's so many of them, you know, that was the other thing. He did do a guesstimate, but he reckons there's, you know, hundreds of thousands of these things. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting. Definitely check it out if you haven't done. The Ringstone, Adam's calendar. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. The one that's fascinating me at the moment is that big rock they found in Japan. It's like 16,000 tons. It had been cut off and moved, you know, and it's one of these ancient blocks. But I mean, the Baalbek stone was already ridiculous at 1,100 tons, and the one next to it, I think, was 1,600 or 1,800. But this is just, you know, over 15,000 tons, 16,000 tons. It's like, what's going on, you know? This is silly now. It's just like,
Yeah, it makes sense when if there was all this high tech stuff around, like what we think of as almost, you know, the biblical, pre-biblical times, or pre-flood times, are actually more just crazier. The giants and flying saucers and laser beams and all this technology and stuff, and of course the mutating, splitting, you know, working with genes and stuff, DNA and that, and fucking around with animals and that,
yeah, they're definitely
cloning and all that sort of stuff.
the
Yeah.
Apis bull. Have you heard of that one?
What's that?
The Apis bull.
No.
So this is one they think was like modified in some way, because they mummified everything in Egypt, not just the royal family, but like the birds. They got thousands of herons, you know, that have been mummified, and this animal and that animal. But there was this Apis bull. They made this ridiculously large coffin for it. Big black, I don't know, some sort of granite, I believe. Huge lid on it, and the remains were completely destroyed. So that was quite interesting, because everything else had been, you know, respected and taken care of. So yeah, it was very, very strange. Very strange.
What was interesting is all this stuff about Tartaria and the world fairs and all these buildings getting burnt down and stuff to hide it. You know, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But do you remember when the Taliban blew up all those statues and that? Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why'd they do that?
Yeah, that's
Remember how crazy that was? Everyone's going, what the fuck are they doing?
yeah, it's like when the Americans went into the museum and took certain artifacts.
Yeah.
The war.
Oh, they took over the museums, yeah. Well, because it's all Babylonian shit.
Yeah.
That's all from Babylon.
What the frick were they removing, you know?
Yeah.
And that's the thing, they would disappear in certain things. Like, what was it? The Kandahar giant, you know? Again, back to
I love that story.
Say again?
I love that story.
That's, to me, what impressed me about it was the fact that the helicopter pilot and the guy on the ground had never met, yet they told a similar story. So I was interested in that. I thought, okay, that's interesting.
It's just awesome. It just would have made an awesome, like, 80s Bruce Willis movie or something.
Mate, that would have been
fucking concept
the
is so
shit,
cool.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
The Dulce base is also a good one too. I mean, you know the Dulce base story?
Which one's that?
Oh, Dulce, New Mexico.
Yeah.
And this guy who was working for this drilling company, and they had these pretty cool drills and shit to drill out the to make way for buildings and stuff. So they were given this job out in the desert, right? This remote place, and they had to dig this big, foundation, whatever, for some building they're doing. So, but little do they know, there's a fuck up, right? And they dug through into a secret military base, underground base.
Oh shit.
Which was filled with fucking 6-foot aliens and 12-foot aliens with guns and laser beams, and all this shit just spilled out of the underground thing, and they started having firefights with all these 12-foot aliens and shit.
Fuck.
Absolutely mental. I like that. That's a good story too.
The Morlocks.
Yeah, exactly. It was, yeah. But that would be a great movie too, Arnold Schwarzenegger or whatever, out in the desert, whatever. And all of a sudden,
check out the 5-foot footprint that Michael Tellinger found. That is another one that's just like it. Oh, I forget what's the term where they have melted the rock to form its shape. It kind of lends some credence to that idea, because the rock must have been soft for the footprint to have been placed, and then it was left and it went hard again. So it gives rise to the idea that they were able to soften or make these rocks malleable so that they could put them where they wanted to, which is why the joints and everything are so perfect. Look at the terminology they use for it. Oh man, I'm just finding this one about this big bloody Japanese rock. The one that Adam posted. I'm not sure where that one's from. Let me show you this one near the end. Definitely this channel. Hello. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, they talk about this similar There you go, look, that's got the name on it. I'll grab that for you. Look at the size of this bastard. That's 16,000 tons. Oh, it's not that one. It's that quarry, but it's over the other side. And they were looking at the analysis, and they were seeing that similar striation mark. But yeah, this is the block in question. Here's the video if you want to. I timestamped it to that bit, but I mean, yeah, ropes and pulleys, really? Now you're up to 16,000 tons. You still going with that story? Oh, they greased the ground, did they? They built a ramp, did they? It's like, okay, cool story, bro. Yeah, possibly. I think the only thing that can answer that question, Adam, is when the walls have actually been destroyed or broken down. There are elements where you can see the broken stones strewn around. Look at that though, Daz. What do you make of that? $16,000 tons. Look at the cuts they were making. Look how deep they are. I mean, if you put a human next to that, you know, he'd be like an ant. These things are absolutely massive. Yeah, that's one of the notions. I forget the term for it. I'm trying to see if there's a human. Yeah, that is one for scale. 5 foot tall people, so you get an idea of how big that bastard is. It's also got those nubbins on it that you see everywhere. Those nubbins are everywhere. So yeah, get your teeth into that one, see what you think. Yeah, I've heard that one. They got the sand wet and they dragged it, and it's ridiculous. When you that channel, if I find it, I'll post. But yeah, some of those stones inside, man. It's nuts. I mean, the size of these things is just ridiculous. Look at this. Where they've chopped blocks out. Sometimes hard to appreciate scale without people in it, but yeah, they come up with these silly ideas that actually are more implausible than. Look at this, where they've chopped it all the way along. Just incredible, you know. This has got to be a cut. I don't know. Those people are tiny. How big is? Just trying to get some sort of measurement for it. Yeah, that is a possibility. The only thing with that, Adam, Michael Tellinger pointed out this: the patina. So he reckons that the patina takes a certain amount of time to build up, and he reckons that's a good estimate. You're right about that. Yeah, they are a bit dodgy, but if the patina's right, then yeah, that's really the only way to try to figure out. Let's see if they tell us how big this. Yeah, that is true. No, I'm with you. We know how dodgy they can be, especially with their chicken bones. Yep. Wow, that's a question. It could be once every procession of the equinox. Who knows? What's that? 24,000 years, something like that. So that's an idea. Yeah, that is a good point. I think the Tepes are helping with that. They seem to have some interesting markings. The many Tepes of Turkey. Always more questions. It's kind of designed that way. Yeah, it's frustrating. I want answers, damn it. But as soon as you go to try to find answers, every time 20 questions. Confusion 7.0. Yeah, no answers available. Just lots of unknowing. Layers of unknown. A result. Yeah, people are doing a lot of good work to get closer to something. It's like that Oak Island, isn't it? Oh my goodness. The things they found. It starts out, oh, I read the Reader's Digest and there's an island, there's a story, this, and this, and they grow up, become successful, have a business, and they decide to go and have a poke around, And they found Roman artifacts. And yeah, just they don't seem to get any answers, just lots more questions. Lots and lots and lots more questions. they've got their own mine shaft now, so they'll be able to route around. I always thought they should do that. Just dig a big hole and get down there and start routing around. It was really frustrating when they do the boreholes and drop those cameras down, and you just see bugger all, just like bits of dust, and then it would get all the silt up, and oh my goodness, like you thought you were going to learn something, and just got more annoyed because there was like a flash of an object. And, oh goodness. Like, just dig a hole and get down there, man. Oh, and then in the swamp area, which looks like it's man-made, they found some bloody artifacts which supposedly belonged to the indigenous people, so that halted things for ages. But they found this whole road, and well, you know, cobbled street, basically stones on top of stones, very rudimentary and rugged, but it was similar to the ones over in, I think it was France. And you only really need roads if you've got real heavy goods on carts, so that was a interesting bit. And yeah, they own most of the island now, if not all of it. And yes, it's been fascinating to watch and uncover, but frustrating at the same time. What the? What is it? It's huge. Is it a Ferris wheel? I see an Iron Cross band, verboten. Oh, a TBM. Okay, cool. That's a big TBM for the time. What the frick were they using that for? It reminds me of the one from Total Recall. I got 5 kids to feed. The Thames Tunnel, okay. They used one for the Eurotunnel, but yeah, that's very interesting. This is, I had a brain fuck, complete speculation, obviously there's no evidence, but I was thinking that if we had some sort of container, which does definitely seem like we do, maybe in Antarctica, they were using these to try to go underneath it, because you have the official explanation, things like Eurotunnel, Thames Tunnel. You have the conspiracy explanation, deep underground military bases, but then there's an esoteric level, and there's probably other things as well. And I thought, yeah, well, we know they're in water with the suits. They don't go into vacuums, they don't go into space. They're in neutral buoyancy pools and things. So I'm thinking, are they getting them ready to go beyond the container? You know, is there some liquid? You know, so it was just a funny idea I had, but I was thinking maybe they're killing, you know, 2 birds with 1 stone. So here they are pretending to be in the vacuum when they're in water with a big green screen, but then maybe they are actually going into water, which is why they use those suits in water all the time. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I was going a bit mad, but it made sense. Exactly. But I was thinking, well, we know they can't really use vacuums because the one time they did try it, the guy just went buff on the floor, right? But you'd have thought over 70 years maybe, but they don't seem to do any testing of the suit inside the thing, which means they can't be going to that environment. It's like you don't train scuba diving to go into the desert, right? It's just silly. So why would you be using a suit inside a pool when it's meant to be going? You know, it's just totally doesn't make sense. Yeah, we sort of know what's going to happen. He's going to become a puffer fish. Those zippers are really good in vacuums, don't forget them. Special NASA zippers. All scuba suits have zippers. That's the thing, you can make zippers watertight, I think, to some degree. Vacuums, I don't know if you put your life on the line for that one. But didn't they also had, it wasn't a vacuum, but it was a test for, the high altitude pilots, where they were put into an environment where they were simulating high altitude or something. And a lot of that didn't go well for them either. They kind of went a little bit funny. I know you know the video and the thing. But yeah, that was another interesting little test they did. I don't know if it was U-2 pilots or SS-71 or X-15, but it was something like that. They were going pretty high, pretty fast. And that's right. I think they were trying to test their cognitive abilities whilst in a high altitude environment, something like that. Didn't go too well. Ooh. Oh yeah, they have to squeeze to push the blood.
CIA U-2 high-altitude flight suit. Veteran CIA pilot Al Rand wore this specially constructed high-altitude pressure suit and helmet during U-2 spy-plane overflights of the Soviet Union height of the Cold War.
Hey, Chuckles.
Cuban Missile Crisis. Above 62,000 feet, a loss of cockpit.
How's it going? You okay there?
Hey, what's up?
Pressurization.
Oh, we're just checking out this short video to do with high altitude suits because they never test the spacesuits in vacuums. They're always in swimming pools.
Can have fatal results.
One time.
Exposed human fluids boil away, preventing the delivery of oxygen to the body. Compressed gas trapped in the pilot's lungs expands as the ambient pressure decreases, causing the lungs to enlarge and rupture, process as pulmonary barotrauma. With this special flight suit, should the aircraft lose pressurization, tubes running the length of the suit inflate, pulling the nylon material tight across the extremities of the pilot's body. Air bladder, located at the chest and abdomen, fill, exerting pressure to the outward expansion of the chest, preventing so the aircraft can descend to a safe altitude. Recently declassified documents confirmed that in the late summer and fall of 1962, the CIA, acting on information provided by spies, flew secret surveillance missions over Fidel Castro's Cuba in an attempt to locate covertly installed Soviet nuclear-tipped medium ballistic missiles. In nearly a dozen flights, Al Rand and his fellow CIA pilots located 19 surface-to-air missile batteries positioned to protect newly constructed high-security military installations throughout the island. CIA analysts determined the batteries and associated construction sites revealed frozen to place nuclear-armed missiles within range of the U.S. heartland. In a ploy to guarantee the collection of irrefutable photographic evidence, the agency delayed scheduled U-2 flights to allow the launch facilities to advance nearly to completion. Ready to proceed with the confirmation flight, the scheduled CIA pilot was ordered from the cockpit by President Kennedy, replaced with an active-duty U.S. Air Force officer on the advice of General Curtis LeMay, Air Force Chief of Staff. The spy agency's view with an Air Force pilot at the control brought back exclusive evidence of the offensive missile site, igniting the 13-day Cuban Missile Crisis that brought the superpowers to the brink of nuclear war.
That was interesting.
Yeah, they're never going to get a spacesuit to work in a vacuum, ever.
No. Not if they keep putting zippers on them.
Yeah, somebody should be fired for even suggesting that. Kind of a dead giveaway, if you ask me.
What's that? The zippers?
Yeah, the zippers.
Yeah, there's something very hinky about that whole thing.
Well, maybe Prada, the clothes designer, will figure it out, right?
Well, the funny thing is, I was watching that Apollo Detectives, and they mentioned that the company that's building the suits for, you know, all the modern whatevers, they pulled out recently because they failed, and yeah, to meet all these requirements.
You don't say.
Why don't they just go get one of NASA's? They got like 25 on a rack now.
Let's pull the old Apollo suits out of retirement. Just reuse those, right?
Exactly. They seem to be pretty useful. They worked without any bother. They never had any issues with them.
That's usually how it goes with propaganda. It just seems to work.
Yeah, they didn't even need to test anything, you know. It's just slap it together, throw it down, away you go.
Tell you what, I wish NASA would just build like everyday suits. You know, I don't need the spacesuit shit. I just need, you know, a suit that's got air conditioning and heating in it.
That'd be cool.
Probably not hire a guy to cut my grass anymore. Probably cut it myself.
Yeah. Figure out something nice and comfortable. Just like in Next Gen. Man. Always. I was looking at that flying wigwam earlier, and there was a quote somebody had pulled out from a book which said that the tinfoil was like 2 layers thick, 0.03 millimeters, and if you dropped a screwdriver, it went through the floor. It's laughable, you know. Like they obviously don't talk about these things, but yeah, if you dig into it, it's there, and it's just they don't even care to make the story plausible. Or they know that so many people just believe they can say whatever they want, and everyone's like, "Oh, that makes sense. It was for weight reduction." Whatever nonsense, you know.
I don't remember if it was Armstrong or Aldrin, but one of them was talking about whenever they had to walk around in the lantern, they had to be careful of where they stepped because they hole through it.
Just like an aeroplane wing, no step. No step. You see it all the time.
But yet there's 50,000 pounds of fuel.
That's right. The way that they sat down and they stayed sitting for what, 37, 38 hours? They didn't move, they didn't stand, they just, three of them sat down next to one another. 38 hours.
And it's wild, man. Get it?
They're not even trying.
Maybe they're just trying to see how much BS they can shovel down your throat before you catch on.
Apparently quite a bit.
If they can do that anymore, too many people is questioning their nonsense.
Yeah, I think they've gone a bit too far and people are like, wait, what?
I bet if you were to take a survey, it's probably 50% of people probably don't believe in the moon landing.
Yeah, that one. They will eventually admit that one soon. They've layered it in the minds of people that it was fake and getting them used to the idea. They just did that new one, didn't they? Was it film or series with Black Widow Bird? Sigourney thing.
Yeah, I don't really keep up with them anymore. I don't know what it is they're doing anymore.
It was on Apollo Detectives. Yeah, they were thinking it was like a pad for people, so that when they tell them, it was all a bunch of BS. That they've got a little safety map, and the film or whatever it was, they kind of joke a lot about it, saying, "Oh yeah, we do this fake film just in case the real one doesn't." But the real one did happen. We did, So they put that angle on it, but yeah, there certainly seem to be soft soaping people into that idea. You had any good conversations recently?
Nowadays, I don't really get involved in conversations anymore. No matter what you show people or tell people, they just don't care. It's like
Yeah,
whatever.
it happens, sadly.
People are going to believe whatever they want to believe, despite any evidence you provide.
Yeah, belief is really for children. It's a mind virus.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that people still believe in the moon landing at this stage is proof that people just believe whatever they want to believe.
They believe the world pulled over their eyes, something like that. Right, I'll leave you in Adam's capable hands. Gotta get some shut eye.
Have a good night.
Cheers, buddy. Be well.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Pizza or a penny?
My God.
No, well, yeah, because at some point I started talking shit here about how, like, well, okay, so I don't remember exact play by play, but it was basically like, dude, those guys are so fucking triggered. I go, I can't post on that server. It's like, what's the point of being on a server that can't post? So I said, well, how about this? If you time me out for spam for posting one thing, I'll just time you out here. And if you don't like it, stop doing it to me. Or just tell me what's going on. So at some point, they sent like his dude after me. I have to look back to see who it is, who just started like just barraging my inbox full of like insults and shit. And I'm like, dude, if I'm going to be insulted, I must first value your opinion. Okay, try thinking this out. Do I value your opinion? No. Can you insult me? No. And he just kept it up. He just kept everything you could think of. He just kept throwing shit. And then finally, like, he blocked me and said that I blocked him. And I'm like, how did I do that? He goes, because you won't engage with the feedback I'm telling you. I go, your feedback is worthless, dude. I don't care. If you want your feedback to be like, do you want me to care about your opinion? Then give me something to care about. It was like one of the, I can't remember. I'm going to have to look it up now. It's going to drive me nuts.
Sounds like middle school drama to me.
Oh, yeah. They are very into drama. That's like the one thing that they do there. It's like, man, they love the drama. I think it was NORAD. But I don't think I share any servers with him anymore, so I won't be able to find. Looks like I got his user ID. Do you have his user ID? I can find it in. I know I took a few screenshots of it because it was just ridiculous.
Oh, you poor people are still debating in here. Oh my god. You
Oh
fucking
my
worthless.
god.
The horror.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to fuck off if you don't like it.
Yeah, I could buy all of you, you fucking faggots.
Yeah. Go suck a dick.
Hi, nice to meet you too. Thanks for dropping by.
Yep.
Anyway.
Do we like Donald Trump in here? Does everybody in here like?
No. Go away.
Like it when he doesn't talk.
Yeah, carry on. I just intervened to mute them.
Well, he changed voices. Was it the same guy that he put on the Donald Trump filter?
No, it's me, two different people.
Oh, okay. The Donald Trump guy talked off filter once, and I was like, dude, you sound like a little nerd.
Yeah, he thinks leaving and rejoining is going to take the mute off. It's not.
Going through my screenshots, I just got one of Geeks. I'm like, oh, what a mug. Here's one. This dude, probably one of the guys who complained. He was on the bot economy on this server, and I robbed him, and I took like 12,000 credits from him, and he said, you idiot, crit, give me, blocked. And then, but he didn't know that if you block someone, they can still rob you. So I robbed him again, and then he unblocked me to tell me that I cheated somehow. Like somehow I'm hacking the bot. I'm like, no, dude, you're just a moron.
Hey Charles, I was busy so I couldn't listen in properly. Can you briefly describe your
The Earth is a globe.
In your imagination.
Who said that? Who was the pokey who said that?
No, I just
meters. Okay, now you have 120 meters to go to be seen at where they saw it. Right? So they need to invoke the refraction that would need to exist for that observation. And if you paid attention to the PDF, the observation was made 2 weeks apart, right? It isn't just one test. So there was three tests on one tube meteorology. Right? Should be reversible. But that's not the case. That's why it's ad hoc. As Jedi was pointing out. There is no, that's why I asked, how do you account for refraction? Because there's actually no method to account for refraction. So they use something called quick and dirty called the standard refraction, right? And how does that work? Oh, they just simply use a bigger globe. 7.6R. Multiply the radius times 7.6. Now the Earth is 0.166 times bigger. And that's good enough. And if it's not that big, right, then you just say there was some weird weather condition.
Okay, so all right. So if a flat Earth test was to be done, or a laser experiment, or something, and like they use standard refraction, right? Like during the measurements, and like
Hey,
wait, they use
well,
standard.
well, do you want
Yeah,
me
go.
to address if you use standard refraction in the laser test, like the FE core one?
No, no, like the peer-to-peer one, I think it was.
Peer to peer. That's such a short distance. I mean, I don't even know if that would even.
Dr. John D, 6 inches above the surface of the water, 9.6 miles between the two targets.
Yeah, I'd have to look to see what that would do. Like how far that would move it, like what, 3 inches or something? It's such a short distance.
Yeah.
I mean, but like in general, when they do it, like globe. So you're saying that globe earthers can't deny that, right? When they go, "Oh, refraction," and then you tell them, I mean, they plugged in standard refraction, and it still fits a flat Earth model. They can't deny that. They can't go, "Oh, well, actually, they have to test the real," you know.
They can do whatever they want and will do whatever they want. So I'll give you, for instance, FE core. Standard, if you use standard refraction and predict where the laser should hit, it moves the laser down 5 meters. So the laser should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. With standard refraction, that would move the laser down 5 meters. So you still have 122 meters to go, right? And then if you add in beam divergence, there's another 2 meters. Okay, now you have 120 meters to go to be seen at where they saw it, right? So they need to invoke the refraction that would need to exist for that observation. And if you paid attention to the PDF, the observation was made 2 weeks apart, right? It isn't just one test. So there was three tests on one day in April, and then waited 2 weeks, and then they repeated the 2 longest ones, right? So not only did you have to have an extremely weird weather condition with refraction that is literally 20 times flatter than the normal standard refraction, right? So a globe that has a radius of 65,000 miles, that's what this observation would fit. You understand that? A radius of 65,000 miles. That's the size of the Earth that this observation would have to fit. And 2 weeks later, when they did it again, it just happened to have the same weird weather condition. Does that seem reasonable? There's no evidence for the that weird weather condition. And that is really the purpose of the meteorological stations, is because that shows that there was no, like, you know, crazy, you know, they didn't snap the picture when a storm front was passing by and one side and it was like in between them. Right. So
I mean, I don't think flat. I don't really think FE core, in my opinion, is like a good one, right? Because everyone denies it because they use Snell law to
Who cares?
account for calculated
Who
refraction.
cares? Yeah, but
What do you mean?
who cares? I don't care. I'm not looking for agreement. Like, the
Can
test
you
speaks for itself. Anyone that's honest and evaluates that test, and not some anti-flat earther on the internet, has to concede that the results of that test are damning for the globe. It doesn't matter what some anti-flat earther on the internet copes about.
Can you use Snell's law to account for refraction?
No,
Or you
not in this condition.
refraction?
So Snell's law cannot be used in what's called a gradient indexed medium. They are not mathematically equivalent. And there's peer-reviewed published papers on that. So, I mean, these are just arguments from anti-flat earthers that just are repeated over and over again, but they actually, upon like investigating the veracity of the objection, there's no substance to it. Yeah, and I'll post that in live stream voice text. And if Jedi, you had something to say, go for it.
We're all talking about like a hypothetical observation right now, right? Not a real image or anything.
No, these tests have been done. He's specifically talking. Well, two of them have been brought up. One is a few tests done by an organisation called FE Corps, Field Engineers Corps, and the other one, which was the peer-to-peer observation, which was done by a gentleman called Dr. John D. So we're talking about actual ones. The reason why I'm muting my microphone is because people want to pour scorn on people that are supposed to be flat earthers. This technology exists and has existed ever since we started passing lasers through the atmosphere. We use this technology all of the time. The military use it for defense and offense. They use infrared lasers, for example, for targeting systems. And they now use lasers, for example, as offensive weapons. The distances that these lasers go would be very, very ineffective if we had to take into account the effect of refraction upon the laser. They start bending all over the place. People will get hurt. So we don't have to go with peer-to-peer or FE Corps. We can look at the military laser tests, and those ones have been done. We've got loads of information on that, because they have to calibrate their lasers. They use dual and tri-band lasers. Dual and tri means they're using different frequencies of the visible and non-visible spectrum. So ranging from blues and greens to infrared. So, and we understand that infrared light refracts less than visual light. And visual light, if it's just passing through one medium, doesn't necessarily, as Injo pointed out, reflect that much anyway.
Okay.
Quickly
Yeah,
want to welcome OMCMO. Welcome to the panel. Sorry to interrupt, guys.
yeah, like yeah, I'm honestly just trying to.
Hello, ladies. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And mostly, thanks for having me. I'm just gonna stay quiet for a while and listen.
Alrighty, let us know if you have any questions.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I don't want to jump in the middle of the conversation. I see like lots of interesting people here. I'm just gonna try to be quiet. I'm a bit shy, you know, so I'm gonna just listen for a while. Then maybe I'm gonna add something if I have something interesting to say. Yeah.
Sounds good. Don't be shy, and glad to have you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, guys. By the way, we live on Rumble.
Nah, man. Sorry, I've never heard a Polish rapper before.
No listening.
You rap in Polish?
Yeah, I was rapping like 20 years ago, but now I release some tracks, you know, so it's a paradox, it's a butterfly effect, because some tracks was made like 20 years ago and now is uploaded on YouTube like a year ago, so it's crazy, you know, people think I'm like acting childish sometimes, you know.
Are you saying you're a Polish rapper?
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I'm the only Polish rapper.
You guys are like cock-blocking me, man. Like, I want to. Do you rap in Polish or in English?
No, I'm the only Polish rapper who rap in English. But I heard the Eminem's have some Polish roots. So that's why he don't like Polish people so much. Like, you know, that's what I heard. I don't know.
Powiedz coś po polsku. Powiedz coś po polsku do mnie.
Witam pana, dobry wieczór państwu. Hello.
Okay, he's legit. He's legit.
Yeah.
Wait, did you have some bars real quick?
There's a theory I was swapped after birth, or like maybe I was, you know, maybe I'm from other place. Maybe my uncle is my father, and my uncle was American. Like, so I don't know. Maybe I'm not so Polish, but I don't know. It's just a theory. It's not.
Wait, India, did you have him spit a bar real quick?
No, I was just wondering how he rapped.
Oh, bro, you got to spit a bar real quick, man.
Oh no! Don't make me do it, man. Like, I'm really shy now. I'm blushing.
Hey, zarapuj dla nas. Zarapuj.
I don't know, man.
I came here for the bars.
MCM, yeah. My name is MCM, yeah. So I'll go like this. No. I don't want to do this. I can play you one track later.
Do it. Come on, you got it, man.
No.
Yo,
Don't press
MCM, again, bitch, check if you can. The only true bland. Strictly with a plan to get a first stand. DEA. So I ran. Always there. If you want to fry a blunt, no problem. Just call NIM. It was like I was making like it was 20
Damn,
years
son,
ago.
where'd you find this?
Okay.
No, sorry,
Okay.
I'm not thinking I'm like a best rapper in the world or something. I was just like releasing and people think I'm crazy now. Like, but I had to do it. Like, I have a better internet now. I have a good phone, like and a laptop. I didn't do it like before because I have I didn't have an opportunity. I was doing it before, but then I got a job. I have even had a few concerts, but I get a job and. In the office kind of thing, and I dropped it, and then I came back, and then I lost everything, and my girlfriend backstabbed me, and said the only thing left was this rap. So I was doing this rap again, and then I stand back on my feet, and the rap just stayed. And that's how it works. It's my
All right,
past,
man.
like it's open book. If you put OOMCMO is a funny name. Like people call me OMCMO or something. It's MCM, yeah. So if you put it there, like it's on SoundCloud, it's on fucking YouTube and everywhere. So anyway, like it's an open book. Like you have all my life documents. It's kind of thing. I didn't take anything down. Like, I took some embarrassing things down, but there's still funny things in the internet I can't take down. So you might be
Yeah, bro.
surprised.
Very nice. Well,
This-
thanks for sharing.
this is-
Thanks for dropping. Yeah, thanks for spitting that bar for us.
Thank you, guys. I didn't have such a big audience for ages, so I'm flattered now.
I see what you did there. Flattered. Very nice. Okay, well, back to Indio and the rest of the panel, guys. Let's continue cooking.
Mr. Cosmic Dip. He saw his escape hatch, dude, and he freaking jumped in it.
Shit, I had an interview.
Damn, he took that instant transmission out of here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, in UMC, Mr. Cosmic was painting himself in a corner, and like as soon as we started talking, he was like, "Let me dip out of here." He went like Homer Simpson into the bushes.
Shit. No, it's like because of Redman, like someone played me Redman when I was like 7 or 8 years old, and it wrecked my head, That's why I do it. Probably. It's his fault, It's all about it's all because of Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang was for the children. That's how it was.
W.
Hey, look.
A lot of people on the panel here, guys. Mike Powell, welcome. Flatsy, welcome. Platter, welcome. Pawn Raw, listening pass.
What the hell, man? Am I chopped liver?
Yes.
Hi, chopped liver.
Fuck. Hate being chopped liver.
And
have you guys spoken to Pawn Raw before? Pawn Raw.
Kind of.
And this is a no listening panel, guys, so make sure you speak up.
Hello.
Listening. You hear me?
What's up,
Austin R. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you? Hey, let me go outside, actually.
There we go. I'm back.
If the Earth is contained, is the outside really inside?
His though.
Is above, so below.
Yes. No.
Going outside to check to make sure it still ain't spinning.
Plane of inertia, yeah?
Also, welcome Victor, bottom of the panel.
Welcome, Victor.
So Austin.
Hi everyone. What's up?
Hey.
Austin, are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
The gun sound. Remember we talked about it before. I don't really know. I come to these sometimes to listen and gain insight, knowledge. So.
Okay, what do you know?
What do I know? This is exactly how it went last time. Okay.
What if you trust your senses? What if you trust your senses?
Okay, maybe I should know. But I haven't really put in effort to look around the channels and do research. I've been kind of focusing on other things.
You just happen to be.
In your opinion, in your opinion, what needs to be researched? What information do you need that you don't have already?
Like I heard one question. Like, because I heard that Archangel Michael is like actually a captain of some Starfleet and shit, and and the Archangel Gabriel is like a captain of some other Starfleet, and it's like for all about these Orion Wars and shit. So what you think about
Yeah. Stop drinking ayahuasca. Anyway.
I'm always afraid. I never did it. It's too much for me. But like I'm going to the rabbit hole too deep. Maybe there's the guy Holistic Remedy 9. He's called Kelvin Strange Cripple, and he's on.
Hey, want to hear something even crazier?
Come back out of the rabbit hole. Drink some paraplegics. You'll be okay.
Yeah. So want to hear something even crazier? There are no starships. There is no outer space. That's even crazier.
There's no space because there's a fucking firmament, isn't it? And all the aliens are actually terrestrials, but they live underwater, in the inner earth, isn't it?
What's going on?
Wait, what did you say?
The only aliens are on the southern border, and they're pouring over like crazy. But hey,
it's not.
Dude,
Canadians
are pretty bad.
Well, listen, like I asked Austin a question. I really like.
It's just different people who use the eugenics. They change a lot of it.
My Polish friend. I do apologise, my Polish friends, but you kind of interrupted Injo's question to Austin. So if you don't mind, just let Austin and Injo have this back and forth, mate. All right, we'll get back to you, fucking aliens later.
So, it's actually good that happened because I've had time to think about my answer. Really, so I know you guys are against looking to the sky for answers, and I understand that. So mainly, I just haven't been convinced all the way.
It's not
because I need to look into stuff.
Okay, first of all, it's not
like when I look.
Listen for a second. It's not that we're against it. This isn't like a we like it, we don't like it thing. It's logically irrelevant, just from a point of logic, right?
Yes.
You can't tell what your house is built out of by looking at your neighbor's house.
Right, I understand that.
Right, so you can't look up to determine the ground because now you can have inferences about what the ground might be from that, but you can never have an actual proof of what the ground is. Right, so you'll always be in speculation mode. It's not about not dislike. It's nothing like that.
So a long time ago, when I was when I was here more active. Wait 1 second.
One second.
That's about 10
2
now.
seconds.
Yeah, I'm
3 seconds. Coke is here in the panel as well. Coke, Chino is in the panel. Welcome, Chino. Whatever your name is, bro. Welcome back, dude. There's also cousin Sueño, Globe Earther. Oh, snap. Who else is here with us? Anybody want to chime in? Say hello.
Who's the guy that's muted? OOMCMOO. Who's that?
That's the Polish rapper.
Oh, gotcha. Brilliant. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, I think he's. Austin has to go. He will be back.
Thanks.
Okay. So who's next?
What are you guys talking about? What's the topic? Or
yes,
brother. You see the videos about the astronauts, where there are bubbles, right? Like in space.
Okay. We're going back to season 1, guys.
Yes, it's the short answer to that. Yes, we've seen them.
Like bubbles in space. It's hilarious. It's a little old though. You know.
Yeah, because they laugh at the people because in the post of Instagram by Buzz Aldrin, he said, "You see the bubbles?" Like a
Did you know
billion
they put
squash.
snorkels in their helmets too? They put snorkels in their helmets because astronauts were drowning. They were finding some pockets of space water and mysteriously drowning.
Yeah, like they train in water.
Well, basically, everything is underwater. That's what it is.
What's underwater? And welcome L Bunker as well.
Fish are underwater. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, when they say that they are outside the International Space Station, it's actually a pool, right? Yeah, they are underwater. Yeah.
What's it called? The Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory in Cape Canaveral or Houston or wherever it is, I don't know. But yeah, Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. Huge swimming pool with the International Space Station in it, so the astronauts can train. Gotcha.
Not everyone trains there. So if you look at pictures from there, they have like the flags from every country in the world. Everybody trains there.
Wow.
Yeah. Taylor was doing the lobby today. He's like, I want to be an astronaut. I'm like, take scuba classes and learn how to act. But the other dude dipped, man. Dropping like flies, man.
Yeah, right. He just didn't have to go, did he? Fair enough.
W panel. L Bunker, you're in the chat saying Earth's not flat. You people did not learn science.
Ooh.
Could you tell us a little bit about science? Debunker 0735. You are up.
Where is he, man?
Well, right below Jedi. Pause.
Yo, Al Bunker, I'm mute, bro. You talking a lot of smack.
The flat earthers are requesting the smoke. L Bunker 0735. L Bunker 0735. You are up.
The Earth is not flat. You people didn't learn science. Can you tell us the science of a shape?
God.
What science predicts a globe? What science says there's a globe? What science is that? Can you tell us? Because I don't think you know what science is, and I don't think you know what science does. The very fact that you're associating with science with this topic shows you don't know anything about science.
Oh shit! Damn, L Bunker, you gonna let him talk to you like that?
Well, he's typing in the text chat, or she's typing. Do apologise, don't want to misgender anyone. But now typing in the chat, and I can't wait to see what this person has to say. What's the point of giving evidence you've already seen when you'll just deny it anyways? Okay. A great response that no one's ever heard before. Sounds more like a defensive type of tactic. Well, I'm not
No,
give you
it's actually a projection. He's really saying, no evidence you give me, I'm going to accept. I'm going to reject it. But he's trying to like preempt it, right? By saying we're going to do that before we give him any evidence. It's a game, dude. It's your little game, L Bunker. Saying we're going to deny any evidence when that's actually what you're going to do.
So, which one of you flat earthers hurt this guy? He's clearly scarred and hurting. So,
Well,
who
you
did
saw
it?
his account creation date. Created an account on the 31st and then joined us on the 31st. So he's probably not popping his mic open because he's an alt account and a coward.
Damn, debunker, you're gonna let him talk to you like that, dude?
I think it's his preconceived notions that hurt him.
So I'm going to read what he said, you know. So stupid. The same old stupid shit. If the earth was flat, gravity would make you struggle to go south. When you jump, it would pull you to the North Pole. Okay. Stop watching Vsauce videos where it shows a little animation of somebody leaning. Okay. I just posted a published paper that says, I don't even know if I posted the whole thing. Hold on. The flat earth model. Abstract, we discussed the flat Earth and how Earth models the Earth as a pedagogical example of the application of Gauss's law in the gravitational field. This paper shows the math on that is not true, okay? You're just making stuff up because you saw a Vsauce video. But you think what you just said was science. There was no science in anything you said. You heard a story and you just repeated the story. That's the thing that irritates me. A scientist says something. They must be telling me science. But when the scientist told me this, he didn't actually show me any science to back up what he said. Like Vsauce's video. Did Vsauce show the math? L Bunker? Did Vsauce show you the physics, the mathematical physics, showing that you would have to lean? Yeah, now I'm losing brain cells. The same old shit, dude. You're like a piece of repeating shit, bro. Oh, Bunker, anytime you want, you can uncork your mic and refute anything I said. You can also try to refute it in the chat because I'm losing brain cells is not a reputation of anything I said.
If you jumped up, it would.
Yeah, you'd fly to the North Pole, man. You'd fly to the North Pole.
Shit.
Because you would fly to the center of mass, right? You'd fall north.
Holy shit.
Listen, bro. Are you a science denier, paraplegic? That's what the science says. Don't you know that?
I'm a denier of a whole bunch of shit.
Bro, what you think about the theory is all a torus field, yeah?
What?
It's a plane of inertia. You hear about it? It's like, we like electromagnetic field, like, around us, a torus field. A torus field, no? It's
I don't know,
all
we try
like...
we don't really speculate.
The eyes
man.
are black
That's on
holes
Sunday.
that suck in the light and are like what we see is actually the picture that is produced on the back of our brain. The body is like a 6 neutron, 6 proton, 6 electron, which is a fucking mark of the beast of the simulation. I don't know, I'm just trying to use initiative.
So we have cousin Sueño, Globe Earther. Are you there? Because this other Globetard, he does not have the smoke that we're looking for. So cousin Sueño, step right up. We're so winning. We are so winning. Welcome, the Chronicle. Congrats on the bottom slot. Pause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So you have the VC verified role. Would you like to? Well, are you a globe earther or a flat earther? I'm sorry if we already had this conversation.
Yeah, well, that's all right. We have talked about this, and I'm I'm pretty flat, bro.
Pretty flat. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna pretend to be a globe earther. Have you been in an airplane before, Chronicle? Did you surely you saw the curvature?
Have been in an airplane? No curve.
All right. Well, there's tons of scientists and experts, and they say the Earth is a globe. So why do you deny the scientists and the experts?
I mean, it's more of like a philosophical question to me, because just because I was taught that, I never questioned it until a few years ago. So it's kind of like some people, I guess, in religion. They grow up and they start to question, what they were taught. So I just started looking for, at both sides of it, and people who, such as yourself, perhaps, that lean towards the flat Earth idea, seem to have more equipped arguments, better arguments, more well-reasoned arguments, rather than just, well, you ought to know that. It's just known. Like, that doesn't prove anything. So far, this is the only side I've seen that puts forth any effort into any research or math or history or anything like that, other than, well, that's just what we've been teaching for forever now.
Okay, well,
does that make sense?
Go ahead. Well, there's universities, there's scientists, and you're just talking to a group of conspiracy theorists on the internet. Like, you think that if the experts really knew the truth, they would tell us. So, like, why would you think they're lying?
Probably the same reason as everything else. Control of the masses. I think it's more demonic than anything, but that's just me personally. From maybe a secular point of view, just to control the masses, power, controlling the sheep kind of thing. I think that's why they would do it.
So CB, can I DM you one picture and you just gonna maybe tell people or whatever that you think about this or whatever you do, whatever you want with this, yeah?
You want to slide it again?
Yeah. Because I don't know where to do it. Like, I just want to send you. I see you leading the pack, so I want to send you this. Okay.
Yeah. Send it over, bro. We'll take a look. I'm definitely not the leader here. I'm just the host. But glad to have you as well. Welcome, Lioner. Mr. Lioner. Feel free to chime in anytime, my friend. And we'll take a look at the DM here. Holy. All right, let me post this in the chat. We'll take a look. Chat, what do you guys think of this? What are we calling this? A map? Is this a map or your idea? Well, tell us a little bit about this here. Polish rapper.
Yeah, bro. It's actually is I heard like it's like it was from this underground Polish server, yeah, and people was talking about these things like you talk here, and it is apparently a picture of a earth pond, like from aerial picture, like taken by the German pilot, and it is like showing our earth pond from above, like like a crater. It's like we living in a crater inside, and there might be more craters like this. But like, see, it's our crater, or not crater, crater, and it's like a hole in a bigger earth, like kind of thing, bigger, and it's like showing all the measurements, like and the circle around the circle of the pond. There are like these 13 or families who live in there, like a lineage, how do you call it, the bloodlines or whatever. They have the bases over there, and it's like approximate estimate, like measurements over there. So you can have a look. I don't know. What's your opinion on this? Maybe I'm not an expert, so I'm just like,
okay,
take a wild step in the dark. Yeah.
Yeah, this is I'd say it's interesting. Maybe there's some truth to it. There's a lot of ideas out there about the nature of reality, and I don't know how we would confirm. I mean, maybe we could try to confirm, like at least the yellow line or something. I'm not entirely sure, but this is interesting. Maybe there's some truth to it. I guess if I was going to speculate a little bit, something tells me that there doesn't necessarily have to be only ice beyond our little known area. If that's true, that's fine. But I do wonder if I think the idea, like, oh, it's just ice forever, it seems a little odd. But again, if it's true, that's fine. So I don't know.
Even ice, it might not be even ice. There's a guy on you must have seen him on Facebook. He called his night something 66 whatever, like night, and he's always showing these very strange videos. And last time he showed the video about this hovercraft over Miami, and at some stage it went like supersonic speed up, and it seems legit, it was crazy. I had this video on my yesterday's live stream, but anyway, this guy showed the guy in the tundra forest in Russia somewhere or whatever, I don't know, in some Alaska, Siberia, and I don't know, and he approached the wall, and the wall was huge, man. Like the wall was like a fucking Game of Thrones kind of shit. Like it was crazy, and this video seems real. I don't know. So maybe this. And there was also he showed a video when the guy crossed on the other side of the fucking ice wall. So it was crazy. This guy, Night Hawk. I don't know. I'm gonna find out for you like later on. Get you a link, but. This guy he also have a fucking little Smurfs or something on the camera. Like he's crazy, but he's like kind of very famous, on Facebook. I'm gonna show you him one day.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
Standards.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at the screen. Who's that? Welcome, Lioner.
Yes, how's it going? Yeah, I've been around here a few times.
W, welcome back. Well, let's upgrade your VC verified to something else. So I'm guessing you're a flat earther at this point, or am I wrong there?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hit us with why don't you load up your flat earth revolver with a couple rounds and fire a few off. Let's see what you got in the chamber.
As far as where I'm at with flat earth right now, I'm mostly just trying to learn more about science in general, right? So I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of how it's measured flat and how they use that to then come up with a sphere and derive everything else from there. But I want to be able to debate a little bit better. So that's what I've been working on. Reading a lot of QE's work basically and listening to Nathan Oakley. I do watch a lot of different flat Earth channels and influencers, but they seem to have it down pretty in a concise manner that fits into things that I can prove with science and is straightforward with math. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
All right. Well, let me put my baller hat back on and talk to you a little bit. So, where do I go from here? So, Lioner, Flat Earth, you realize that's a conspiracy that's been debunked by the science, right?
No, I'm pretty sure that NASA measures the ground flat when they're doing their calculations and things like just celestial navigation. Relies on it. The sphere, the map that we created, the latitude lines come from flat Earth measurements. Like there's a lot.
Okay. Do you have a map or a model, sir?
No, I've seen the AZ. It's called the AE or the AZ. I forgot the flat Earth map. I've seen that go around, and I've seen a lot of videos talking about it. And even though it's interesting, I know that map is a projection from the globe. That's a projection from it's just projections that derive from the globe. So, for example, Antarctica goes all the way around it. That's because they take the globe and flying it out. So, to me, that's not necessarily factual.
Okay. So there's no map, no model. Let's see. Have you been in an airplane before? I mean, you can see the curvature.
I've been in an airplane many times. I've never seen it. I never thought about it even before I was on flat Earth. I always felt like we were not high enough to see curvature. Even though during those times, I also thought that you could see boats go over the horizon. I never thought about it on a plane for some reason, but I never noticed any curvature anywhere.
Well, actually, you make a good point. Boats do go over the horizon. What do you have to say about that?
Well, we've shown that one, you can zoom in on them, but two, we've measured. Well, as far as why it looks like it's going over the horizon, it has to do with perspective and just things getting smaller further away. So, of course, after a certain amount of time, it just starts to get so small that it looks like it's disappearing. But besides that, we've also measured that we're at sea level, and that means it's level. There's no curvature there. So even to navigate, they use sea level. They don't account for curvature. If the Earth was curved, they couldn't navigate in the way that they're navigating because the angles would not add up.
Okay. Well, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't we, see the Eiffel Tower, see things farther away?
No, again, we have perspective. So things further away get small to a point into which they disappear. It doesn't mean that they're not there. Also, there's other interferences, I guess. Like the light hits fog, whatever's in the atmos, whatever's in the air. Like there's still a limit to how far light is going to travel because of the things in the air.
All right. Not bad, man. This is pretty good. I mean, I'm just running on autopilot at this point. I think you've answered most of the questions pretty good. The chat, does anybody else want to throw in a question here, or should we move them up? Everyone's being shy, except for Jedi.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't mind, man. If you want to give him a flat earth or whatever, it seems pretty cool.
All right, Lionel, do you want the flat earther role? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, of course. I joined here as a flat earther. It's just been a journey since there's so much to read and so many different people talking about it. So I've been here for almost a year and a half now or so.
Oh wow.
It's just, again, I've been going through all the material that's here, and then this is just one location with documentation out of many. I'm a little bit late, even though I've known about QE. I'm a little bit late into reading all of his documentation, so I really want to spend time on that and get a better understanding. For example, when I'm learning about quantum mechanics, it's super interesting, and I didn't know about it before in the manner that I do now, so I think that's very important.
If you say quantum eraser's name a couple more times, he might turn up.
I know, seriously. Say it again. All right, cool. Well, if any objections, I'll give the chat just a second to see if there's any objections to bumping liner to the flat Earth roll. We'll give it a few seconds. Alrighty, my man. Well, with that being said, go ahead and hook you up with the flat Earth roll. Welcome to the club, my friend.
Hey, thank you. What does it come? Is there any perks? What do I get with this?
Yes. Number one, you get extra boost in Riz. You get clout, status, and many more. You also get a extra entry to our giveaway for Spacey's deals and many other awesome stuff. So
I was playing around, but that's great.
Where's my Spaces voucher? What the fuck? I haven't got one of those yet.
I think we sent that one out in the mail, Jedi. It's just taking a little while to go around the curvature or something. I don't know.
I get you. I've been here fucking 9 years and I still haven't got my Spaces voucher. I get you.
We're just coming from space, so gotta give it a sec.
I'll be here in a minute.
All right, well, we were talking to Chronicle, so I guess it would only be fair if we kind of offer the same type of thing. And I see Hank is here as well. Welcome back, Hank.
Hello, Hank.
So, yeah, Chronicle was answering questions to my baller mode. Chronicle, do you have anything else, or do you want the flat Earth roll as well? Or are you still thinking things over?
No. I mean, I'll probably take it.
All right. Well, if you mess this up, we're coming for you. Just know that.
It wouldn't be the first thing I screwed up in my life.
I send you one more picture.
All right. Well, let me just fix up your rolls here real quick. And you are now officially in your flat Earth blues, my friend. Welcome to the. We're also joined by Hologram Gaja Danta. Welcome to the panel. How are you?
What?
Chilling. How y'all doing?
We're doing great, man. I'm also chilling in a building that's not moving, that's on the Earth, which also isn't moving. What about you?
I don't know anything. As far as I'm concerned, everything exists.
You don't know anything.
Bro, it's hilarious over here.
Oh my god, dude. Serious?
You little weasel! Look at you, you little fucking
I don't-
weasel! In your eyes. You're a
Go ahead,
fucking
Joe.
bitch.
No, I was just trying to repeat what he said. I don't know anything, but everything exists. Did I paraphrase that correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
Isn't that
cool.
Letheism?
So let me ask you if this exists. A situation where nothing exists.
Yeah.
What an idiot. You just
I mean,
walked right into a contradiction, bro. Contradictions can exist?
Of course.
Be true? Can contradictions be true?
Of course.
Contradictions can be true.
Yeah. Polarities exist, don't they?
Can contradictions be true?
Yes.
So something can be the opposite.
Both contradictions can exist.
Okay, then how are you communicating?
How am I not communicating?
This is not
Because if
being done.
contradictions don't exist, then you can't actually communicate. Because
Right.
everything you say
I
is the opposite
can, but that's the thing. To some
simultaneously,
people,
which
I
means
am communicating. To some people, I am
talk
not.
over me because everything you're saying is
So
stupid.
both those people
Yeah,
exist.
you
I'm
can't
just
talk over
I'm
me
just being
because everything you're saying
respectful
is stupid.
of the things that I don't know of. Right?
Be respectful and just not overtalk a little bit,
So
please.
I can take everything you said as the opposite of what you said, and it means the same thing. This is why you cannot communicate if contradictions exist.
Bro, there wouldn't be black without white, yeah? It's actually the white is
He's
black,
talking
and black
about.
is
He's not
white,
talking about
bro, and left is right, right is left.
No,
This is the
no, it's
fucking secret.
not talking about opposites. We're talking about logic and communication. For example, the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity. Something can't be both open and closed at the same time, right? It's either open
Unless
or
he's a
it's closed.
hypocrite.
It can't be both.
Hypocrite can be both things.
Me and you are not going to get on well,
Okay, that's
mate.
enough of that. I took care of that.
Thanks.
Yeah, but can I have a different understanding of something
No.
the next day?
I mean, that's a it's not an equivalent thing that what we're talking about. It's just
No,
very
but like
basic.
there's a concept, and like, can I have a different understanding of that concept as days go by?
Yeah, but we're not talking about that.
How is that any different?
Okay, because you said as days go by, so you have one day and then another day. We said the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
so that
each moment
one
doesn't
day,
exist
another
anymore.
day, you made it
So
temporal.
yeah,
freaking-
yeah. The next moment. We could just say the next moment.
But that doesn't
Each
even mean
moment is a
anything
different
in your
moment.
worldview. But that doesn't mean anything in your worldview because it could mean the exact opposite of what you said when you said it. Yeah, dude, this is how stupid your argument is.
I just don't feel like
you
arguing.
can just say this.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't want to argue.
Not
Like, I am not practiced in arguing.
You're in the dojo practicing right now.
Why would you say something so silly that everything can exist and then say that also means nothing can exist? Because
Yeah. Well, everything comes from nothing.
Oh my god.
Dude.
What is nothing?
Everything. Everything is being. Nothing is being present in this moment, so that
got you now.
you can experience what actually exists.
What's the definition of nothing?
Just to clarify, are you referring to the Big Bang Theory when you say that?
I am not.
Okay. What is the
So what do you mean, like everything coming from nothing?
Well, like emptying all preconceived, notions, anything from that doesn't exist right now. Just emptying that, so I can be with this moment right now. That is like the nothing. To be so dissolved of like my preconceived notions and my habits and my biases, which don't exist anymore. Because right now is the only thing that exists.
okay, wouldn't the moment itself be something and have to exist?
What did you say? What if the moment you didn't have to exist?
You said there's nothing, so you can be in the moment, but wouldn't the moment be something? So you see, as you have a descriptor, it's not nothing anymore.
Right. No, I know. As a human, that's a flaw. As a human, that is a flaw because it's like we're always talking about something. But
no, like definitions for things. Like the definition of nothing is absence of anything. So nothing can't be everything.
right, but everything comes from nothing.
That again, this is why Charles asked you. Yeah, Charles just asked you about the Big Bang Theory. No, things don't just spring into existence for no apparent reason whatsoever. That's magic. It doesn't exist.
Not even magic. There's nothing to do the magic. Magic would be something.
Oh yeah, but that's true. Yeah, you're right.
As soon as there's anything that does anything at any time, it's no longer nothing. Nothing can't do things. Can't cause events. Can't do things. Because as soon as it can do things, that means something had to do something else, and then it wouldn't be nothing that did it. But if the law of non-contradiction don't exist, then you can just say any gibberish, and it just means whatever you said and the opposite of what you said at the same time. So you just play potpourri, roll the dice, just to take whatever you want of what somebody said, and just like interpret it for yourself.
Well, that's the only thing that matters. Also, it's like our subjective interpretation, right?
It's not all that matters.
Okay, I mean, what if I have a different interpretation of something, but it helps save somebody's life in my, in my world right now? But for you, it doesn't mean that. And if I went off of what you believed, it would not have saved that person's life. So, does that make my interpretation wrong, and yours right?
Worlds. We don't have separate worlds, bro.
Right, exactly. We have separate worlds. We have separate worlds.
No, we don't. We don't. If I kick you in the balls, there's no world that exists where you didn't get kicked in the balls.
I mean, do you want to get kicked in the balls? That's the thing.
No, I'm not threatening you, bro. I'm giving you...
I know, but you use those words.
Bro, try to think about what I'm saying. If I
to you, it means simultaneously kick you in the vagina.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, they're analogs of each other, but okay.
What if you were paralyzed and you couldn't feel getting kicked in the balls? Did you get kicked in the balls?
Yeah, I mean, you've heard about phantom limbs, no? People who don't have limbs, they still feel their limbs.
Well, some people have limbs and still don't feel their limbs.
Damn, you got your balls taken off, you can still feel your balls getting kicked. That'd be a mess.
What if that's how you lost them, right? So you have that phantom pain forever of being kicked. See, I'm for assisted suicide in that situation.
Oh, shit.
I mean, who wouldn't be? Come on, man. The perpetual feeling of being kicked in the nuts, man. Mercy kill.
True.
Some guys have to pay for that shit, though, so they might like it.
Yeah, like, what?
So, the mistake you made was that just because some things are subjective, all things are subjective. There are some subjective things, but there's some things which are not subjective, such as the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, the law of the excluded middle. So there's no world in which the law of identity is different or subjective, right? Like a cat is a cat, a dog is a dog, a freaking paradise is a paradise.
Wait, like paradise, like the beach, or
no? Wrong. You need a drum roll for that shit. No, you need a little drum thing.
That was the wrong one. Yeah, that was the wrong one.
He'll be here all night. Tip your waitress.
Facts. Apocryphon is here. Grisp, Hank, guys, we are cooking.
Buddy.
Let's go.
Yeah, Kiwi
Also,
tried to join you
Machado.
guys' spaces, man. Apocryphon. He tried to join your spaces at 7:30. The guys did the space at 1 a.m, so he was a little late.
We, dude, this stream went for a total of 8 hours, bro.
No fucking way. Did you go that long last night? That's awesome.
Yeah, we were on it, dude. When he ended it, I looked at the time. It said 8 hours and like 2 minutes. I was like, what the? And while we were talking about it, we're like, what? We're like, how long has it been? Like 4 or 5 hours? Like we even lost track of time, bro. We're like, it's probably been about 4 or 5 hours. We better get off.
Hey, what?
And then I looked at it. I was like, damn, 8 hours. Then I looked at the play. You and him were on it for like an hour. Then I came in. So I was only on it for like 7 hours or whatever. But Miggy was on it for 8 hours.
Wow.
Huey showed up to an empty freaking stage all late. That's hilarious.
So wait,
No,
yeah, what happened?
The link
India?
and it just don't work. No, like if you scroll up, he said to BC, like Link don't work. Like, yeah, because the space is fucking goddamn 15 hours ago, man. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, we ended up like at 6 in the
Guys, get anybody
morning.
good? Get anybody good in there?
Yeah, it was actually really good conversations. Met a lot of cool flat earthers even that are like part of the community on Spaces, like the whole level heads and stuff. A lot of those guys came in there. There's a lot of them. They roll deep. There's a lot of them, and we had a couple good conversations, man. It's good stuff.
Was it like a group called the Level Heads? Is that right? Did you say that?
Yeah, they have Flat Earth Fridays, and then their group is called the Level Heads. That's where like Toby and Alan and Witsit and Shane St. Pierre, Sacred.
Oh wow!
Yeah, all those guys.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm actually in that. We have a group chat, but we have like varying degrees of like participation in it. Just fucking. But I mean, the main thing is like Flat Earth Fridays. So like that. They've been doing like they're on 100. The next episode is gonna be 102.
Oh wow!
Yes, they've been doing it. So it goes weekly, right? So 102 weeks.
Well, that's under 2 years or about 2 years.
Yeah, Sacred's been in here. Sacred's freaking. I mean, he's been in our BC, man. Sacred's a good dude. He's the one who runs it in Proud Flurf. I don't know if it's his sister or his girlfriend or what the deal is there.
I thought it was his girlfriend. Like the way they kind of talk, I thought it was like his girl, like his woman.
They're related in some way. I'm not sure. I don't know.
They might be related.
Does he ever like shut up and go back to the kitchen? Like, what is he saying?
No, just one time they were talking, like their interaction. It just sounded like they were together. Like I didn't want to ask, but it just seemed like it. But they might just be really like cousins or brother and sister. Maybe they're just really like easy, like the way they talk to each other. It could be that too. It's just they're very familiar. It's just not like you and like Flatsy Klein when you guys talk. Like clearly, there's like it's like there's not this connection, if you will. But when they talk, like you could tell there's something there, whether it be like a family or an intimate relationship. I don't know, but it's just you could tell they're closer than a regular online friend. That's what I mean.
All right.
Yo, but they're solid flat smackers, dude. I'm telling you, they get my seal of approval. Solid
good.
dudes, man.
If they come with your seal of approval, that's fine. I've just heard TikTok nightmares and bloody X nightmares of flat earthers saying stupid shit and whatnot. So that's fine, buddy. That's fine.
Well, they don't get involved in drama, so there's a plus right there. Okay, so right off the rip, Dan, that's like number one plus. They don't get involved in drama. They're good at flat smacking. They take all comers. They don't dodge shit. They don't really speculate. I mean, they do speculate a little bit on Fridays, but I think that's just like to throw people a bone. You know what I mean? Because we always got the freaking crystal worshippers and fucking weirdos that come in there.
You got some crazy people there for sure, bro. Oh man, last night a couple of them jumped in there, said the most craziest stuff, and me and Miggy were just laughing like, okay. Wow.
The moon map guy, remember him? The moon map?
Yeah, the moon map dude and the 177 worlds. Bro, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, and that the Earth is a prison? And that we're stuck here for 7 lifetimes?
Yeah, and then the other one said that the Earth is a boat. Oh, that was the moon map. The Earth is a boat.
Yeah, the Earth's a boat. Oh God.
Crazy.
Did any globe earthers come in? Did you have many conversations with?
Yeah, there's a few.
Yeah, there's a load of our anti-flat earthers that are on X. I've noticed, so I'm waiting for them to find us and come and jump and cause havoc.
There was this one guy that jumped in. He was he kind of was a little hostile at first, but you can tell he was like emotional about it, and he was saying that like I guess his son, he got into flat Earth and like it flipped him out and gave him mental issues. So now he like hates flat Earth because it affected his son, and we're like, okay, well, sorry that happened to your son, but and he was like, why should my son believe that? Like he was mad, like. But then after I spoke, and then after Alpha spoke, and then he like you could tell it calmed him down. He was like, well, I appreciate you guys, and explaining it, and then he ended up leaving when someone else started talking about mental problems within people. Then he just left.
Did he say how old his son was?
No, he didn't. Actually, yeah, nobody even asked.
Yeah.
Who's that?
You gotta remember, they come in and they LARP like that, right? Dude, they do these weird propaganda things, right? So you come in, you say, your son caused mental illness. Someone overhears that, and that's just a random person. They're like, oh my God, flat earth is bad. It causes people to go crazy. These people talking that are flat earthers, they must also be crazy, right? It's just bullshit, dude. There's a lot of bullshit that goes on. It's so messed up because just go get some measurable curvature, will all go away. Like, it's real simple. Instead, they want to play these silly games, man.
Yeah, there's quite a few people that were cool, and they followed it, and they said they'll be there again next time when he does it again, because he was saying, I'm going to try to do these as often as possible because I work nights, and it'll be cool to do them when I'm up, and I'll try to do them often as possible. So you'll probably see them again if you go back and check it.
Oh yeah, I'll be checking it out again for sure. It was quite a lot of fun. It's my first time on X though, mate. So I was trying to get used to the app and whatnot, and I couldn't even accept Miggy's request for me to be a host. I tried about times, dude, but I don't know. I'm coming on 50, so what the fuck?
Just to tell you, it's the app. It's you can join space. You couldn't do this before, but you can join Spaces through the PC browser, but it's flakier than the phone. The phone is pretty flaky, but in the browser, it's really flaky.
Okay. Yeah, I'm only on my phone anyway now. Can we like live stream these things on YouTube if we do Spaces on X? Can we do that at all?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, Alan does that on Flat Earth Fridays. He broadcasts it on Twitter, right? So there's the Spaces. He broadcasts a stream on Twitter, on X, and he broadcasts on YouTube.
Oh wow! Okay, that's cool.
I think he left. I have to go back and listen to it because the last episode. This is hilarious, dude. So for the last 2 weeks, like the Globe Earthers have been like saying, "Flat Earthers are Nazis. Why are all Flat Earthers Nazis?" Da 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 da. These motherfuckers went and did a Flat Earth Friday and was like, it was titled, "Let's talk about Jewish propaganda." So I was like, awesome, man. They were like, fuck y'all, call us Nazis. We'll just do a whole stream on Jews. And dude, they had people like freaking going bananas, flipping out, dude, because it like backfired, right? They thought like, like everybody's gonna like hide in the corner to call them Nazis. Let's not talk anymore. It actually backfired. And I think Alan left up the stream, the entire stream, and they went from 9 o'clock on Friday, and the last, like, as far as I know, they didn't end until like 3 o'clock. So this is Eastern time, 9 o'clock Eastern time. They ended at like something like 3:30 Eastern time on Saturday.
Wow.
Oh wow! If anyone's interested in what we're talking about Alpha Veritas is starting to do some space is what they call it on X. I posted a link in the text chat. If you want to click on it, and then you could just follow him. The next time he streams, you can join in if you want, but post if you want.
Hell yeah, Indio. We gotta change that, like the header, the visual. I want to post
I
it.
know, dude. Stop.
Bro.
Why are you rushing me, man? Come on.
I got images for you. I got a bunch.
Oh, give me an image. It has to be. Make sure you can it has to be the right size and shit. So.
Okay.
Yeah, Liner, thanks. He actually was using Restream. I don't know if he uses it anymore. They're running through some VPS crap. There you go. I like that one right there.
That's the one that we used in our server for a while. I mean, I'm going to post a couple that you can use or whatever. That one still has a 2.0 on there. It's the flat ever thing.
Whatever.
You like that? I actually really like that. There was this one. Flatloid Wright made us some logo. There's this one. But yeah, man, just when you get to it.
I gotta get rid of those 3 dots. I can't take that shit.
Yeah, that's a screen grab from the damn. That might not be the best one, but it's pretty good. I can.
I mean, I can get the image again, the original image, and resize.
Right.
Because I really like that one.
Yeah, that is a good one.
The one that's part of the server logo, it's animated, right? So it'll that little light will flash for a second. I animated that shit all up. I think it's awesome.
Oh, damn.
You didn't notice that?
No.
Like we got our banner, our server banner. Got to get rid of the little silly. Where the hell is it? There it is. Did you notice? You got to get rid of the hit the little X on the announcements. It'll cover up the server banner.
Oh, like there it is.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, I see it glowing. That's cool. Damn. Yeah, I did not notice that. W.
Dude, that's the flat signal.
Flat signal. I like it.
Dude, I was listening to Dr. I had planned a Dr. Phil one, the Dr. Phil debate that we have. And Bong, dude, I fucking miss Bong, dude. He was just ripping him a new asshole. It was so freaking awesome. Haven't heard it in a long time. Yeah, Bong Saw. He was like, if you don't like flat Earth, why don't you just go and just take some vaccines? Just like, so funny. He was like, go save the world. Go fight for world peace. Like, don't worry, flat Earth isn't gonna hurt anybody. Like, it's just funny, man. Bong is awesome.
Hopefully he's doing well. Shout out to him.
He'll pop up again at some point. He always does.
Oh, Bong up again? Facts.
Dude, he has this weird, like, natural talent ability to just slice through someone's bullshit. It's just, like, so effortless for him. It's like, holy crap, dude. Like, it's like, I didn't see that coming, man.
I'm gonna add him in the chat. Wait. What the? Is he still on the server?
Oh, who knows, dude? He'll delete his account. He'll disappear, delete his account, come back, his account banned. Like he does. Like he's like a freaking secret agent or something.
Damn.
He's had like so many accounts. It's not even funny.
Oh, he's one of them. Got you.
So he wants to stay married. Hey, this is my theory. He wants to stay married. That's why he's had so many accounts.
Nice. Also, what'd you, Lioner, go
Is
ahead.
that what you do, Jenny? Is that your type?
What?
Is that what you do to stay married? I know you're not married.
That is not applicable for me. Whenever you ever talked about me, well, not everybody talks about themselves personally, but hell no, I have been like completely celibate since January of 2020.
Stop the cap. India.
So I've been doing me.
I knew that was coming.
And my accommodations are about to change really soon, and I'm like super excited.
Oh, you got you a mate?
Anyway, somebody was trying to say something.
Yeah, Lioner, go ahead.
Oops, I did.
No, I was just gonna say that I was thinking of making a fake account to pretend to be a baller. I feel like there's a whole bunch of ballers pretending to be flat earthers, and I feel like I should do that.
The whole bunch? I don't
That's
meet them a
always a
lot.
fun thing.
That's rare. I think that's more rare because they don't. They often don't understand our position well enough to try and LARP it. You know what I mean? They'd be like, "Yeah, so I went to the edge." Like, and they expose themselves very quickly, often. So,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna India. Before I left, I forgot to ask you. Do you have any like source or like a paper that says that refraction can't be accounted for? Or,
yeah,
like
he
anything,
can ask you.
anything close to that that I can like read upon. Is Indio here?
Yeah, you wanted to axe him? Facts.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to ask him if he can.
Ah, thank you so much. I didn't want to be rude, but you can do it.
I got it.
He must have got a phone call. I don't know.
Oh, he's
Oh, there
here.
he
I'm
is.
right here, man. Or woman.
Yeah, yeah, India. I was gonna ask like, have any like a paper or like a
Mhm.
PDF or something that's close to the statement that refraction can't be accounted for,
Well, I
or,
mean,
or
they don't
anything.
use those words. They don't use say can't be accounted for. But yeah, I got something. Hold on.
Okay. And if it doesn't say that, can you? What does it say? Right. Like,
Well, I got a bunch of citations. Yeah.
your best one would be my favorite.
I mean, you can pick for yourself. You're gonna read them all, do you? I mean, Jesus. This goes back to, like, so I went through all the peer-reviewed literature on terrestrial refraction going back like maybe 150 years. You know, over a period. I didn't do it yesterday. I did it. I've been doing this for like almost a decade. So over a period of time, I've accumulated information. Let's put it that way. And they all say the same thing. They try to so there's papers which they try to I try to stick to experimental papers. They actually go do experiments, you know, instead of people's opinions on what they think should be happening. So if you look at experiments, right, and if they hey, we're going to do some experiments, we have an idea for a model, we're going to see if this model works. Over and over again, read through all the papers, none of the models match any observation.
You know what I noticed, Indio, is a lot of guys on there on the X. A lot of them try to discredit long distance observations, and I think it's because they're at a point where they have to, because they're becoming more and more, captured or available or discussed. So it just seems like they're doing their magic math to make it make sense to them in their paradigm, because it's clearly not making sense when you match it to reality. So I think they're they're like on a mission or something, and I just wonder if it's like those YouTubers that are putting out that message, like, oh, stupid flat earthers don't know how refraction is or whatever. But it's just so wrong though, like the way they are doing it. So I don't know. I saw that a lot on X.
Mathemagics.
Yeah, that's what it is. Mathemagics. What did I say? Magic man. It's mathemat.
But yeah, refraction just makes things, fuzzy. It doesn't make stuff appear that's from behind a curve. That's not refraction, is it?
Right.
It's made up nonsense.
Well, it can lift stuff up, right? Like that does do that.
No.
Yeah, not much though. There's a refractive index in when you're doing celestial navigation, but it's really small adjustment. It's not a massive adjustment. It's not like, you're 30 miles off or something because of refraction. No, it's really small.
The way refraction is portrayed is just wrong. Things like inferior mirages and superior mirages, that's not even settled in the literature. Did you know that inferior and superior mirages, the causes of them, isn't even settled in the scientific literature? But if you read the textbook, it says it is. And if you go on Google, it says it is. And they have diagrams. This is how a superior mirage is created. Dips down, go through. There's a layer of hot air. There's a layer of cold air. You know, blah, blah, blah. No, but that's not even really settled yet. Because there's something called total internal reflection, right? So if light hits a boundary between two mediums at a shallow enough angle, it'll reflect. It won't refract, it will reflect. So these are two different phenomena. Reflection is not refraction. It don't work the same. It's a totally different thing. So, but an inferior mirage and a superior mirage, they both look like reflections. One looks like a reflection of the top of objects, right? So it's as if you put so if you had, say, something in the distance and you put a mirror on top of it, right? And you looked at it, you'd see the reflection of it, right? Top to top. But if you put a mirror at the bottom, you'd see the bottoms touching. So these are inferior and superior mirages. But what they say is happening is that there's two optical paths of light, dips into the cold air, back onto the hot air, and then you see it, or vice versa. And these are the effects that create the mirage. But this isn't even settled. That was never determined experimentally. But the alternative hypothesis of these total internal reflection hypothesis, these have been experimentally verified. So the thing is, what people think, there's a difference between what you would like Google and find versus what you're going to find if you go on Google Scholar and look through the peer-reviewed scientific literature. They're two different things. These are not the same things.
Google's basically the newest version of Operation Mockingbird. The same reason you don't trust mainstream media should be the same reason that you don't trust Google's algorithms and blacklists.
Yeah, I made mention the other day. I was using ChatGPT, and I said I wanted to write a story about a father, and his children sitting around a table, and then it goes into I just had this whole plot. I didn't say anything about science. I didn't say anything about school, but the ChatGPT created a story to where it's and the kids were, sharing their day at school, and he was like, "Dad, I built a solar system today, and I learned that Jupiter is this size and it's this far away." And I'm like, dang, even ChatGPT's pushing this narrative, bro. Just without even being asked to do it. But they try to put it in every storyline, movie, play, book. It's just amazing how much it's pushed, even through AI now. It's crazy.
That's because the AI has been trained on it, so it knows. It thinks that that's what what's supposed to be.
Yeah, it made up an imaginary family, and little Johnny, 12-year-old, is saying he built a little solar system in class today, and we learned how far Jupiter is and how big it is, and it's just pushing that heliocentric model, though.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
What if the whole reason that the government asked the media companies to censor flat Earth and put that little Wikipedia article there was so that AI wouldn't think that the Earth is flat? Because if the fucking AI shit was just allowed to read the internet back in 2015, or maybe even before, Benghazi, when it was a little more free, it would probably be a flat earther. Because remember, they turned on that one AI, and all of a sudden it started repeating alt-right white propaganda.
Yeah. That's a good point. They have to control the information being loaded up to it because they know that they're using an engine that's gathering that information to give the answers. Makes sense.
Also, real quick, I just want to welcome Modelo Light to the panel. Modelo Light, you are unmuted. How are you, sir?
I'm very good. Thank you.
Awesome. Glad to have you. Are you a flat earther?
I mean, I'm indifferent to the concept.
Okay. What is your understanding of the quote concept?
The quote concept. If the Earth is either flat or round, I mean, I don't really have really an opinion on it.
Okay, well, to be fair, I wasn't really asking what your opinion was. I just wanted to know what is you said like you brought up the concept of flat Earth. I'm wondering what your understanding of that is. When you say flat Earth, what does that mean to you?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I can't really give you a definite answer off the top of my head, to be honest.
Okay, can I interrupt for a second? Mr. Cosmic, scroll up. I posted a bunch of citations in the chat, so I'll read the one I'm specifically talking about. Variations of the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of a wide range of sizes. These include both variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence that cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
Which one is that?
Covered. That is the one by McDaniel and Halhob.
Oh, I see right here. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you go up even further, I posted a link to the wiki, and if you want the actual full citation, like what paper it came from, I'll actually just post it again. Fuck it.
Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by influences of a wide range of sizes. These include both
So it
variations.
sounds like they're kind of saying you can't use trigonometry when surveying the Earth.
Yeah. So the problem is that the simplistic model of refraction that they use, that there's some spherically symmetrical temperature gradient in that the light just bends around through it, isn't how the air actually is. It's more like a beer foam with a bunch of bubbles inside of it. And each of those little bubbles have different refractive indexes. And what ends up happening is this is the results of measuring, right? This is what I'm going to tell you is the results of actual experiments. So if you take a laser, and we know this already, this is the funny thing. You know it really well. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are, right? Why does a star twinkle? It's called scintillation.
This is my favorite.
Yeah, turbulence. Hank got it right. I mean, Jedi. We all got it right. So,
Yeah.
but the thing is, they twinkle because what's actually happening is the light it isn't taking a straight path, but it isn't taking a curved path either. It's just moving around a little bit, right? So sometimes it'll look a little up, sometimes it'll look a little down, but it isn't the amount that they say exists. It's nowhere near that. So they did alpine laser experiments where they took 2-frequency LiDAR and measured a landslide, and they did this over a period of 24 hours. In the largest deflection that they measured, right? And they're actually measuring the angle that the laser enters the device. They're measuring the angle difference, right? So they know exactly how much the light should be coming versus the light it's actually arriving at. And what they measured was the largest deflection they measured, and that's when they were in direct sunlight and you had a lot of heating, and it was like high noon, was an angle of 0.009 degrees. Well, no, 0.0009 degrees, right? And that's the largest measured. At 25 miles, if you're 25 miles away, the equivalent change of angle would be 8 meters, right? The refraction they say they need exist is hundreds of meters. These guys aren't saying there's like a little bit of like things are being displaced a little bit. They're saying, hey, there's supposed to be a mile of Earth curve. Oh yeah, refraction lets you see over a mile of a hump. I mean, I'll just like, Mr. Cosmic, like if you're debating someone or talking to someone about this, right? that's an anti-flat earther and they're hardcore, they're never going to concede. Do you think that's true that they'll never concede?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what you do to demonstrate that they're being unreasonable, non-scientific, crazy people. Okay, I'll just ask them, is there any observation I could make visually that would falsify the globe? And they'll say, what do you mean? Like, I don't know, or I don't know exactly what you mean. You say, okay, say I stood in New York City and I could see the fucking London Bridge.
Or
Could
by
you
the way,
explain that away with refraction? And they'll say yes. I'm telling you, they'll say yes. They'll claim that refraction makes the globe unfalsifiable. That no matter any observation that you can do, there's a refractive condition, right? There's a meteorological condition which can explain that away. We've had Globers say they if they had a telescope and under the right conditions, they'd be able to see their own ass around the Earth.
I guess you can put that on the top of the list of symptoms that people who happen to be coincidence theorists, what you can observe them going through there. Hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that, man, 100%.
Indy,
Looking up their own ass with a telescope.
I can't find the full title for number 11 with Austin McDaniel and okay.
You can't find the paper? The full paper? Is that what you're looking for? Okay, hold on. The best way to search for papers, scholar.google.com. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Google Scholar is typically the best. That's the citation for the full paper. Let me see.
But yeah, here it is.
Yeah, I was talking shit about Google a while ago, but you said the Scholar thing. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I have to admit. As far as
it's great for finding court cases too. Have you ever used it for that, Hank?
Not for court cases, no.
Yeah, it has you can look at for scientific. You can look for peer-reviewed papers or court cases. There's a little checkbox, a little thing you hit, and then it'll find court cases. Very convenient.
Hey, what up, Hank?
Who's that?
Who's that?
Oh, I recognize you.
Hey,
oh.
Yeah,
What's
it's
up,
the
Hank?
Russian from Canada, Vlad. What's up?
Hey.
What's up, Jenny?
Hey.
Oh, it's Jenny.
See,
No way.
I've been hanging
Long
out with
time,
normies
Jenny.
again. Y'all know how I do.
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Oh, I'm just doing. Did you guys hear my new song that I posted, Hank?
Not the song, but I saw your video. I watched the whole damn thing. You were fucking shit up on Call of Duty.
Well, I'm not really worried about that video. I'm more about the song that I made. So.
Well, you sent me a video, not a song.
Well, yeah, it's the songs in the video.
Oh, well, my video game loving ass was watching the video.
It's the music video with the song.
Okay. I didn't know that was your music. I'll check it out again.
Well, yeah. Why would I put somebody else's music, Hank?
I be drinking and shit nowadays a little bit.
No, why are you drinking, bro?
Temporarily.
All right, bro.
I stopped. It was temporary. I just had a birthday.
Okay,
Somebody's got to do it.
That's crazy, bro.
Sorry.
I know I don't drink very often, but Modelo is 3% alcohol by volume, so it's not really what you call drinking.
Guess I'm not getting it.
You said Modelo's are 3%?
I think so. It's like bitch water, right?
Someone said my name.
Nah.
Oh, they're 5%, bro.
Oh, 5? Okay.
Yeah, man.
I knew it was low. I'm not going to be drinking whiskey or anything like that. I don't have the tolerance.
I mean, 5 ain't low, man.
3 to 5 is almost 100. It's like 6. It's like, yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, well, I'm done. I quit. My birthday's over.
Hey, happy birthday, Hank.
Thanks. You know I'm a Virgo.
Well, I know that. I know that.
What's your favorite color?
Hey,
I guess purple and
red.
That's what we wanted to know. Thanks. I thought I'd just walk in lightly this time.
So come on in.
Oh, no problem, buddy.
Snacks in the back.
Just walking on in.
Okay, Boomer.
Yeah, Hank.
Yeah, I'm getting old. 43.
Ooh.
I got concert T-shirts older than that.
Does that make you a millennial, Hank?
I am a millennial. I was told I was Generation X, but the school lied to me.
You act like a Gen Xer. If that makes you feel better.
I appreciate that. I did play
You are
outside in the
welcome.
woods a lot, drank from the hose, and shot guns at 5 years old.
Okay, then you should be able to just mesh in there. Nobody will know.
I'm honorary, right?
Yes, honorary member.
Dang. That's messed up. I do have a concert tee that's older than him. Shit. That's fucked up.
All right, we were talking about light.
Talking about white,
Light.
white,
Light.
white.
White light.
Are you racist?
All of a sudden, like I'm just going to
Barry-
throw away my whole ideology about tribes and haplogroups and believe in
Platter said
pseudoscience
Barry-
like sub-races.
Fuck up. Are you talking about Barry White?
Did you ask him his favorite color?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's white.
Oh, okay. He is racist.
You racist.
Isn't white all the colors?
I'm about to get racist.
Is
There's a
it white
racist
all the
right over
colors?
there. He's right over there. Oh, my dog is barking. I'm kidding, buddy.
I don't know. I guess it depends on the context you're talking about. If solids, I mean, they will have a continuous spectrum of white, but I don't know. I can steal a crayon from fucking Baltard before he munches it and just white. There's no other colors in that sumbitch.
I got a question about refraction, Huey. Somebody was
What the
talking
hell
about.
is that?
Don't start with that crap because I'm not.
Well,
gonna
before you ask
spit out
what?
freaking definitions for you.
Before you ask a question about a topic or a subject, you have to define that mug.
Don't make me do that, man. Just answer this. If
I can't. You gotta define the bitch.
If something's being refracted, usually it's going to make the thing closer. It's not going to make it further.
It's
I don't care if
worthless.
it's terrestrial, celestial, bilestial, whatever one. You know, all
You're
that stuff.
bisexual
Like,
refracted.
It should be.
Wow.
It should make the object closer in
No, you're fucking. That's
you know, it's not going to make it further.
That's fucking stupid. Define it first.
Shit.
That's fucking stupid. You can't
Oh,
fucking go
shit.
off on what's refraction,
All right.
and then go off on a subject that is
I
5
know,
or 6.
I gotta.
Holy sh! Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? Fuck.
Shut up!
You have to define that you're talking about first, or you're just fucking question fallacy
Huey, I have
down
a
the whole
question.
road. Here we go again. We got Jen A. You on Ludes tonight?
What?
Bruh.
The fuck?
What'd you say?
What?
What'd you just say to me?
I said, are you on Ludes tonight?
No.
All right.
I have a question. So, if the person bringing up refraction understands it well enough, shouldn't it be easy for him to explain it really quickly instead of pissing and moaning about it?
No, you should define. If you're going to ask a question about a topic, listen closely before you interrupt me. If you're going to ask a question about not you, but anyone else, but you just did it. So, if you're going to ask a question about a topic, let's say a subject like gravity or anything, or plant growth, or something else, shouldn't you be able to define the parameters? Because if you don't define the parameters before you ask the question, or as you ask a question pertaining to that topic, then it becomes an ambiguous fuckstick. Right?
I agree with QE.
Now, not about, the well-duh topics. I mean, if you're going to bring up, like, I don't know, ceramics or something, well, I guess you have to know a little bit about ceramics. But if you're going to get down to detail, especially like a geometric topic or scientific topic or something, or a technological topic, you're going to have to be able to at least define that monkey first, right? Because your question may be answered in the definition or rendered moot by the definition. You follow?
All right, I got it. My question was for terrestrial refraction.
What's
the
that?
Bending of light as they pass through Earth's atmo when both observers and the object are within the atmo. Is that good enough?
No, it's not, because terrestrial refraction, that's
Holy
just giving
shit, I
an
knew it.
adjective on the actual term. So refraction, you're going to have to define refraction first. Not you, but it's going to have to be defined to be known, right? Now, if you're going to ask me post-refraction that if it bends in the fairy tale atmosphere, then that's just dumb fuck, because that's not refraction, right? What is Snell's law? Anyone?
What, the thing there where it says going through two mediums?
Yep.
That thing?
Yeah, that
I don't
that
know if,
thing,
word for word, but
but you got
that thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, you got it. It has to be. It's the Snell's law. Is the law of refraction. Well, the fucking law of refraction is going to tell you what refraction is, right? You would think. Like the second law of thermodynamics. If you look up the second law of thermodynamics, I'm pretty sure it's going to fucking tell you what it's about. So, what is refraction? Anyone?
The bending of
No, it's not.
atmosphere.
There's nothing fucking bending. What is
Light
Snell's? Let me try it this way. What is Snell's law?
Wait, light can't bend.
Light, not that it can't. It doesn't. So,
Light
what is
deviates.
back to the subject? What is Snell's law?
I never heard that before. Light
Relationship between the path of light taken by the ray of light and crossing the boundary or surface of separation between two contacted substances,
There
and
you go.
refractive index of each.
Yeah, there it is. That's it. Snell's law. So there are no boundaries or surfaces. Gases have no fucking surfaces. So it can't take place with gases. Right? You follow that sort of logic? In general, not you, Paraplegia Coffee.
Yeah. Yeah. I got you.
So, Snell's law, the law of refraction, is a formula. Laws are usually formula based or equation based. So, it's a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves. Light's not a waves, but I digress. Passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media. Gives examples such as water, glass, or air. So, on that definition alone, can refraction take place gases, let's say the atmo?
Probably not. Like that's what I'm thinking. Like when people always talk about it, like Glovers, they're probably not even talking about refraction. They're talking about
No.
something else.
No.
Exactly.
No. Hard no.
Hard no.
Yeah, hard no. They're not
Okay.
talking about refraction. They're talking about the refraction they heard from their booger-eating buddies. You know, the bald tards,
Right.
space monkeys, or they looked on Wiki. Well, I don't know if they looked on Wiki. Snell's Law is in Wiki. I'm pretty sure.
Are they getting it confused with like stooping, looming, all that freaking crap?
Yeah, that's not refraction either. But it's refraction in their paradigm.
That's
But
what I'm saying.
we'll train wreck that shit too. Oh, they're
That's what I'm
screwed.
saying. They usually, you know. Yeah.
They're screwed because Snell's Law is in Wiki. Let's see. Snell's Law, also known as Snell-Descartes Law and the Law of Refraction. Or if you're Witsit, it's not Descartes, it's Descartes. Descartes of refraction is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incident. There it is. And refraction. When referring to light or other waves, light's not a wave. Passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media. There you go. Such as water, glass, or air. So they don't even have the excuse of getting it through Wiki. Let's see. Let's find something else. Physics classroom. Refraction is the bending. They're fucking off the reservation already. It doesn't bend. Of a path of a light wave. Light's not a wave. They're 0 for 2. As it passes from one material to another material. They salvaged it. The refraction occurs at the boundary and is caused by a change in the speed of light upon crossing said boundary.
I have a question. So, what happens to light when it travels from air to water? I mean, air into water.
It refracts?
Yeah, and what happens to the light?
It refracts. I just said that. Yeah, but it refracts. Does anyone got a picture?
Yeah, I have a picture of multiple, right? It bends. I think even some light here would agree that light bends. So like, what are we doing?
If you
It
zoom
doesn't
in,
bend.
It doesn't bend, right? It hits an angle.
It doesn't bend. Am I gonna have to search for a fucking picture of this shit?
I mean, I just
guess
put,
I'm gonna have to.
I just posted one right here in the side chat.
Did you? Where?
Light bending.
Who's talking?
Mr. Cosmic.
Mr. Cosmic. And you just posted it? Where is it?
Right here.
No, that's fucking not light bending. That's some bullshit. Fractal properties of gradient index optics. If you get down to the nitty gritty, is there a gradient within this glass? There you go. Thanks, Logie.
Bro, that's not like a picture of real light, like an actual demonstration, bro.
That's monochromatic light. That's one wavelength. Do we have one wavelength in the fairy tale Atmo? I don't think so. So, but Logie posted a picture. This is the formula. If you look at 20 minutes after the hour, there you go.
Here goes a good one, right? Like, this is an actual demonstration of light bending.
It doesn't fucking bend.
Right there, dog.
It's not fucking bending. Wherever you got this fucking bullshit from, it doesn't bend anywhere.
I just searched up on Google light bending.
Yeah, that looks like fucking cartoons.
No, that's an actual demonstration. I can link the citation.
I've dealt with you before. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. What's the
Is it-
formula for refraction, by the way? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Isn't it Snell's law formula?
Yeah. Is Snell's law a formula?
No.
I mean, the word Snell's law, is that the formula?
What the hell does Jesse have to do with this? What the hell are we doing?
Jesse? The fuck?
Get a picture of a Jesse. No, dissing Jesse.
Jesse who?
Jesse Path of
Jesse Path of Light is a fucking moron.
Yeah, I agree. But, like, what does he have to do with this
I
conversation?
don't know. Somebody posted his name. We tried to get what a hypothesis was. It took 2 fucking hours. He still didn't get it.
And Jesse, like, right? Jesse is one of those people who can't even deny most, like, a lot of laser tests that come out to be,
the fuck
flat, because he says in his own experiment, his own test.
He doesn't have an experiment.
Yeah, his own bullshit test. He said he didn't even account for refraction or.
Why are we talking about fucking Jesse Path of Light? Fuck him.
Yeah, I was just explaining how he's bullshit. Like, he's bullshit.
Oh, you don't have to explain it. We already experienced it. Thanks.
All right, but light does bend. Yeah.
No, it doesn't fucking bend.
What's the website to that image you got?
Are you talking to me?
Yo.
Hold on here. I'll send it.
Here we go. I gotta fucking no. I don't think I can take the picture off this. Let's try this.
Who asked that question?
Me. At the bottom.
At the bottom. Logie?
Yeah.
Okay, it's posted it here in the live stream. Live stream Void 6.
Here we go. Show light bending in this formula. There's Snell's law right there. There it is. N1 sine theta 1 equals N2 sine theta 2. Show fucking bending.
You don't use Snell's law to account for refraction.
No, that's you. Who's fucking speaking?
Mr. Cosmic.
Mr. Cosmic, you're on fucking mute. You dumb fuck. You're a dumbass cracker. Snell's law is the law of refraction. Go piss off somewhere in some retard fucking ville. You clown. You don't use the second law of thermodynamics with entropy. The fuck out of here. Tired of dealing with your dumb ass. Next. Because you're a fucking moron.
And just to clarify, his post and that, basically, they created a special environment akin to sugar water in order to achieve the visuals that you can see there.
Yeah,
Like,
it's got different gradients in the sugar water through a fucking aquarium made of glass. Dumb fucks.
Exactly. And in this occasion, they've created something called airy pockets.
Yeah, who gives a fuck? So it doesn't have anything to do with the topic whatsoever. Nothing. Where do you find sugar water in the fucking Atmo? Nowhere. Yeah, exactly. If you want to hear some really stupid shit from an actual PhD astronomer, then stay tuned tomorrow. We got Professor Rob Parks, fucking moron, on QE Live, talking with Boy Zero Skygrifter. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Where is it? Let me add it for you. There we go. Stay tuned tomorrow if you want to hear some serious dumb shit. You tell me who's dumber after it's over. Neck.
What's he a professor of?
Astronomy.
Oh dear.
It depends. Can you be unmuted? If you say something as stupid as your last statement, that Snell's law doesn't deal with refraction, then I guess I can give you another chance. But if you say some stupid shit like that, oh boy, you better gird your loins.
Hello?
Hello?
This is a high intellectual server. Please keep it on point.
Yeah, dude, I don't know why you're so upset, bro. Maybe one statement.
Upset? No, it's called it's contempt for stupidity. When you said, and I'll say, this is the third time I fucking told you, all right? When you, the retard, says that Snell's law doesn't have anything to do with refraction, right? When Snell's law is the law of refraction, is so dumb fuck, I'm not going to put up with it. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
No, I never said that. I never said.
Okay, you're on fucking. Shut the fuck up. I'm tired of you. You can come off mute after I leave. Cathos, what's your ethos?
And we are back, baby, like we never left. Cosmic got cooked, huh? God damn.
Didn't take much.
He sounds sleepy, man. What did he say the last time?
Snell's law doesn't have anything to do with the refraction.
No, after that.
He never said that.
No, he did say that, but what did he say after that? That because you unmuted him and then put him back on mute. What was the second thing he did?
He said he never said that.
Oh my god, that's almost worse.
Yeah, it is. That's why he's back on fucking mute.
I mean, that's what I heard. I've been listening, but that's what I heard him say.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, we've been down this road a number of times. I just fucking mute him.
Bro, like, can you just tell the Globers in your DMs to just get lost? That's what I would do. And that's for Cosmic. Because it sounds like you've been lingering and hanging out with them. And they're saying some bullshit that got you confused. All right. And so we have Brian Sweet the Fourth. Welcome.
Good evening, man. What's up?
You're on Twitter, ain't you?
A little bit.
I think you hosted did you host a space recently?
I hosted one today. I host them all the time.
Okay.
Yes.
Will you drop a link to your Twitter?
This one. I got so many of them, it's ridiculous.
God damn. So, what's Kathos's ethos?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you remembered that.
I said ethos one time and I got absolutely shredded into pieces.
Like what else did you say? Misogyny?
What else did I? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna keep saying that one. We got a new one though, QE. We got a new one.
What?
It's geogony.
Geogony. What the hell is that?
Well, it's like when they they say something about women, you can hit the misogyny button. But if they say something about the Earth, or we flat smack them,
Geogeny.
Geogeny. That's I like that fucking word.
You like that?
I never heard it before, but how do you spell it?
We made it up. I mean, well, I couldn't. I wanted to make somebody say it. I wanted to say geogony, but the AI wouldn't say it properly, so I had to spell it like geogeny, like the misogyny. So if someone can make, if someone can make a clip that says geogony, I would prefer that, but I couldn't make my bot do that. Pause. Sounds like an Earth Chan thing. I don't know much about that.
Geogeny.
But CJ came up with it as well. Shout out to CJ. That was a great one right there.
We had some people boot scoot the hell out of here.
All right. Let's keep the people. Shaggy420, bro. You've been in the chat like crazy, bro. So what's good? You gotta chime in. This is a no listening panel.
No listening. You hear me?
Damn, dog. You need to get closer to the satellites.
Further proof we made calls the moon in 1969.
Yeah, Shaggy. Maybe just angle your phone slightly up 90 degrees. Or just, creep a little closer to the satellite, Starlink, or whatever you need.
90 degrees. Baltars don't know what 90 degrees is.
90 degrees.
90,
So what is
90 degrees? 90 degrees. 90. No, it's not a right angle. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nah, you're right.
Shit, I know that.
Yeah. Don't we all?
All right, Shaggy, are you a flat earther, bro?
Yeah, man. Slightly more in depth.
You need to get a new mic,
Yeah,
man.
this is pretty painful.
He's another fucking Aussie.
Hey guys, I'll shut up.
All right, well, just let us know when you purchase Starlink or, when you're finally not broke.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Joking, I'm kidding. But yeah, bro, hopefully you can fix the connection and chime in another time. I'm going to go through the list and see who's VC verified, and we're going to cook them. So far, so good. Looks like shout out to Grisp. Hell's Angles. You have been chosen, my friend.
Oh, he's got to be a flat earther. He's got to be a flat earther, man.
Yes, I am. What do you want to know?
We were just dealing with Hell's Angles earlier today from Thunderfoot Clown. Wait do you see this one? Tune in to Nathan Oakley tomorrow morning. He's gonna get. This is fucking hilarious. You got a PhD. He's got the acumen, no less of a retard. You got to watch this. This is fucking hilarious.
I will.
All right, Pat. All right, Hell's Angles. Let's move you up from this VC verified role. How does that sound?
Yeah,
can we upgrade you?
Sure.
Okay. You guys just vouch for him? You don't need no questions?
I don't know about that, but with that name, Hell's Angles, he's got to be hovering around flat Earth. Give it to him, and then if he fucks up, we'll just eliminate him.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll come after you if you mess this up.
I don't like what you did at Altamont. What you guys did at Altamont wasn't very nice.
Who?
The Hells Angels at that Rolling Stones concert. That was Altamont, wasn't it? Anybody freaking seen that?
Not
Holy
really.
crap, the
You're
Hells
off in
Angels
your
at that
own
concert.
fairy tale land.
I am. But if you knew what that concert was. It'd be
If you knew what
hilarious.
that concert was.
That was the brown acid.
You're old enough
was
to remember
Hell's
that.
Angels' fault.
There you go.
Whatever.
All right, well, Hell's Angles, welcome to the club.
How's it angling?
How's it angling? Hey, don't say I gotta leave for a couple minutes. Hold on to the dumb shit till I get back.
Okay.
Well, I'm not holding this. Y'all hold it. All right, we'll talk to Cosmic for 1 second. Cosmic.
Somebody who's
What
as
up?
old as me, don't you know what the hell the Hell's Angels at Altamont? Does anybody
Hell
know what that
no.
reference is? The what I'm talking about?
Nope.
Gotta be some older people in here that know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
I do.
Where
Yeah, I
the hell
do.
is what's her name? Okay. Okay, good.
So you
Somebody
guys,
knows.
like, not as a flat earther or not as a glober, you guys still, you guys still treat me like I'm a fucking glober. That shit is
Facts.
insane.
Yep, facts.
I make one claim, and all of a sudden I'm on you. Like, never
Bro,
said
which baller is in your DMs?
nobody's in my DM. Why are you saying that,
Well, it just seems like you're like, yeah, but refraction, like, who's telling you this stuff? Where are you even getting this from?
bro? We all agree. You all agree that refraction is a thing, right?
Yeah, but who cares? What's that got to do with anything?
What do you mean when you do a laser test?
Okay, hold on.
Refraction.
Time out, bro. I'm gonna help you out. So refraction is the thing. I got glasses on my face right now, right? But does
Bro,
that mean that everything anybody has ever said about refraction is automatically true?
we already went over this. I already got proven wrong by Indio. Okay, refraction, whatever we went through. But this dude just said light doesn't bend. Like, do you guys agree with that?
Yes. Light doesn't bend like
Who
a
took
rubber
that
ruler.
fucking idiot off mute? Don't do it again.
Oh, my bad. I think my finger just slipped there for a second. My bad. But hey, can you expand on that just for like those in the back? Pause.
It's a angle of incidence change. It's not bending. Like it's not bending is the wrong word. It's not bending.
They use that to denote curvature. They can't say angles because it ruins their ball model.
But that's how they got their ball model in the first place, from angles, from a flat plane. I digress.
Oh shit, Jetty's in here. Don't you
Ah.
say you digress. That's fucking copyrighted.
Can you send me a list of the things I can and can't say?
Most of the things you can't say.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
What's up, QE man? I heard you were late. I heard you were late to the Twitter party yesterday, or the X party.
Was that yesterday?
Damn, you gotta rub it in, huh, Jedi?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, would have been good to have you there.
Somebody sent me a fucking link. It didn't work.
Ah, okay.
Who was it? I
Yeah,
think it was.
you were late. Apparently.
I wasn't late, you dumb fuck. I left.
Uh-huh.
Boomer detected. But yeah, next time we go onto X, man, it'd be good to have you around for sure.
I'm not fucking going on that thing, man. Fuck that.
Well, fuck you then.
Yeah, okay.
Nah.
You get it, everything set up and everything's squared away, and then I might come on.
Yeah, boy. There we go.
And that's what we like to hear.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Ain't gonna do anything anyway. You're still gonna get dumb fucks everywhere.
Probably. All right. Well, so Hell's Angles, let's keep going down the panel. See who is VC verified. Kathos. What's your ethos? Yo, Kathos 7. You have been chosen. Welcome to the panel. Say what's up, man. This is a no listening panel, so if you'll just definitely chime in.
Ain't no listening. You hear me?
Kathos, you are up. How are you?
Good.
Cool. We hear you breathing. So, are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
I've got
Flat
you in
earther.
my sights.
Okay. So, how would you like to do this? Would you want me to go ball tard, or do you want to give us some flat earth proofs?
Measured flat, practically used as flat, lack of motion. Those are mine.
Okay.
Easy go-tos.
All right.
What's his ethos?
What else you got? Ethos? What is your ethos?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, I got you.
Stupid.
No, I'm just kidding. No, it's fine. So, anything else in the hopper for flat Earth proofs? Anything else, or I can go baller mode if I need to.
That's in the hopper. That's fucking copyrighted.
Where do you think I got it from? Oh, Highway Hermit, you should delete that. You should delete that. Paraplegic's gonna come after you, man. Anyway, Kathos, how long have you been a flat earther? A couple years, couple months, couple weeks?
Probably since like 2019.
Ooh, okay. He's pre-Coco, guys. Very nice. Good.
He's BBS before Black Swan.
I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that, Jedi.
That's copyrighted. I copyrighted that. You can't say that.
BBS. I love that. Before Black Swan. Yo. That's good. I like that.
I'm writing it down as we speak, so you can't.
Yeah, I'm going to put it in the chat so we don't forget. That's great.
And I became a flat earther in 2023 April.
Wait a minute, wouldn't that be like a tag? That would be a good tag, right?
BBS? Yeah, hell yeah.
It's like OG, BBS.
Yep.
And that's ABS, so after Black Swan 2022.
Ooh.
Right, I'm up.
That.
That's good. Because I've been calling them pre-Coco and post-Coco flat earthers because of the amount of people that had time to sit at home and do all this stuff. I've been noticing people say they were 2020, 2021, etc. So I would call those like the post-Coco flat earthers. But I like ABS and BBS better. That's good.
Thanks, mate. Me all week.
All right, we'll have to make some rolls for that.
That's fucking copyrighted too.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Can't win for two.
All right, so and then also God, Love versus Fear, Satan. We'll get to you in just a second as well. So 2019, measured flat, navigated flat, no motion. What else you got?
The thing that convinced me originally was like the Selenilian eclipse or whatever.
Ooh.
That was the one that made me think, wow, shit, I have to throw the whole thing out.
He even said that shit right.
Very nice. Selenilian. Okay.
He's trying to fucking bulldoze you, man. I bet you he doesn't know what it is.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead, ask him.
Selenilian? The sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time while there's an eclipse going on?
All right. Anything else?
No. What do you mean?
Well, the shadow comes down from the top.
Oh, well, yeah, but that's...
Yeah, that's okay, I got you. That's ancillary to the main point. I got you.
Cool.
They're
Well-
both geometrically impossible. though.
But
Yep,
really, but wait a second. What does that have to do with a flat Earth, though?
It was just what made, because that was one of the popular proofs, or well,
Proofs of
alleged proofs of ball, because people assume shadow.
A ball?
but-
You mean a
but that-
debunk?
That's not a flat Earth proof, though.
Oh yeah, that's why I don't really use it. That was just the one that made me think.
Oh,
Well, hold
okay.
on a minute. But
Okay,
it's not
but
one
that-
that I can really, prove what's
Yeah, we
going
got
on
your-
there.
Yeah, thanks. We got you, but you didn't answer his question.
About
You're
what?
good. You're good. I mean, everything you said was correct. But didn't he ask you for flat Earth proof?
I mean, flat Earth proof is like celestial navigation.
Oh shit!
Flat Earth proof is
What about celestial navigation?
you use a flat baseline in order to find your angle of elevation.
Just give him that he's golden. Crazy Bear, wake the fuck up.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time. Man.
All right, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
One. The fucking come on. Hurry up.
Fuck! I walked right into that. Give me a sec. Or damn it!
10 minutes. What the fuck? You checking on your sex change operation? GoFundMe.
Yeah. Give me 2 minutes, and I'll jump back on the mic. 2 minutes. But don't let it be dead air the whole last time.
Well, no, it's not. I was going to take over. Shut the fuck up. Jetty.
Yo.
You're in charge, man.
Oh, brilliant. Awesome stuff. I see Peter's in the room. Has Peter said anything to anybody?
Nope.
Peter, the greatest glober that ever lived.
Man, Bear believes it. That's an old photo, dude. Holy shit.
I like those are kind words. Hey, Brian, how's it going?
And who invited Peter, man? What's up, Peter? How you doing?
Doing well. We had a good convo today about that light thing on your space.
A light thing.
Nice.
Shut the fuck up. You don't know what light is. What's
ball-
light?
93 million miles away, right?
No, what's not light's 93 No, I got light right here. I can fucking
That's what Peter thinks.
the light's 93 million miles away, really?
Son. We're looking at flat Earth Dave's flat Earth map there with the sun and the moon going around, and he wanted to know what the distance of the light was going to be around the part that's going to be
Oh,
lit up.
flat Earth Day. He's not a flat earther. So
He claims to be.
he's not a flat earther. He said it could be a bigger ball.
Oh shit! No.
Did you notice, Brian, that the icon for this server is exactly the gift that we were looking at today?
What's that?
It's just an icon, bro. Relax. It's just an
I
icon.
know. I'm just
dude.
saying.
It's a-
Well, that's
it's a
what
logo.
Brian and I were. Yeah, I know, but Brian and I were looking at a larger version of that today together.
Logos?
Mm-hmm.
Were you like holding
That's
each other's
weird.
hands whilst doing this, or
No,
just curious?
I wish.
Huh?
I don't see what you're looking at, man. I'm not on YouTube or anything.
No, on Discord, when you look at your server list, they have icons, logos. Maybe you're new to Discord.
Oh, yeah, kind of am.
R1 is beautifully an AE equidistant circular globe projection. Isn't that
That's
lovely?
it. Yeah, just wanted to basically see where the light ends at one place and starts in the other.
They got bigger fucking problems than what light is and what it does. They're on a fucking globe tard.
Exactly. I mean, I just thought it was a nice little thought experiment.
They don't know what fucking triangles are. You're asking them what light is? Holy shit.
Man, I was just happy you didn't fucking bring up that other bullshit he always talks about.
What the
I
downwards by
I had to bring up that stupid distance photo he's got there, where he can't tell me what the fucking drop is over 21 miles.
Zero.
Good lad. That's probably copyrighted by QE though. You can't say zero.
Zero? It's copyrighted by QE? Times a day.
Yeah, it's a Baltard IQ.
Show me a zero in nature.
Dude, I tripped over a 5 today.
Was she fat or like? How did you trip over her?
No, it was number 5. It was blocking my path. I was going to get my arrow.
Oh.
Fucking 5 popped up, tripped right over it.
I mean, okay. I thought you meant like a 5 out of 10.
No, just a 5. You vixen.
What color was it?
Hey, that 5 out of 10 is subjective depending on the amount of beer.
Okay, well, you got a point there.
This is true.
I wouldn't know anything about that though.
So Peter and I were going to have a discussion about what was it, Peter? Gases?
Whether gas particles are affected by the downward acceleration vector.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Holy
My God.
We may have to take it elsewhere, Jedi.
Yeah, back to fucking retard, Captain Kangaroo U. Holy shit. The gas particles are affected by some downward. Where is the gas on the Earth? Where is it created?
I wouldn't know.
At or near the surface. So how the fuck are you still breathing if it's not going up?
Well, if it all went up, I would suffocate.
Yeah, it fucking all goes up because it's you are an abject retard, son. You would suffocate if it was all going up. That is dumber than fucking refraction is not spoken about in Snell's law. What the fuck, man?
Let's practice some love, ladies and gentlemen.
Hell
Shut
no.
the fuck up.
Whoever that was. He didn't pipe down.
That guy's a communist.
Come on, Peter, man.
You gotta do better than that, Peter. What the fuck? Majority of fucking gas, the oxygen that you're breathing, where is the majority of that produced on Earth? Well,
I wouldn't know.
Phytoplankton at or near the surface. You fucking glue sniffer.
He's such a capper too. Oh my gosh.
The fuck, man. So how's it going down? How's the fucking gas going down when it's already down?
Oh, I don't think it's all going down.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. We're all dumber for listening to your dumbass. My God. Explain evaporation to us. Let's keep it simple. Okay, you got a whole fuckload of water, right? And then the sun comes out. Go ahead, take it away.
The particles, the molecules of water, which are at the top, are energized at the top of the surface, the top of the body of water, are energized by the light, and they disconnect. They have enough energy to disconnect from the other molecules of water that
that's
they're
pretty fucking
connected to electromagnetically.
That's pretty pedestrian, but okay, I'm following you. Then what happens?
And they obtain like a random momentum vector, and they fly away.
Really? What random momentum vector? So do you have to have according to you Baltard idiots, there must be a force for acceleration, and when the hydrogen bonds are broken, that's what you were trying to say, and then it turns into a vapor. What's the force that it uses to accelerate?
They just get the momentum from the energy, from the light.
So there is no force.
Yeah, they don't have to. I didn't say they accelerate. They obtain a momentum, and then they have a certain velocity.
I know you didn't say they accelerate, but they definitely fucking accelerate. So there go goodbye, Newton.
Ooh.
Well, that was easy. All right, so they're accelerating. So they accelerate where?
In a random direction.
Random direction. Is one of those directions up?
Yeah, it's up diagonally.
Yeah.
All over the place.
Where's the diagonal gravity force?
Not sure what that means.
He's just talking about a reference plane.
Well, you said that gases go down, go boom, boom. How are they going down, go boom, boom when they're going diagonally?
I didn't have a chance to say anything. I've been listening.
Well, yeah,
to
you did. We heard you.
We heard you, bro.
That was just foreplay.
What?
It's foreplay.
That was just foreplay, buddy.
Buddy, I'm not your buddy, pal.
Yeah, man.
That was just foreplay, sunshine. What you're going to receive later on is going to be awesome to listen to.
He's gonna get clapped.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Here's a broomstick. Bite down, son.
Here's a broom.
Oh, shit.
So your topic of discussion was fucking moronic. All right.
Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. You could probably go to another forum to discuss it, though, if you wanted. My God.
One day I might. This is just too good. I want to stay and listen in.
Oh, you can stay and listen in. What's your scientific evidence for your globe believer?
I don't think I have scientific evidence. I have measurements.
Why wouldn't you have scientific evidence?
Because geometry is not science.
This motherfucker, that's the first globetard that ever learned.
Boom.
I think you say what you want to hear, man.
You learned that today.
I probably don't even believe it.
Holy shit, man. That's the first time I ever heard it.
That just happened. It just happened.
I can't believe it.
Does he believe it, though?
He's still he doesn't. He's capping.
His MO is try to agree with you. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to find common ground.
He's simping.
That's what he's doing.
No, I said his spirit ain't so messed up like the rest of these idiots. You know, he'll obviously call what is good, good, and what is evil, evil. And he doesn't have a spiritual impediment like a lot of the globe believers. That's the thing. He's his spirit, right? He didn't go against what is plainly obvious.
Well, let's let this cycle through. He said he's got measurements. There's quite a few of us that have been hanging on for this moment.
For 8 years?
Dude, it's going to be some 50-foot observer height across 21 miles looking at a building 275 tall.
Oh, really? Did you take perspective? Did you take perspective? Hold on. Can you show a diagram of that? Could post a diagram of that.
He's got one. Don't you, Peter?
Wait, is he going to prove that the
Hold on. Let him go. Let him post
The one I have is to scale, so it's not very readable. Let me get a better one. Just give me a minute.
Yep, give him a minute. Let him post it. Let him go.
But I'm speculating. I hope he proves it.
Now we're gonna have to use what I have here. So You guys always ask for 2 scale diagrams, so you're gonna have to deal with that one.
You guys.
Yeah.
Me and you people.
Misogyny.
Your ilk.
It's a no true Scotsman. I am a true Scotsman, damn it.
Where's your kilt, you sicko?
Sorry, I brought my bagpipes.
Yeah, we'll get to ether in a minute. Let's talk about measurements.
Ether.
Did somebody say something? I just walked away for a second. What?
Eat her. I barely know her.
That was a backhanded comment.
All right. So what we got? Peter the Uber 2. Oh, let me hit this. All right. Observer location, target location. Observer height 17 meters. Target height 68 meters. Distance on the surface 34. I can't hit this any. I can't see it. Sorry. And
the fuck?
Is that tool made for 34 kilometers distance?
It's a family show. Don't talk about tools.
Hey.
Oh yeah, baby.
What is this, dude?
Target height 68 meters. What's the target?
The building.
It's a building. How tall is the building?
68.27 meters.
Oh,
location on the building.
60. So it's 224 feet high. Distance on the surface. What does distance on the surface mean? How far away it is?
Yeah.
21 miles. I'm not. I can't see this fucking thing.
Man, I guessed it.
The Autolite. They even gave the nomenclature of it. Holy shit. Okay. This is a globe proof?
Bro.
It's a curvature measurement.
No,
curvature? You're measuring curvature?
Yep.
Where at? Over the horizon?
I don't incorporate the horizon into my measurement.
You're incorporating flat water.
Yeah, it's a bonus. The water is a bonus just for you.
It says on the thing here, water seeks level, therefore water is curving here and here. When does water do that?
Earth.
I don't know. You tell me. It's measurable.
Never.
What? Curve calculator. Let me punch this in.
It's going to be around 266 feet.
So what was your elevation? I don't want to go back to the last screen. What was the elevation again? Observer elevation?
17 meters, 0.07.
Is it 56 feet?
Yeah.
Yes.
56 feet.
The only thing he's done is change everything in the metric system on it.
So why at 56? You said you don't take the horizon into account. The horizon, the horizon should be 9.16 miles.
If you say so.
Not if I say so. That's based on your fucking globetard.
I'm not doing globetard. I'm just doing a measurement.
You're not measuring shit. All you're doing is looking.
Yeah, that's measuring.
56.
What?
56. Hold on a second. You got 56 feet. The horizon distance is 9 miles away.
If you say so.
Your man says.
Here we go again.
Yes.
Nowhere in my slides am I mentioning the horizon. Am I?
Well, I'm mentioning it to your dumbass.
Okay, so if you say so. That's your claim.
It's not my claim. It's the Earth curve calculator.
All right, I'm not bringing any calculator.
So 9 miles away. Where's
your
the
evidence.
horizon in this photo?
I don't know.
I see it.
How are you getting any curvature if you're not using any measurements?
That's on. I am doing measurements. There are 3 slides. You should look at all 3. The last one.
You need to use your
answer.
You need to use your Earth curve math, bro.
Yeah, you can't be a BYOB earther.
Water seeks level, therefore water is curving. Water fucking curves? Really?
Measurably so.
No, it
So
doesn't.
water doesn't find and seek its level; it curves.
So what? You never seen a waterfall?
Yeah.
Water curve.
It seeks level and
he
therefore
said
it curves.
Okay, thank you very much. One, please. Dorkimer, Baltard. So you're saying water doesn't seek its level, it fucking curves. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Brian, if you say that again, we're gonna have to slap you. You have to sissy.
Hey, that's fucking copyrighted. Okay, so
say what again?
That water falls, therefore water curves. Man.
No. Ross Paws walls, according to Hanoi Jaren.
Man, Globey said that to me, bro.
Okay, shut the
Oh
fuck
my
up.
God.
7 minutes after the hour, you said water curve. Are you with me here, Peter?
Yes.
All right. So type textbook. Water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life.
I agree. That's what it says on my slide.
Now,
Water
do you
seeks
think
level.
so? Water seeks level. So you think levels curved?
Crazy.
Did you read what it says on my slide?
If you say so.
I listened to what you told me.
Okay, I'll read it for you. Water seeks level, comma, therefore water is curving here.
That's fucking stupid. Level
That's
is
a
not
married
curved.
bachelor.
Level is not curved. What's the definition of level?
Flat, true, and close.
Perpendicular to vertical.
That's not the definition of.
That's the one I use.
That's the one you use. That's not the definition of level, Altard.
That might explain
What
why you
is
fucked up, Peter.
Pray tell, what is the correct definition of level?
1 second.
Peter's got a spiritual problem.
Fact. Curved water. That's a married bachelor.
It's the holy grail of the globe.
Yeah, married bachelor. Fact.
You guys always ask for curvature measurement and proof of curving water.
Hold
I'm
on.
giving all of this in one.
Hold on. We're getting that definitional level before you have time to fuck with it up.
Yeah.
So here we go. At 9 minutes after the hour, level. To make a line or surface horizontal, flat, or level. Are you saying flat's curved?
Did you say to make it horizontal?
Yes.
Definition.
Okay. Is horizontal perpendicular to vertical?
Horizontal is flat, level.
I said horizontal was perpendicular to vertical. Is that controversial?
That's not the definitions of level. I'm going to go through all of them. You're not going to hear that fucking stated once. So, from Merriam-Webster, level, to make a line or surface horizontal, make flat or level.
I agree.
Like you can't agree because you said level's fucking curved.
No, I said perpendicular to vertical, aka horizontal.
You say it one more fucking time, you idiot moron. So level, from dictionary, level, having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface. Level, being in a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon, horizontal. From Cambridge, level, not rising or falling or higher on one side, but even in all directions. Horizontal or flat. Get it?
Yeah, I like it.
Yep, you do. So where in there does it say fucking perpendicular to anything?
It says horizontal.
It doesn't say perpendicular.
No. Look up horizontal.
That's my point.
You got to look up a piece of the definition to get the definition? Come on, Peter. You're reaching.
Yeah, you got to click on horizontal and see what the definition for that is.
That's defining horizontal, not
I got
level.
the definition for that, dumbass cracker.
They're just asking you for a definition of perpendicular from anywhere that you can provide with perpendicular. That's it. And it doesn't sound like it exists.
Can I have definition of definition?
Yeah, at any location, water is its surface is perpendicular to vertical.
No, that does. Well, keep on saying it. Provide citation, please.
And your problem with
You
that,
just
Peter,
did. I don't
is
need
how
to.
did you get your bullshit vertical anyways?
I provided a citation that said perpendicular, you dumb fuck.
No, you just said it's horizontal, and that's good enough for me.
Or yeah,
I'm
it's good enough
satisfied.
for you, and it train wrecks your whole position.
I don't know. I still have a measurement.
I do. How do you have a horizon on a globetard?
Ooh.
I don't care much about horizons. I like to measure.
Oh, you don't. We do. Why do we see horizons everywhere we look? Like when we're on a beach, we see horizons everywhere. Can they exist on a globetard?
Horizons are tricky. I like to avoid them for that reason.
I bet they're real fucking tricky. But you can't have horizons on a globetard. That's why it's tricky.
They're very tricky because you cannot go there and touch them. But a building you can go and
we
touch
don't have to
and
go
measure.
there and touch them. All we have to do is see them.
Yeah, but buildings you can measure their elevation. They have
Buildings you can elevation.
geometric location.
Hold on a second. You don't have elevation on a fucking globetard, Sunshine.
Buildings don't have elevations.
Not on a globetard, they don't.
Well, the building I'm using has a known elevation.
No. Well, the building you're using doesn't have elevation. You're screwed. Elevation is in reference to what?
Mean sea level.
Mean sea level. Uh-oh, you're fucked.
Yeah, defining perpendicular to horizontal, but elevation.
Hold on. Mean sea level. You can't have level on a globetard.
Well, let's call it something else then.
Nope, we're not. You're done. You already been compromised 3 times in this discussion.
Boom, checkmate.
Yep, you're done. Have a nice day.
0 degrees of slope. That would be the horizontal reference plane.
Yeah, you're finished.
How the fuck? How can he say he's like? Well, I'm talking about curvature, not the horizon. When the horizon is claimed to be the curvature, and he's like, well, you can't touch it. So they're saying that X marks the spot. Like you could go plant a flag in where the curve is. The thing that the boat went over. Come on, dude.
Yep, he's
It's
finished.
a spiritual problem. It's got to be.
Nah, it's an IQ problem.
But it's okay, Matthew learns this here.
Oh, God.
What's up?
Save us.
He was going to get an angle measurement in the ground position to the new moon. Matthew, do you have a ground position of the new moon?
There is a position where that is the ground position of the moon right now. Yes, I don't know what it is.
Is it?
Is it 90 degrees to the surface?
Ooh.
Oh yeah, the ground position of any celestial object is 90 degrees from level.
Is that a right angle?
It is.
So it's a right angle triangle.
It's a right angle. I don't know where you're going to.
The right angles are right angle triangles.
Right triangles have right angles in them, but not all right angles are.
So they're
make a
right
triangle.
triangles. Yes. Yep, that's it. That's correct.
Well, a square has 4 right angles.
A square. Well, I'm not square like you. I'm talking about right angles, like elevation angles.
How? I'm sorry, I'm confused. How you have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface?
Yeah.
You can get the tangent of the curve, and then
There
use
is
that
no
as a
tangent of a curve.
What does tangent mean then?
Yeah, what does tangent mean? Yeah, that's right. You're begging the question fallacy, you dumb fuck. And there is no tangent. If we're looking through a sextant, where's the tangent mirror?
Got him.
Show us the tangent mirror. This is like the 567,875th time you've been debunked in less than 15 seconds.
Checkmate.
Wow.
This is embarrassing. Show the tangent mirror on the sextant.
On a sextant, you're just. I don't think there is one.
Show the fucking tangent on the sextant.
There is no tangent on a sextant.
Then you're a fucking moron. Bye.
Checkmate. Hooked. Holy.
Matthew's actually a flat earther, guys. He's a double agent. He's a triple agent.
That's some wrinkly tin foil right there.
It's cling film.
He's a pseudo quadruple agent.
Damn. What kind of 5D chess is that?
He's brilliant.
I don't know, man. I think you're giving him a little too much credit.
Well, he's
Zenith
describing
angle. Holy
where's
shit. One second. I said I thought I saw a zenith angle. Where's Peter at, that dumb fuck? Oh, he boot scooted. He's just a chat skank. Carry on.
That's two catchphrases in one sentence.
Oh, no,
I'm
he's
here,
here.
good buddy. I'm here. I'm here, good
No,
buddy.
he's here. He's here. Show us
Yeah.
the zenith mirror on the sextant.
I never use the sextant.
That's how we measure elevation angles using a marine sextant. So you said for zenith angle measurements, it's all good. So show us the zenith mirror on the fucking sextant.
I in my measurement.
Oh, God, you stuttering fool. Show us the zenith mirror on the sextant.
No sextant was harmed in that measurement.
Show the zenith mirror on the sextant right now.
I've never held a sextant in my life.
Well, you're a fucking moron. You're done.
And you can stay fucking muted.
You could just stay muted. Dumbass.
Matrix, did you tell him to bite the broomstick? That was hilarious.
Oh my god.
It was about 25 minutes ago.
Still, it was worth a circle back, right? Like, we can circle back. That was funny.
Well, you can bite down on it whatever you want, but yeah, here's a broomstick. Could be generous, wrap a bit of leather around it so it doesn't hurt his
Oh
teeth.
my days. Stop, you're gonna make them horny, dude.
I was just looking at dumbass's slides that he put up further, back wise, with his angles and whatnot. Assuming that that piece of shit is accurate and calibrated, its inaccuracy at that distance would be 0.45 anyways, and he had a measurement of 0.44. So he hasn't proven anything.
Was there angular size change measurement in that distance? I can't remember.
I'm glad you brought that back up.
Where is it? I got to scroll up. Hold up. Peter, the dumbass fuckwit.
One passes. There are you.
Peter, dumbass fuckwit. Do you have an angular size change measurement here?
No, but it's obvious
Well,
that
no.
there's a huge reduction.
No, you don't. So don't you get the shit shrinks? Hashtag. You're finished. You're finished.
Yeah, I do. I mean, that building is tiny.
Is this the white paper technical language?
Yeah, I mean, that building is ridiculous.
No, I'm looking at your calculations here. I don't see angular size change with distance. I don't see that in here. Why not?
That's not what I was measuring.
You're measuring. You gave us the height of the fucking building. Is it 224 feet when you're looking at it from 21 miles?
Hell no, it's like less than an
inch. Shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry you brought that back up. This is where the math begins.
Oh my god.
We don't take angular size reduction with distance into the calculation. We just notice the object's gone down, and it's only gone down because it's sitting on the curved surface.
Go ahead. You could talk to him, Jetty. I can't do it anymore.
You can focus on only one conclusion in that measurement, if you want, which is that location on the building that the angle is measured to is below the horizontal line of the observer. Perspective shrinks objects, but it does not flip a triangle, so a point of the triangle suddenly appears below the baseline of the right-angled triangle.
No, that's
There
what
you go.
you're. That's
Welcome
what
to
you're.
the globe.
Translation: if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see the bottom of the building.
No. We should
Yeah.
see a reduction in angular size, but the triangle shouldn't magically flip upside down.
There you go.
It's pure projection. That's
If
what
the
you're.
Earth was flat, everything would be different. Syndrome. That's what you have, bro.
Angular size preserves the relationships between the points of the triangle. It preserves the relationship between them. It doesn't flip them.
The Earth does what it does, bro. It's flat.
It's a law of nature, I guess.
Yeah, flat Earth. Yeah. Facts.
Yeah,
Your guys' presentation very often involves, well, if the Earth was flat, it would do all these things that I say should be true. No, it shouldn't. The Earth just does what it does. It is what it is. And water is not formed into a hill. Stupid.
Water seeks level.
Yeah, flat, which we just read out. Keep the chat.
Why is that fucked up, man?
Retard.
So they
Who's next?
not having a real good run here when you think about it. They have to redefine level because they've had their asses handed to them that many times. They're using theodolites by 15 times out of their range. Go and read the instruction manual, Peter. 2 to 3 Ks on a good day.
Yeah, you're confessing that you need a flat reference plane in order to have an elevation angle measurement perpendicular to horizontal. Like, you need a flat reference plane to tell me how not flat it is. You understand this. What's wrong with your spirit? Just confess. You measure
I shall confess.
The sky. You shall confess. You measure the earth and the sky flat, bro.
Yeah, okay, let me do that. As I'm sure you know, theodolites can be used on a slope of a hill because they use the plumb, a spirit level, essentially, to find the horizontal plane. So that's how they work.
Okay, so what's the working range on your theodolite?
Otherwise, theodolites would only be useful on a flat surface, and they're constantly used on slopes of hills.
Peter, stop gabbling along. He asked you what's the range.
For zenith angle measurements?
No, for the manufacturer's recommendations of a theodolite. What's the working range?
For geodetic surveying or planar surveying?
No, just working
you're
range of a theodolite. Do you have one?
Theodolite. I think what I know is that theodolites are very useful for zenith angle measurements to stars, and I think stars are farther up. At least 5,000 miles.
You have a theodolite with a working range of 5,000 miles? What's the model number?
Okay, and if that's the least, what's the maximum range? They're pulling shit out their ass.
50 kilometers, but I'll take 5,000 miles. Do you think stars are closer than 34 kilometers?
You don't know what stars are.
Your theodolite, don't you worry
Do you think elevation angle measurements are perpendicular to horizontal reference planes?
Elevation angle measurements are perpendicular to horizontal reference plane? What does that even mean?
Speak English?
So all elevation angles would be 90-degree angles? What are you, high?
What's an elevation angle, Peter?
Elevation angle is 90 degrees minus zenith angle.
What the fuck? So why are you asking me?
Oh, that's a declination angle. He's talking about
Elevation angle complements the right
Peter, elevation's up, isn't it?
Yeah, I know.
Cool. Okay, not down.
That's true.
Awesome. So up from.
Yeah, you can have a negative elevation angle.
Okay, so when you're bringing up your zenith measurement and taking your measurement from that, that's a declination angle. We're talking about elevation taken up.
Well, this is just the.
Yes. I know because you, Matthew, and other people do this. I can create a plumb bob, and that's vertical and perpendicular to horizontal, and I can take the zenith angle measurement or declination angle measurement from that vertical line.
Okay, can I explain?
Yeah, you can. Of course.
Okay, I'll explain in good faith. In my slide, I show an angle of negative 0.044 degrees, right?
Yes, the building is below the horizontal.
Yes. This is the same as reporting a zenith angle of 90.044 degrees.
Where is?
You understand?
Yep,
if zenith is vertical, then the angle that I'm showing is 90 degrees from zenith plus 0.044 degrees. It's equivalent. It's just a different way of saying the same thing.
Yes, as long as we understand all saying the same thing.
One last sentence, if I may. Certain theodolites, when you level them, instead of reporting the angle of 0 when they're level, they report 90 degrees, meaning they're showing zenith angle as opposed to elevation angle. These are just completely equivalent things. You can buy one theodolite that's going to show you 0 when you level it, and another one that's going to show you 90 if you're looking in one direction, and 270 when you're looking in the opposite direction, because they're reporting zenith angles.
You screwed up. You screwed up. You stated the wrong definition for an elevation angle. Define it again.
An elevation angle is the angle from the horizontal plane.
Ah, you changed it. Where's the horizontal plane on a globetard?
It's perpendicular to the vertical plane.
Then welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think Jedi understands what I was saying.
Yeah,
Jedi understands what I was
You just snatched your own wig off.
all I
The
care
Earth's
about.
flat. The Earth's flat. There, dumb fuck. You
Yeah.
just snatched your
Thank
own
you.
wig off. Thank you.
Jedi, you got what I said, right?
Yeah, we got what you said. You just snatched your own wig off.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're
You're
bonding.
welcome.
We're all bonding.
Well, the Earth's flat, so you got to change your name. Peter the Flat Earth Knower from Peter the Globe Believer.
Oh, that sounds dope.
And there are no zenith angles with elevation angles, you crown crunching clown.
Crown crunching.
Yeah. There are no zenith angles with elevation angles. 0.
Need some food?
That's
None.
interesting.
That's
Very
interesting. Well, define an elevation angle. Let's see. Let's see if there's any zenith angles there.
It's an angle from the horizontal plane.
Now he said it direct. That's not the complete definition. You want the complete definition?
Yes, please.
Yes, an elevation angle from radartutorial.eu. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane.
Thank you.
Thank you. You just destroyed yourself. That line of sight measured in the vertical plane, that's the hypotenuse. There are no zenith angles in that definition, dumb fuck.
That's true.
Yep.
It's freaking beta mount.
This is beautiful. He said thank you. He was welcomed and he thanked you, and that.
He should.
Yeah. We're bonding, and we're all bonding. Peter, when are you going to change your name?
There's even a better definition for it.
I'm not able to change my name on this server.
It's killer. This last one is a killer. Let's check this one out because this gets very specific. Let's
Killer.
delete all. Let's
I barely
delete
even
all
knew her.
these. Let's try this one. This is from Sus Design. They
Anyway.
are contractors for.
Holy smokes! This panel is lit. We got like 40 plus people in here.
Thanks for the color commentary. They are a solar panel contracting firm.
People want to see the glow proof.
You already snatched your wig off with the flat Earth, dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. Sus Design, the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as a solar elevation angle, they must be measuring the sun, describes how high the sun appears in the sky, like I said. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun, that's the hypotenuse, and the horizontal plane the observer standing on.
You dumbass.
Say goodnight. It's all over. It's all over.
Turn out the lights.
That's it.
The party's over.
They say that all.
Yeah.
Good
All right,
things
I'm
must end.
Where's a horizontal plane the observer's standing on a globetard?
Nowhere.
Yeah.
Their location.
Your location is a horizontal plane. There are no horizontal planes on a globetard. None. Zero.
This is where the magic starts. So your tangential plane intersects the Earth at one point, and that's the point that you're standing on. But that means that the ground position of the star is not on the Earth; it's on your tangential plane, which extends out into space.
No, that's not what it means.
Yeah, that's what it means. Exactly what it means. And there isn't a tangential
GP,
plane.
Jedi.
There
the
is
GP
no
is a
tangent.
location where the zenith angle is zero.
There is no tangent mirror on the sextant. I already asked you that. You said there ain't one.
Adam.
It's 90.
With 90, you can't have 90 degrees on a globetard.
See, sorry. When
the GP, Jedi, the GP is a location where the zenith angle to the celestial body.
Does he have me on mute?
No, it doesn't.
He got a bad spirit. Go ahead, Jedi.
He's trying to like coddle up to Jetty like he's gonna help him.
No, it's all right. It's just because what Matthew pointed out earlier when we were talking about finding the ground position of the new moon, I think it was. Matthew said that it's 90 degrees on the surface of the Earth. So it's on the surface of the Earth then, right?
Yes. Yes.
The 90 degree. It's not on the tangential plane which extends outwards from your feet in space.
That's correct.
So it's on the Earth then.
Yes, a GP of a particular celestial body is a location on Earth, on the surface of the Earth, where when you stand there and you were to measure the elevation angle to that body, it would be 90 degrees.
Awesome stuff. And
if you were to measure the zenith angle, it would be 0 degrees.
Okay, that's fine, but where it intersects the Earth, that's at 90 degrees. Vertical meeting the horizontal, correct?
I didn't get that. Say again?
So the ground position on the Earth is at 90 degrees, the vertical meeting the horizontal. Vertical line.
I'm not following.
Vertical line down from the star to the Earth, where it intersects the horizontal plane of the Earth.
That's right. At that point, yes.
Okay. So,
but you can simplify this and completely disregard the horizontal plane and say, if I'm standing there and I look at the celestial body, and am I looking straight up?
Yeah, you're looking straight up. Of course you are.
Yeah. So am I looking along the plumb line? If I'm looking along the plumb line, precisely, that the zenith angle is 0, and that's the GP.
Okay.
If I'm slightly off, if I'm a few miles, off, then I will be looking at a non-zero angle from a plumb line. Zenith angle will be non-zero.
Just wait 23 hours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just say thank you and move on.
No, there's a 90 established. That's your problem. I'm sorry, Jedi.
That's what I say when people ask me for money. I just say no, thank you, and they leave me alone.
Because you're broke, duh.
I know we can stand underneath the star and say, hey, look, that's zenith angle of 0 degrees, but we're talking about its ground position, and that's at a 90-degree angle on the surface. If we're making
Elevation angle.
Yeah.
They're complementary. They're the same. They're both angles from a right angle, so they have to complement each other, right?
I know. So it is a right angle then.
There's a right angle between the vertical plane or the plumb line and the horizontal plane at your location, but you can disregard that and just use zenith angles, and everything becomes much simpler.
But they're 90 degrees, aren't they, Peter? Yes or no?
Zenith angle is not. Zenith angle is
yes
0
or no?
degrees.
Yes or no?
They're
Is it
90 degrees. Yes, perpendicular. Yeah, perpendicular.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth. You've just given us our plane again.
That's why elevation and zenith angle are complementary angles to the right angle.
So it is a right angle. Good. Now, this plane, is it a plane of the Earth or is it a tangential plane?
It's on a globe. And in the globe cartoon, it's that tangential plane.
I know.
You do agree that tangential planes exist on spheres, like in general, right?
I'm not going to decide this type of geometry. I understand what a tangential plane is. We've had many discussions about this. I'm just trying to figure out how many tangential planes you've got when you make an observation. The tangential
You've got one.
The tangential plane that's underneath your feet that extends out into space, where you meet the Earth at a point, and the tangential plane which intersects the Earth and leaves the Earth underneath the ground position of that star. That's two tangential planes that are contacting the surface of a sphere.
No, I disagree. I only have one.
Okay.
At any given location where I stand, I have a tangential plane under my feet.
Cool. And the ground position of the star you're looking at.
That's another location in the globe cartoon. That's another location away from me, where if I were standing there, then my tangential plane there would have a 90 degree to the line of sight to the star. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm pointing out. You've got two tangential planes now.
Okay, yeah. So they intersect somewhere, but I'm completely not interested in them intersecting at all. In my measurement, I'm not.
Okay, so back to your angle measurement.
Yes.
You measured an angle?
Yes. So if I may, in that measurement, I'm standing at a location, right? And I'm taking a zenith angle from essentially a plumb line, established using a spirit level. And I'm measuring an angle of 90 degrees and a little bit more, 0.44 degree. The tool presents it using a different convention, but that's essentially what it's doing. And that means that the line of sight to the building is below the horizontal plane, meaning that the building not only shrunk in its angular size significantly to like an inch, right? But it is below the baseline of the what should otherwise be a right angle triangle. And perspective does not do that.
And this is
because perspective is created by the reduction of the angle, hence angular size reduction, and a reduction of the angle cannot extend below the baseline of the triangle. The triangle cannot be flipped.
Cool.
All right.
In your mathematics, what refraction have you used?
So as you can see, I'm presenting two tables. One completely ignores refraction, and the other one assumes standard refraction.
Yeah, sorry, dude, I can't read it. I'm on my phone, and it's really, really, really small.
Okay. Yeah. So that's why I'm describing it.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the refraction that I used, of course, I didn't measure the gradient and the temperature. So I used the primitive, crude rule of thumb of, and I cite the equation that's used for that, but the rule of thumb is under normal, decent atmospheric conditions, you get 1 degree in lift for 1,500 kilometers.
Citation, please. That's not rule of thumb.
That's the one I'm familiar with.
Oh, that's
what I used.
Nope. Rule of thumb is you can beat your wife with anything that's about the size of your thumb.
I don't beat my wife.
misogyny. When's the last time you beat your wife?
Hey, if I were to beat her, it would be with a rod that was only the size of my thumb.
Just like between you and your maker.
Just like my ancestors.
This took a weird turn, didn't it?
I know, I'm like dumb. God damn, bro. But anyway, yeah, let's get back on track.
Citation.
So, flat earthers, why is Peter's building gone below his horizontal?
Why has Peter's building go below his... Because maybe he's in an airplane. I don't know. Why is the line of sight a horizontal plane that the building is beneath, or the mountain or whatever is beneath?
It's a building. Yeah, why is it below the horizontal plane?
Maybe he's
not
not
moving.
telling the
Also-
truth about his initial elevation.
Yeah, elevation.
No. But the building is 51 meters taller than the observer elevation. 68 meters tall. Observer elevation 17 meters. That's 51 meters above the baseline of the triangle. As we extend the triangle over distance, the building shrinks, but it should always be above the baseline. Well, why would it flip upside down? Why would it flip upside down? Who's going to flip the triangle, guys?
Why is
There
Peter
you go. That's the curve, baby.
with linear...
That's not curved, dude. Water doesn't do that. Also, 9K1, you've been unmuted. Please mute up for now, sir. Thank you very much, and we'll get back to the panel.
God, I didn't even realize I was unmuted.
Oh, okay. No problem. Welcome to the panel. We'll get to you in a second.
Yeah, Peter's
All right,
using
yeah, so
Euclidean measurements, right? He's using... Whatever, bro. Peter, you've been...
Zenith angle measurement is a pure Euclidean measurement of an angle between two straight lines.
Yeah, and you appreciate it, Peter.
I love it. I love Euclid.
Yeah, so welcome, and you have been welcome to Flat Earth. You're proving the Flat Earth. You're assuming a flat reference plane to tell us how not flat the reference plane is, Peter, and you have to see
You're correct. You're correct. I'm using a flat vertical plane, yes.
So, Peter, that's what you... Not only do you measure it, right? Damn, Peter, you see it. Like, you see the Earth. Like, you see the horizon as 0 degrees of slope. You see the horizon from east to west with 0 degrees of slope.
That's why I use precision instruments to perform my measurements.
But it's not a tangent. That's not a tangent. Like what
I don't care about that. I don't need a tangent.
No, you don't need a tangent to measure the Earth.
I just need a perpendicular to vertical. That's all I need. You can call it whatever you want, but it doesn't change the fact that when you perform a
What is your
Euclidean
vertical referenced off, Peter?
spirit level,
And what does spirit levels reference, Peter?
plumb.
They do not.
Well, how do you use a spirit level on
What's
the
a
slope
spirit
of the
level
hill then?
do? What does a spirit level do? It checks for what?
For plumb.
A spirit level checks for plumb.
Yep.
You can use it for that, but what do most normal people use it for, Peter?
To check for plumb and then find the 90-degree angle to plumb.
So you're just a weasel. That's all this comes down
That's
to.
exactly what the theodolite does, by the way. It finds the 90-degree angle to plumb. That's exactly what it does when you level it.
Plumb is referenced from what, Peter?
Plumb is just a law of nature.
Plumb's a law of nature.
No, it's not, Peter. No, you just said that because you got a spirit, bro. Why did you decide to lie to us when you wanted to define plumb? Define plumb.
I would never lie to you.
Dude, Peter.
That in itself was a lie. What the fuck?
Define
I would
plumb.
never lie to you. Why would I lie?
And another one.
Peter.
Stop the cap.
What is plumb?
Plumb is a law of nature that makes things point downwards.
That's not true, Peter. You know that. That's not true. There's no law of nature of plumb.
There is.
There's
Take
no
a weight, attach it to a string.
Citation, Peter. Citation.
Take a weight, attach it to a string,
Yeah,
and where it points
we got
is
that part.
Yeah.
there you go.
Give us the
Get
citation.
the citation.
Yeah.
The citation for what plumb is?
A law.
The thing you just said. That's what a citation is.
Well, I am your citation because that's how I understand it.
I am the citation. Holy
I will accept your
fuck,
definition.
bro.
I don't have one. I don't have one.
You don't have one. So where did you just make that up?
I apologize. I will accept your definition of plumb. Please provide one. I will accept it
A
blindly.
replacement. Hold on, Pete. Just calm down for a second. We didn't offer a replacement for the bullshit you just said. We'd like you to back up the bullshit you just said, please.
Okay, I don't know what plumb is. Please provide.
No. You said it's a law of nature that does this, that, and the other. Can you back that up?
That's how I understand it.
Okay, can you back it up?
No, this is just my own private understanding as a free thinker.
Where did you even get that from, though?
When I think about it, when I think about plumb and plumb bobs,
Tis truth. So there is no law of plumb that you can cite.
I just know that things go down and plumb bobs respond to that.
That's a no.
Incredible.
There's no such thing as a law of plumb that you can cite.
Incredible.
Okay, well, you're correct, but there's a law that says things fall down vertically.
Where is that?
There's no law.
In nature. It's an
Can you cite
observable
that?
law of nature.
Observable law.
And
Yes.
this is how he segues into his next event because he's getting hammered on the last one. So say it, Peter. You just want to step out.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to talk about it. Do you guys disagree that plumb bobs function?
Whoa, bro. Whoa. You
But
just, you're about to tell us there's a law of...
He wants a concession. Peter, do you want us to tell you that you were right all along, Peter?
Not necessarily, no.
Yes, you do.
No.
Would it make you feel better if I told you that you were right all along, Peter? Because I don't.
No, it would not one bit.
Peter, I am not trying to convince you of anything. I don't care. I don't care.
Dude, I'm just responding to prompts. People are asking me, do you have a measurement of curvature? Then I show it. I don't care what you think about it.
You don't have a
You
measurement.
definitely didn't show that.
You
I
jump
certainly
in here,
do.
carrying on about your plum.
No, you don't.
Because you know the only way you can do it is reverse it up, so you're not using a horizontal plane. Because you know damn well we've got it over you.
I agree with you. I'm using a vertical plane.
So in other words, you've got nothing. You don't have a ball. You've got a magical vertical line hanging in nowhere.
I have a zenith angle measurement to a building that's more than 90 degrees. That should never happen if the only thing that
There we go.
is perspective.
There we go, folks. If the Earth was flat, then things would have to be different.
Yep.
On a flat plane.
No, gotta stop you there, brother.
How does that make
Go ahead,
you?
Matrix. I'll go after you.
Nah, so I was just going to say, all these kids are just taught up on basic programming. If, then, go to. If it's flat, then.
Blah 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 blah. Exactly.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Jedi.
I'm kind of interested. Peter, how many times have you done this observation on me? Just the once?
No, me zero. My friend performed the observation.
Zero?
Okay, so your friend did it once, right?
He's done it many times. Sorry, in different places, but this one I believe he only did once, yeah.
Okay, is there any possible chance your friend would be able to repeat the observation, maybe conduct the measurement more than one time, 2, 3, 4, something like that?
I'm sure he could, yeah.
I'll tell you the problem, Peter. Sorry, Jedi.
Go on. No, you're gone. Carry on, mate. You're fine.
I thought you.
Can I say one more thing to you, Jedi?
Please,
can I just make one statement? Well, can I please? It's going to be short. Do you agree that on a flat plane you could never have a zenith angle measurement that's more than 90 degrees?
This is what I'm sitting here thinking about. This is why I'm asking for other measurements, because I bought a fraction. I want to see if other observations show the same thing or something different, because then we
They all
can
do.
yeah, this is what I'm interested in looking at, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, just
sometimes, maybe on a different day with different atmospheric conditions, the top of the building will appear above the horizontal of the observer.
it's possible. With a stronger refraction, the angle would be lifted more. I don't know if it could be lifted by 0.044 degree at this distance, but under extreme conditions, maybe it could. I just want to say, Jedi, so you know that I'm sincere. On a flat plane, if we measure a zenith angle to any object that's on top of that plane, it can never be more than 90 degrees, because that would mean it's dipping, below the plane, and that's impossible, right? Because the object is above the plane. So that's all I'm showing here. Anyway, thank you.
Cool.
On a flat Earth, everything would be different.
Perspective couldn't make a building appear below.
Who is sitting here saying, "Well, perspective is the answer for everything"? No one's even offered any of that to you. I've been sitting here listening the whole time. You're arguing with yourself.
Getting
but perspective can do it. Well, who's in here telling you perspective is the answers?
Nobody.
Come on, man.
He wants to switch cases. He wants to act like he's got refraction.
Holy, I mean, dude, you have to consider this at least. There's a whole panel here, flat earthers, right? We live on the earth as is. We are flat earthers because of the way the earth is right now. But your guys' presentation, every time involves, well, if it was flat, then something different. Okay, why are we flat earthers then? Why aren't we going with this position that you created for us to believe in? Well, maybe it's because we're flat earthers because of the way the earth is currently. Not the way you say it should, would, or could be if it was flat. That's a dumb argument.
Okay.
I just wanted to jump in real quick.
Fucking loser.
In regards to, I heard him earlier, but I was busy. I heard him earlier asking about why is the horizon not at the crosshairs. Is that what you said, Peter?
No.
It's below the crosshairs, dude.
Yeah, that's what. Did you say that the horizon's below the crosshairs, and you're saying why is it? It must be a curve.
No. I didn't say horizon once, other than when I was answering
He's
to
scared of the horizon.
QE. I never invoked the horizon. I'm saying the building
He's afraid of the horizon, guys.
is below the horizontal plane for the observer.
So the crosshairs.
Jedi gets it.
So you're calling the horizontal plane. You're calling the crosshairs. I was just trying to.
Okay. Can I explain? You're asking me a question, and then you're providing a rambling answer to yourself.
I trying to clarify.
Your question. Okay, it's a fantastic question.
I heard you say it, so I'm just trying to clarify.
It's a fantastic question, but please allow me to answer it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when you level a theodolite, it levels at 90 degrees zenith angle, which means it puts the crosshairs at the horizontal plane for the observer. What I am showing in my slide is that the crosshairs had to be dropped by 0.044 degrees to point at that part of the building that is 68 meters in elevation. So the part of the building that should be 51 meters, that is 51 meters taller than the observer, 68 minus 17, 51, is appearing below the horizontal plane.
So this is why I'm bringing up, maybe make this observation a few more times, because if we understand some of the definitions of refraction, one of them is sinking. Now, sinking is the opposite of looming. I'll tell you what looming is in a minute if you want to know. In sinking, stationary objects that are normally seen above the horizontal appear to be lower, or even may disappear below the horizon. So
I understand, yes.
Yeah, so this is why I'd like to have multiple observations of the same thing, because you said earlier it'll be hard to make it rise up by that angle of difference that you mentioned. Well, at the moment we don't have a baseline. we've just got this one observation, and we have to kind of eliminate any type of refractor effects. In this particular instance, this would be sinking. So maybe the object is sinking because of a refractive effect.
Yes.
The other thing to take into consideration also, Peter, your reading of 00440, with the numbers you've given us, an accuracy of 2 to 3 kilometers on a good day, that doesn't look like a good day, so I'm going to put it at 2 kilometers. You're doing that at 30 plus, so that's by magnitude of 15. So, which equals 0.045. So your reading is less than its inaccuracy. So that crosshair could be plus or minus what you've read out.
Okay. Did you see on my slide where I compared the results against globe and flat Earth, how big the margin of error is for flat Earth?
What do you mean? How do you compare flat Earth?
Yeah,
flat Earth.
Did you magically get it? So you've got some.
There you go again, folks.
Yep. Can I answer?
See, no, hold on. What can you? What is it? Sorry, Matrix. You go ahead.
Why would it be different, Peter?
Flat Earth is an Earth where 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane.
On a flat Earth, on a flat Earth, refraction still exists.
Yes.
Cool.
Not according to QE, though.
Well,
For the record, just for the record.
Yeah, I've started to read out some of the definitions of refraction. So, yeah. On those
I know that it exists. I agree with you. I just wanted to be snarky. Of course it exists.
For the record, that is not true, and I will post the citation.
But what
okay, well then it doesn't exist, I guess.
What I will say, though, is when you say on a flat Earth model, that's not just angular size reduction with distance, is it? We still have the atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. So the correction for refraction needs to be used in both cases. In the globe cartoon and in the flat Earth reality, refraction needs to be accounted for.
Peter. Okay. Cool.
Okay. So on a flat Earth, but can I finish my previous answer, please?
But you're already going it because I already made a whole rant that you didn't address. And now you're just it's fine.
I want to go back to the previous question.
No, Peter, listen, because you're going to do the exact same thing I called you out for that you did not address. Do I have to say it again? Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you.
Stupid.
Okay. Our position as a flat earther involves the Earth as is. Can you address that?
Your position, yes, as you understand it, as you observe it, yes.
Okay, so what were you about to tell us? On a flat Earth, blah, bitty, blah, 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 would happen, and it doesn't, therefore it's not flat.
Let me can I rephrase?
Hey, bro, we're going to hear this for the 33rd time.
Okay. In flat Earth reality, 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane. True or
also,
false?
the water's flat, too.
Sure, but is my
flat Earth, the water's
true?
flat.
Okay. Yes. Jedi said yes. Thank you. So, in flat Earth reality, 2 points of equal elevation are on the same horizontal plane. Therefore, if there's an observer at elevation 17 meters, and there's a building in some distance away, it's elevation 68 meters, they share a common baseline of 17 meters that is on their common horizontal plane. Right, Jedi?
Yeah.
Okay. Therefore, the top of the building should be at a positive angle from the observer.
See, should, would, or could be.
And,
there we go.
Well, will be I'm sorry. Thank you. In flat Earth reality, the line of sight from the observer to the top of the building will be a line of sight affected by refraction, and it will create an angle between the common horizontal plane and the line of sight, which we'll call elevation angle, and that angle must be positive. It may be very small. If the length of the baseline is very long, that angle will converge onto zero, but will never reach zero, and it certainly never will be negative.
Unless we take into account things like sinking.
Yes. So under certain specific atmospheric conditions, everything can go to shit, right? Like,
Yeah, walk it back.
remember that image, Jedi, of the ship that had like 5 letters M on it? Did I ever show you that? Right.
Yeah, I know that.
So under certain conditions, we would see freaking 3 buildings, a mirage of a building, God knows what, right? Yes, that could happen. But as long as we're looking through a decently behaving atmosphere, that angle will always be positive. Now, the angle might vary from measurement to measurement, from exactly same positions through the day, because the refraction will fluctuate, so to speak. So yes, that's true. Now,
okay.
the reason why I'm saying this, yes, so almost. So the reason why I'm saying this, the actual measurement diverges from the flat Earth reality as compared to the globe cartoon by a factor of 82 times. It's 82 times more wrong than the globe cartoon. That's a problem for the reality.
How did you come up with this 82 times?
It's in the third slide. You have a table that shows the angle.
We're not traveling through shit to look for that.
Oh, I was hoping you were studying my evidence very carefully.
Well, the
Since
amount
it's a
of
curvature measurement.
there's a lot of
You wish. You
It's
fuck.
not.
Hey, I just
Bro.
want you to find refraction. What is refraction for the slow kids? Because I'm in the back of the bus, right? And I want to know, what is refraction? Can you define it, Peter? Peter, can you define refraction?
I'm sorry, I got disconnected. Yes, in a second. First, let me post what I was asked to do. I was hoping, since, you've asked me to show the holy grail of this discussion, which is curvature measurement, that you would be studying the evidence very carefully. But
Why aren't the experts presenting this?
Hold up.
Why is there a goofball on Discord with all the answers?
What do you say?
Here it is.
Measurement.
Have a look at the third slide. It shows 2 tables. They include both the expected angle for the flat Earth reality as well as for the globe cartoon. And the measurement
You
agrees
saying
with
reality
the
is
globe
not changing what you're actually saying. On a flat Earth,
I'm
this should
using-
happen, and it doesn't. Doesn't matter what little cute pronouns you're putting in front of it or after
Well,
it.
let's have a look
It's
here.
not changing
No
what you're
refraction.
saying.
The globe cartoon agrees with them. Mhm. Yeah, get off your load. Yeah.
Matrix, you go and I'll go after you.
No, you're right. Go, CB.
So quickly, we're standing shoulder to shoulder doing this observation. Me and Peter. We're looking over flat water at a building. And he's like, well, look at the crosshairs though. Like, okay, the earth is still flat, bro. The water does not curve, period. That body of water. So what's the issue here? You're saying, well, on a flat earth, it should do these things that I say. This is big, but you're trying to dress it up like, well, in flat earth reality, it must do this. It's the same thing.
I'd just like to know, CB, before he starts ranting again, he's got 2 different measurements. 0089 for FE and negative 0.65. Now, did he magically snap his
Sir,
fingers
not
and it makes
measurements.
a ball tard? Oh, so they're just calculations.
No, read the top of the column, tells you what they are. The title of the column, read it, please. Yes.
Are you saying? Okay, I'm confused.
I just want to know something. Hold on, Bill. Hold on. I just want to know how the same theodolite got 2 different measurements.
It didn't. There's only a single measurement.
This
It's
is
at the
something I'd
top
like
of the
to jam
slide.
down your neck, Peter. If you didn't get 2 different measurements with the same theodolite, why do we have different numbers there? How did you differentiate from what you call flat Earth to ball? What was the difference? You've taken one measurement with one device. So if I go outside now, look down the street, and just pick a random house, aim at a window, and it's negative 4.5, it doesn't matter what I say I stand on, it's still negative 4.5.
Yes. I agree.
So how did you get two different numbers?
I'm happy to explain. Are you looking at the slide right now?
I'm looking at it.
Okay. At the top of the slide, below the title, it says measured angle negative 0.044 degrees. Yes?
Correct. I can read that.
This is the only measurement that was taken. Now, in the table, it says, let's look at the left side table first. In the flat Earth reality, the relationship between the observer, the point of the building that's the same elevation, 17 meters, and the top of the building would form a right angle triangle, correct?
So where are you at? Sorry, I'm looking for this building.
On a flat Earth, again, visualize the following.
Straight away, basic programming. If then go to if flat Earth, therefore insert straw man. Okay, good.
Yes. So on flat Earth, if I'm standing at 17 meters of elevation, and I am looking at a building that's 68 meters, there will be a triangle formed between me, the point on the building that's 17 meters, and the top of the building that's 68 meters. It will be a right angle triangle, correct?
Should be.
Therefore, when I'm looking from my position at the top of the building at 68 meters, there will be an angle, and the function of that angle, that angle is the function of the distance, and the difference 68 minus 17, 51 meters. Euclidean geometry of a right angle triangle, correct?
Oh, so what you're doing here is you're comparing Euclidean geometry to what you believe it would be if it was flat. That's what you're doing.
No.
So these are
both are Euclidean
These are
geometry.
calculations.
These are predictions, yes.
So they're calculations. We asked for measurements earlier, Peter, so piss off.
Well,
Yeah,
there is
we're
a
not trying to
measurement.
predict a flat Earth either.
No, of course, there is a measurement.
Calculations,
You just
they
said-
are not measurements.
There's only one reality, so I cannot switch between globe Earth and flat Earth. It's
So
either
therefore
this
you
or
would
that.
only have one lot of measurements. Full stop.
I have one
You're not doing
measurement,
that.
correct.
You've given calculations.
No.
Yeah, what measurement
I
of the
am
flat
telling
Earth?
you, we all agreed that the flat Earth is an Earth where 2 points of equal elevation lie on the same horizontal plane.
No, what I said
Therefore,
was it's
there
the
will
Earth
be a
as
right
is.
angle.
Yeah.
Wait, Peter, the phenomenon that you want to highlight, is it conjured in the device of the theodolite?
No.
The phenomenon, there's no, okay, so there's no phenomenon that you're observing, right, Peter?
The theodolite doesn't know what type of Earth it's on. It doesn't care. It doesn't have any feelings about it. It just measures a zenith angle.
So what do you see? You see a phenomenon in the theodolite, Peter?
I observe a measurement of a zenith angle.
Okay, so you don't observe phenomenon. So there's no phenomenon in the theodolite, right? Because you wouldn't want to reify, that or map.
That's true.
Right?
I mean, I'm trying to keep this conversation on topic. There's a lot of phenomenon going on.
Yeah, but you're a
optics,
weasel.
electromagnetic waves.
Oh, there's a lot of phenomenon. Oh,
You can't even
why
admit,
would it only
Peter.
be perspective?
You can't even admit that theodolites
There's
zero at
perspective, obviously.
horizontal. They don't zero from vertical. So that shows
Yes,
how
they do.
broken your mind is.
They do zero at vertical.
They zero at vertical.
Mhm.
So you've got to point your theodolite dead vertical to zero it before you go anywhere else.
That's what a spirit level does.
No, we're talking about the theodolite. You have to point
a
it dead
theodolite
vertical
uses
to
that.
set it.
This-
Yes or no?
This model of theodolite uses a spirit level.
You have to point your theodolite dead vertical to set it. Yes or no?
Is there a phenomenon in the spirit level?
I have to level it in relation to vertical. Yeah.
You're a fucking weasel. You'll never change. Just be honest, Peter. You point the thing horizontal, that gives you zero. True or false?
True.
Thank you. So 0 is horizontal, not up in the air. So your readings are from the horizontal plane, not from your stupid zenith that you keep pulling your dick over.
It's the same thing. Jedi understands what I mean, so I'm happy. You know.
Jedi simp. Everyone on their knees for Jedi.
I cannot make everybody think about it, but I can make some people think about it.
You're damn fucking right.
Jedi's not to be. He's not going to be a Glober or anything. Like, come on, dude.
Well, I don't care if he's a Glober. He agrees with me on what zenith is in relation to horizontal, and that's good enough for me.
No, what is refraction? I thought that was a question. Is that the question that everyone's asking? What is refraction?
I'm happy. I thought you'd never ask. Refraction is generalized as. Refraction can be generalized as the principle of least time.
Live.
You should say
Who
intelligent
the fuck
design.
said it? Who said that things are falling to earth because of God? Y'all need to slow the fuck down.
Pop said that, the new flat earther.
Yeah,
but he was
Pops,
wrong.
you're
Hold
not
on,
even
hold
a
on.
flat
I've been doing this
earther.
for hold on. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm gonna give him a hint. Pops, you're supposed to say density and buoyancy.
Oh my lord.
Oh, because of density and buoyancy.
No, he already
They force
said
you
because God. Ah.
What?
Dude, come on.
Dude.
We can talk flat Earth, all right? Like that's the fun thing about this is we can talk flat Earth, and we don't even have to bring religion or the Bible or anything like that into it. It's so
My
great.
bad, my bad.
Yeah, it all.
But most of them
I don't know their argument. That's the only one that I heard before. So.
Oh, you haven't been around.
I don't know.
You
That
haven't been
sounds
around long
like
enough, man.
some fucking trolling ass
Yeah,
flat Earth.
I haven't
Like,
been
he
around
thinks
enough
he's
to
shit.
get around.
Normally you get density.
Density.
Some people bring up density and buoyancy.
Normally, you get Globers coming in here, ironically asking you, "Do you believe in something?" And then they say that we are religious. Go get a grip. Right. Because we're not
I know
holding a
you're
belief here, right? Like
I
that's the
know
whole
that
thing
you're not
about
holding
it.
a
Flat
belief.
Earth. No.
Don't be
Flatsy's
so sure,
right.
platypus.
Flat Earth.
Platypus,
Hold on.
don't be
Flat
so
Earth
sure.
is not holding a belief, right? Flat Earth is not holding any kind of beliefs, right? Flat Earth sticks to what.
Flat Earth certainly works hard to present itself as
Well,
empirical.
hold on a second.
No,
Hold
we
on.
don't even have to work all that fucking hard. We don't.
What I thought was like people don't believe, or the flat Earth don't believe in like the Big Bang, so they believe in a higher power that made the Earth because they didn't believe in that.
Go, Invoking,
That's what I've heard.
you're the zealot. Would you please try to formulate questions that don't ask us what we believe in? Maybe be intellectual and come up with a question that actually makes sense and doesn't invoke belief.
Okay, Flatsy, where do you think the Earth came from? How did the Earth come to be?
Infinite regression fallacy. Can you please formulate something that's
No.
not fallacious?
Hey, excuse me. Excuse me. That's a perfectly fair question to ask. And I'm
No,
looking for a
we already
legitimate
did that.
answer for it.
No, I'm going to jump to Flatsy's defense on there. None of us were there.
Okay, none of us.
Why
were
don't you guys just
fucking there
admit
at the
that it's
forming of
God
no.
and Jesus
None of
and
us
that
were there
Jesus
at the
Christ
forming of the earth,
birthed the
right?
universe out of
We're
his butt?
here.
All right.
Well,
We
I mean,
are
you have to
here
have some
right
idea,
now
though, right?
on the earth. We're here right now on the earth, and we can make observations. We weren't there when the earth had formed, right? But we're here right now on the earth, on the formed earth, and we can observe it. We can test it. We can see that there is no curvature. Okay,
Hey,
so like,
Jenna?
where's your curve proof?
Can you
Jenna, if
speculate
your
at
answer,
least?
hold on a second, hold on, Jenna, if your answer to that question is I don't know, that's a perfectly valid answer to the question. That's all you have to say.
Yeah,
If I
that's
ask you
the
where do you
basis of
think
it.
the Earth
So
came from, all you have to say is I don't know. That's a valid answer. That's all you have to say.
That is true. It's kind of
I'm
valid.
not going to judge you for saying I don't know. If that's
then why
the
would you
answer,
ask? Why would you ask such a
Just to know where you're
question?
at. Just
because
to
I
know
wanted
what.
to know what your I wanted to know what your answer is. I get all sorts of answers from flat earthers.
Okay, that's fair.
I
Now,
do have flat
okay,
earthers
all
that
right.
tell me that it came from God because they subscribe to a biblical definition of the shape of the earth. I get that all the
Harry the
time.
Platypus, if I had asked you the same question, would your honest answer be I don't know?
My honest answer would be I don't know.
Okay, fair. Then
No,
we're on
none
the
of us
same.
was.
Then hey, hold on. I bow to that.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to agree with something that you said earlier. Now, when I asked you what you think, when the first thing you said was it was an infinite reduction fallacy, which
That
I know where
wasn't
you're
me.
going
That
with
was
that.
that was Flatsy.
That was flat.
Flatsy
Okay,
said it was
you're
an
right.
infinite reduction fallacy,
In my
which she's
defense,
right.
in my defense, the two of you almost sound identical on my computer.
I know.
Listen,
But
please
I'm
don't.
my answer is I don't. Hold on, Jenna. My answer is I don't know for the same reason that your answer is I don't know. I can't keep walking it backwards to get to a beginning, like a first answer.
All right, Platypus.
That's a dishonest
Flatsy's-
answer. I don't know. That's
Flatsy's
dishonest.
trying to say something. Let Flatsy say what she's trying to say.
I said infinite regression fallacy. Why are you going to? Why would you ask a question that has no clear answer? Because none of us were there.
Because Flatsy, to some people, there is a clear answer. Some people think they have a clear answer to that question. That's why
Magical nothingness.
Flatsy.
Magical nothingness.
All I did was ask her what her answer to the question was. That's it.
All right, so then I guess the answer is the same for all of us, right? Right. The answer is going to be the same for me, from Flatsy, from you. The answer is I don't know, right? Because honestly and realistically, none of us were there. But honestly and realistically, all of us are here now, right? On a place that we can test, we can observe, right?
I think God did it.
That's what matters.
You think?
now.
Hold on. You think we can? Do you think we can test everything that we can observe?
What do you mean?
Well, we observed the moon moving through the sky. How does the moon move through the sky?
Okay, the moon is not the surface of the earth. The moon is not going to tell you that the earth's surface is curving.
But I'm going to guess you have no idea how the moon moves.
That's not the point. That's neither here nor there.
No,
the moon has
here because
no
here is the
bearing.
surface of the earth.
No.
But it is there in the sky.
Harry. Okay, that has no bearing on the fact that we're here and now.
It does have a little bearing, though. It gives an idea of what you believe in, like, or what you think. Like, it gives like a indication of like how he's gonna answer or question his next answer or whatever.
First of all, I need to figure out the ground that I'm standing on before I start figuring out anything beyond that.
And you think the ground you're assuming that the ground that you stand on has nothing to do with the moon.
Yeah, no, the ground that I stand on, when I look out across the oceans, is pretty fucking level. It's flat. When I look out across the salt flats, it's flat. Kansas is flat.
See, that's funny because when I was out on the ocean for 4 years, I saw things that would lead me to believe that the surface of the earth is curved.
And what would those things be, sir?
So, if you don't know, I was a submariner for 5 years.
Okay,
I got to see a lot of ships from a very low viewing point with regard to the surface of the ocean many times. And one thing, not only did I see ships disappearing bottom down, but in fact, if I knew if it was a military vessel and I knew what kind of military vessel it was, I could actually determine how far away it was from me based on how much of it I could still see.
Right. That's all well and good. I mean, what was your what?
That's a very hand wavy. That's a very hand wavy
Okay,
response.
well, no. I've got to get some. I've got to get some extra information on this. Like, what was your observation height? What was the distance at which these boats were that you were observing? I need to know these things.
You ready for the answer that's going to really make you laugh?
Sure, go for it.
I cannot tell you how high out of the water the periscope comes. That is classified.
Okay. It's actually not all that classified. The periscope can come up out of the water from anywhere 1 to 7 feet.
Oh, you know what kind of periscope I used on what kind of submarine I served on?
What was that? Can you tell me?
No. You're telling me how high out of the water my equipment
I'm saying on average different periscopes, right? Anywhere between an observation height of 1 foot to 7 feet. That's the research I've done. And no, never mind the fact that my father and my grandfather were Navy, but yeah, I've done my research on it. Okay.
Okay.
Now it's okay if you don't know. It's all right if you don't know. I'll forgive you.
I could go and pull out some declassified video if you wanted to.
I mean,
of ships disappearing hull down.
I would love to see.
Do not pull a War Thunder, please. Don't pull the War Thunder.
No,
you don't want to give out some. You don't want to give out like classified information.
I can't, dude. I was a radioman. There is shit that I could accidentally divulge that would get me thrown in fucking Leavenworth for 35 years.
Yeah. I mean, pilots aren't supposed to tell you that they see a flat Earth, right? Like the technicians, the engineers for can tell you that this shit pings out horizontally. It doesn't follow a curvature. Radar, all of that. It doesn't sonar. That shit's not.
Question for you, Jenna. What happens when you reach the edge of the Earth? Do you just
what
tell
edge?
you said you're flat Earth, so it should be a disc, right? If you walk to the edge of the Earth, what happens when you walk past it?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been there. Have you?
Wait, I've been told that the Earth is not a disk.
No. Hold on. But have you been to the edge? What edge? But here's another question for you, real quick.
Please don't let that stupid disc shit slide.
It's fucking it is ridiculous because none of us flat earthers believe that we're a disc in space. Okay, there's no fucking edge to fall off of. Can you fall off of the edge of a pond if you're in the pond?
Can you fall off the edge of a pond if you're a pond?
Right. Yeah. If you're in the pond, is there any edge to fall off of? No, there's no edge to fall off of if you're in the pond. Okay. So that's what you're asking. You're like, can you fall off the edge of a pond? What happens to when you get to the edge of the pond?
So
fuck, I don't know, dude. Have you been there? I haven't been there. Earth isn't a fucking disc in space, dude.
So you don't know what the
flat Earth looks like? That's a misconception from the globe side.
They also can't map, for the record.
Did you say flat earthers?
Do you not know what does the Earth look like on a map?
How do you know that?
I got these stomach.
Flat Earth.
You guys talk amongst yourself. Give me just a moment, gentlemen. Ladies and gents.
How did you verify what it is? Did you verify that it's not a disc?
And why do you guys say don't let me ask these sort of questions?
You're super choppy, Callie.
Hey, I got a question for Globers.
Yeah.
So I just got my gun license, and I'm planning to go get some rifles and go like long range shooting. And I'm just wondering, is there any like machines that like I can buy at a gun store that accounts for Coriolis effect?
How far are you shooting? What's the velocity of your projectile?
I don't know yet. I just got my license like last week, so I want to shoot pretty far. I want to get a sniper and put a scope on that thing, but I just if the Earth is spinning very fast and moving and stuff, when I have to account for that when I shoot.
Probably not. You're probably not shooting far enough to have to really worry about it.
What if I shoot like 2 miles?
I don't think you can buy a gun that does that.
You'll get told by a sniper that the Coriolis is accounted for inside of the equation that you're doing, but all you're going to account for is just lift and wind.
I asked my boss,
isn't Coriolis at all
I asked my boss, who is an ex-sniper in the Israeli army,
nonsense.
things, right, about the Coriolis, and he just fucking laughed at me.
Mark
He's
said
like,
it in Shooter, so it must be real.
he said, all we do is account for wind direction. If it goes this way or that way or this way, or the wind moves in all kinds of different directions. You just have to calculate for it. He's like, Coriolis, ha! Like, he laughed in my face because he used to be a sniper. Like, oh well, there's my fucking answer, I guess.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot further than 2.5 miles. I think the world long distance record is 2.2 miles. He didn't account for Coriolis, so I figure if I factor it in, I can break that record. That's what I'm going for. So help me out, guys.
Well, dude, if you use refraction too, you might be able to see further over the curve. So you could, shit, bro, you might fuck around and shoot your own ass.
You get enough refraction, you'll shoot your
Yeah, you can make the world's longest shot. if you just
Yeah, I think I can beat him. If I just factor that in, I think I can beat him.
Well,
yeah.
If you get it as the same rotation as a space station, you could probably get it in that same free fall, and then eventually it'll fall out. And then boom.
You just got to angle up high enough, and it's going to catch orbit and pull back around and catch you right in the ass cheek.
You can aim at shit from around corners with your friend, and you're aimed right at it, and I'm sure you'll hit it. Holy crapola, Glovers.
Well, at least I don't have to spend more money on a Coriolis machine. Thanks, guys.
Wait, if you don't they have if you got the fully auto, you got the fully auto, got the semi-auto. I think it's one more click, Coriolis.
Oh no, I think that's triple burst and then Coriolis.
Coriolis.
Corioli.
Well, the Glovers were in the room the other day trying to say that even with a sniper rifle, that you could shoot a bullet and drop a bullet, and both of them are going to hit the ground at the same time.
Is that true?
That one right there. That one right there. That is absolutely true.
That's absolutely false. You're a clown if you think that.
What are you talking about? Like, it depends on how far you're shooting for that to work out. What are you talking about?
But oh my god, let's the flat earthers. You don't know what you're talking
You're
about.
telling me
Only way
if
that
I
that doesn't
shot
work out.
If you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to ballistics, simply
all right,
ask questions.
if I shot a freaking a target 10 feet away and dropped the bullet from a 4-foot freaking height, you're telling me the bullet's gonna hit the ground the same time as the bullet hits the target? Are you out of your freaking mind?
That's not the proper
That's
that's not
not
the proper setup.
Not what anybody said.
It's not at all what was said.
He's talking about bullet drop.
Yeah, has
I have
something to do with
a
hitting a
rifle that
target,
has
dude.
really bad bullet drop.
No, you have a rifle that drops the ball.
No, man. This thing is a wrecking ball.
Yeah. For those that don't know, that's a pun. For those that don't know, that's actually a pun.
Yeah, mine too.
I get foot drop. Paraplegics get something called foot drop. Is it anything like that?
Oh my goodness. Look, it's not exquisitely the case that a projectile fired will hit the ground at the same time, right? There's qualifiers that must be in place, right? For example, it has to be shot horizontally, right? Because if you shoot it up, you got to take into account the uplift, right? Et cetera, et cetera.
Well, if you shoot it straight down, I think it'll beat it there.
Oh yeah.
So,
It'll beat it there. Yeah, that's
I mean,
a good one.
yeah, of course it'd have to be horizontal.
Okay, well, explain to me the parameters and in what case that would work out to be.
On a perfectly
Well, I mean, the only practical parameter that would make it plausible for it not to occur would be variations, right, which are in the micro scale. So that would kind of be like you just consider that negligible, or any aerodynamic lift that the round would undertake, right? But all things being equal, it would be reasonable and expected for the objects to hit the ground if it was an extended horizontal plane at the same time, whether one's dropped or whether one's shot, right? It's the whole reason why you actually have to counter ballistic drop, right? By aiming upwards, right? Because you're expecting your round to strike the ground at a particular distance. And your flight time in that distance is going to decide how much you have to arc it, right? Which ballistic computers can do for you. You can laze a target and the ballistic computer will automatically arrange the barrel to compensate for all these factors.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't have a scope to set for those distances, and you just had your rifle with open sights, yeah, you'd have to literally aim high and be amazingly good at learning that,
Well, not really. Actually, majority. Well, you're saying without a scope. Yeah, without a scope, it'd be.
Yeah, like that. The old cowboys. They got that long thing. They kind of click up the rear high sight. For the longer shots.
Iron sight.
Yeah, but that's still a measure, right? Like, so when you take a rifle like that and you design the marks, the notches on the back, right, that you're going to line up with the front
just
post.
like a scope, pretty much like.
Yeah, they don't make that up,
Right.
They actually test it out and see what angle that's going to make the barrel so that the round with its force plus drop will equal the distance range. So a lot of those posts have marks on them. So this post is 100 meters, this post is 200 meters, this post is 300 meters, et cetera, right?
Be interesting to see someone with like an old black powder or whatever. You know, it didn't have sights that kind of just basically
there's a
eyeballed
movie.
it.
There's a
45
movie about
caliber.
that. There's a movie about that, bro. The
It's a
movie is
single act.
called Quigley Down Under. If you're ever
I was
interested.
just gonna say it. I was just gonna say, is Magnum PI in it?
Yes.
Yeah.
The impressive thing about it is that he's actually shooting upside down, so he has to do a reverse parabolic arc.
It's kind of funny that the Globers were the ones bringing up that horizontally fired bullet thing, because if anything, it's kind of a point against the Globe.
Not really.
It's so absurd to think that anybody could pull off a shot with stuff moving.
No, I mean, if certain conditions are in place, like, for example, you've got even elevation, which is kind of unreasonable, but, I mean, just in concept, that sounds like that's what they were talking about.
Fair enough. So let me ask you this question, Mr. It Sounds Absurd. Okay. At 3,000 meters, okay, what would be the standard quote unquote deviation, quote unquote, accounting for the traditional accounting for Coriolis at 3,000 meters?
It would probably be so freaking tiny it wouldn't even matter. Is my guess.
12 centimeters, bro. 12 centimeters. So what's 12 centimeters in inches? Let me see.
3,000 feet? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
3,000 meters.
12.
So that is
3,000.
Right, friend. Just check this out, Holmes. That's 5 inches, bro. 5 inches. Okay, one more time. That's 5 inches. So let me ask you this, dude. How wide are you at the chest?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be off by that much, but
Okay, well, yeah. How wide are you at the chest, bro? How wide are you at the chest?
16 at least. 18.
Okay, so that's a factor of 3 greater than the variance. So if I aim center mass, I'm probably going to hit your dumb ass, right?
Yeah, this is true.
Hey, there you go. And if I'm off to the right, then I just correct to the left. I just quickly correct to. Yeah, but think about it. If I'm off to the right and I miss, I just quickly correct to the left, right? I mean, unless I actually want to hit you, in your left atria, you know what I'm saying? Then and only then might I give a crap about trying to attempt to account for Coriolis, dude. I mean, get real.
I have to say Earth spin technically, because isn't Coriolis technically fixed?
Yeah, fair enough. Now, what is the error correction? What is the error correction for 1 mile per hour increase or decrease in crosswind per 1,000 meters?
I have no clue. I've never shot any kind of distance like that.
Okay, if memory serves, it's either 10 centimeters or 10 inches. I can't remember exactly, but either way, it's more than double the Coriolis correction. So if you had 2 crosswinds, you'd have a factor that's taking you off center mass by less than the width of a third of the mass, but the other factors are taking you off center mass per 3,000 meters times 3 times the variance, could take you completely off target, right?
Well, it would still make a mess of things. That's for damn sure. It wouldn't make it easier.
Right. So what actually happens in the field? So Bear, so with all that being said, what actually happens in the field when you're firing at a target? Yeah. You generally, right, unless you know all of these conditions, right, which you could theoretically, you're just going to put it range for ballistic drop, any leading. You're going to fire center mass, You're going to witness, right, where the round hit, and then you're going to correct.
And
That's
then
usually the
correct,
way it's going to
right?
go down.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Or the way I prefer is you just do about a 15 volley, and then you don't have to correct anything.
Dude,
Yeah.
have you ever seen that thing called Metal Storm? Metal Storm. It's like
Yeah, I've seen
they
that.
come in 25 barrels, 100 barrels, 200 barrels. Like it's just a wall, and they're electronically fired bullets, and the each barrel can have like 25 bullets in it. So it's just like it's a wall. It's just a hail of.
Well, the thing about Metal Storm, is that you can actually put a functional Metal Storm system inside a pen that could fit in your pocket, and it could literally be a 22 caliber with let's see, maybe 7 rounds in it. That by the way can be fired. They can be fired sequentially, intermittently, or simultaneously. Yeah.
Dude, yeah. What you do is you fire them like 1/100th of a second behind one another, stuff like that. That'd be neat. That'd be interesting. Sheesh, what a mess! I just saw this one show where they were shooting it at just like plywood, and it was just making a mess of it.
Hey, I heard, bro. I heard. If I'm not saying I heard the original source, but I heard that someone was interviewing one of the world records sniper shots, and they asked him if he accounted for Coriolis, and he said no.
Yeah, so that's why I'm going to account for it and then beat his record.
Good point, man. Good point.
I asked.
Now you also have to in any of those types of shots, because oftentimes what I hear is this record distance shot. Okay, there's a big difference between a record distance shot and a record distance shot first fire.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Like a sniper shot, the guy that made a shot from the longest wherever in like Baghdad. Like that's different from the guy that literally he shot for like 2 hours straight until he hit it. Until he made the shot. You know. Yeah. I mean, at that point, you could almost just be like the Texas sharpshooter fella. Like, hey, I did it after you shot enough.
Well, yeah, it's like, so you hear all the time about people, like they say after 1,000 yards you have to start taking into Coriolis, right? I'm like, dude, I hit targets 1,200 all day long with a 240 Bravo all day long. Not even hard. You don't even have to think about it. You literally just point right at it and you fire. You can literally see the tracers and just walk them on target in less than a few seconds. Your target's toast.
You got tracer
I had a
bullets,
240. I had a little 240 over under 20 gauge over under an old gun.
240 is just a serial. It's like a number, dude. It's not like it has no bearing on the 240 Bravo is just a man portable version of the 240 Charlie, which is the turret. It's just a machine. It's just a 7.62 machine gun, basically.
Speaking of a caliber, if I'm not mistaken, it's been a while since I owned the gun.
So it's one tracer. Yeah, it's one tracer. It's one tracer per 5 rounds. So if I see 3 tracers, that's already 15 rounds downrange, right?
Yeah. Like
why would I ever bother? If I can do that, right? Why would I need to account for any like anything other than the leading of the target?
Tracer round, man. You know how expensive
Now
that
it does
gets.
come into play. It does come into play if you're thinking about hitting a target with your first round and only 1 round, right? Then and only then maybe you do have to do all this precise calculating, right? Now, how many proven engagements, right, are there where the target is eliminated on the first firing?
I wouldn't even know the number for that. I would think that after the first shot, you don't have much of a second chance.
You sure about that, dude? I mean, think about it. After the first shot, sometimes it causes the enemy to hunker down, right? Now they're stationary.
Yeah, I guess I don't know.
Look, Bear. All as I know is there's a lot of methodology in military training and manuals for subsequent shots. And in fact, you want to know something interesting, Bear? Check this out. This is going to blow your mind. So let me ask this question: would you think that the more shots you're firing, you're going to get better accuracy with each subsequent shot? Is that what would come? Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, I guess you're like, oh, I got a higher probability of hitting something, and the more I shoot.
Yeah, guess what? It's wrong. After 5 to 6 shots, your accuracy gets worse.
And
So if you don't eliminate the target by the 5th or 6th time, you got to restart.
Huh.
Like that's also applicable to artillery, right? You bracket artillery onto the target, but after the 5th or 6th one, like the corrections that they're making are essentially bringing it back into error probability of missing rather than reducing the error probability and hitting.
That'll make your brain hurt to figure why that's true.
Well, the reason is because there is an inconsistency in the firings of the rounds. Like they could have the same firing solution, the same barrel, the same alleged powder, all of these things, and the rounds still land in a different place. So, switching that again is bringing along that error.
Pushing me off the fucking fence. Every breath or movement you make is an error.
Bless you, little kitten that was just on the mic there.
We don't know what he said, bro. Somebody said something might have been profound, but it just sounded like a bunch of overblare.
Yeah, somebody whispered.
Yeah, when people say that they don't account for Coriolis, maybe for your, shorter range stuff, but long range artillery, you definitely account for Coriolis. There's all kinds of firing solutions.
Yeah, cool story.
But to account for Coriolis, depending on if you're in the north, depending on if you're shooting south, which direction it's going to deflect.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Depending on if you're in the north.
Holy
of
crap.
what? In the north of what?
Depending on which hemisphere you're in, it's going to deflect in a different direction.
Yeah, that's cool, dude. So what's the round placement variability of a 16-inch gun in the same turret at 40,000 meters?
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, what does that have to do with anything? So now you've demonstrated how ignorant you are. Thanks.
Oh, you can't address what I said?
No, you should already know what this has to do with anything. If you're making the claim that at long ranges this Coriolis accounting is necessary,
Here, let me know what you think it means.
Dude, I'm not even going to bother, dude. You're not worth my time.
Oh, you can't tell me what it means. Why'd you say?
No, I can tell you what it means. I told you I'm not going to do it. Maybe you have a hard time comprehending English, I guess.
Yeah, I said what I said, man.
Yeah, I know you said what you said, and what you said is just a claim, dude. Cool story. Okay, the difference between me and you is I was a cavalry scout.
It's not a story.
Right? So were you a cavalry scout? Were you a cavalry scout?
Cool, so why are you lying about people accounting for Coriolis?
No, I'm serious. Like, I would just like to know, right?
You want a cookie?
Yeah, I want a cookie, dude. Okay, listen.
All right.
Listen, friend.
Doesn't change anything.
If you were paying attention and I explained the variabilities of direct fire at 3,000 meters, right? You'd notice how well, it is pretty far.
Depending on if you're shooting north and south, the amount of deflection range is going to change.
Okay, the problem is that they have a ubiquitous correction table for per 1,000 meters, right?
Yes, a correction table for the firing solution. You're damn right. It involves Coriolis.
No, dude. Direct fire doesn't have firing solutions, dude.
I don't know what you think you're talking about. We're pertaining to.
Okay, so listen, friend. Direct fire is not artillery fire. Comprende? Artillery fire is referred to as indirect fire. Yeah, dude, we know. We know you're not talking. We know you don't know what you're talking about. You're right.
All right. Well, you definitely account for Coriolis, though.
Yeah, I mean that's a cool story, bro, that you got there. I like your story. It's a great story.
So
You think they don't?
I'll need to buy something when I get my gun for Coriolis? What?
No, I'm serious. So like
long range.
Okay, let me ask this question, dude. So when I take my training and I learn bracketing, what am I learning?
Who cares?
Okay, so you have no idea what you're talking about. Thanks.
Yeah, you ignored what I said. Good job.
Dude, I don't need to address what you said because you're ignorant of the facts, dude.
Why are you getting so mad?
What?
That's Callie
Yeah, right.
AI. He's
All right, Callie, here's how we'll do this. Here's how we'll do this, bro. You go find me the round placement variability of a 16-inch gun off of a destroyer in a turret at 40,000 meters. You let me know what that is, and then you let me know what the variability of alleged correction for Coriolis is. Then you let me know the field observer who's witnessing these rounds hit, what their bracketing methodology is going to be in response to the rounds landing. And then you can come back and tell me whether or not people are accounting for Coriolis or whether it's necessary. How about that? Is that fair?
You're just lying. I mean, they definitely account for Coriolis. Everybody knows that.
I know it's a cool claim. I know that's the claim, and
Not
I
a
don't
claim.
disagree that that's a claim. Yeah, cool. So why don't you explain how it happens? Go ahead.
Yeah, depending on which hemisphere you're in, it's going to deflect in a certain direction.
Okay, what's the amount of the deflection at 40,000 meters for a 16-inch gun?
Depends on your latitude.
What is it?
Dude, it depends on your latitude.
What is it?
What is what?
Yeah, why don't you pick a latitude and then tell me what it is?
Cool. So you want me to actually find the firing solution?
Dude, why don't you pick a latitude? Why don't you pick one and tell me what it is? Go ahead.
No. Why don't you stop lying?
Okay,
That's all he does.
so bro, Callie.
Calm down,
Callie.
Andy. It's not that big a deal.
Yep, you're boring, bro. So you're just gonna go on mute, right? And then I'm going to have you permabanned from the channel until you bring me the data that I requested. How about that? Is that fair? So I'm going to unmute you so you can decide whether you're going to tell me you're going to give me the data or you're going to talk some bunch of nonsense schmack, right? And then I'm going to have to censure you indefinitely. All right, so let's unmute Callie and see if he has to, learn the error of his ways. Go ahead, bud. What's up,
You
Callie?
forgot how to exist in the real world. You're too busy censoring people.
Yep, so here we go. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Yeah, so in the real world, Callie, artillery that is not guided, right, is actually directed to the target by a forward observer. And there's a whole process there that if you knew anything about it, you would understand that the round placement variability is greater by orders of magnitude in some cases than the alleged Coriolis compensation. And so basically there's no way for you to know whatsoever whether any alleged Coriolis compensation is doing anything. Okay?
He ran away, brother.
Yeah, that's fine.
Beginning of your sentence, he ran away.
No worries.
Good job.
It's fun. It's funny when certain people show up and they just have no idea who they're talking to. It's hilarious.
It's almost too easy for a Cyberdyne Model 101 to dismember arguments like that. Where's the
Now there is one good there has been only ever one good rebuttal ever given to that point, where credit is due where credit is due. Right?
Thank you.
However, it's not compelling to me personally. However, it is considerable.
Did Scott bring it up?
Sure. Scott, listen, Scott's not as dumb as you pretend he is, all right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Scott doesn't pretend to be as dumb as you know he is. No, hold on a second. I'll get this right eventually.
No, it's got to be your bull.
We got time.
All right. A broken Scott is right twice a day. There we go.
That works.
I like that one. Yep.
That's poetic simplicity.
He knows a little bit of math, but I won't give him too much credit. More than that.
I could sum it up. It's like, look, when you have a bunch of factors and you're trying to hone in on a target, you're trying to mitigate as many as possible to get the round placement variability as close of a circle or near the target as you possibly can, right? And that makes perfect sense. Now you could parse out the particulars greater than that, but that is the case when it comes to a gunnery. That is what you're trying to do.
Now, who else wants some of Debo?
You gonna make me cry tonight, Avi?
Huh? Yeah, I don't have to. I'm on break right now. Else you'd be.
Ah, damn.
But
I'm in the mood for a good cry.
Well, I mean, AI's got two strong shoulders, But listen, you were on about the other day that you're talking about the sun proving that the Earth is a globe. And what is the sun modeled in? What model is it modeled in? Don't say globe model. Because specifically astronomy and celestial navigation. I've been talking about this for like 2 weeks now. Should have been here. If you weren't here. Oh, you were on vacation, weren't you? What is a conceptual tool that's used for astronomy and celestial navigation?
Yeah, I'll tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah, go ahead.
Celestial sphere.
Yes, correct.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Why did that sound like two lovers negotiating their safe words?
Well, the weird thing is that he's been on about this for a long time, but he's been actually dancing around. He's been dancing around the obvious, right? He doesn't want to actually face the facts that it's a conceptual tool that he's been using this whole time. That he's using his 0-degree argument. So he says the sun's moving across the sky, right? 15 degrees. All this great stuff that he talks about with astronomy. That's wonderful. Predictable movements of the heavens. It has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere. Now, mind you, he uses it in the way that he says that it uses a terrestrial sphere, but it does not need one. Well, what do we know about that? Back in the 6th century, the Babylonians were using the same model as conceptually as we do today. And they were doing something concentric to the person or the observer, right? Which is just fine. Where everything works, I mean, you can do things navigating across oceans and whatnot. And I've been hearing a lot of the guys in here who side for the globe also capitulating to the fact that they now understand the fact that a long time ago, they didn't need a sphere or believe that they live on a sphere to move across the Earth. So if that's true, then why does Scott always bring that up as his evidence for the globe? Now, methinks he doesn't have a good argument that I'm bringing this to light. And I want him to, because this guy went all in. I mean, all of his chips, they're all in. So in a poker game, he's trying to see what kind of hand we got, right? He's like, I think you're bluffing. I don't think you can call me out on this one. The problem is, he doesn't realize that his foundation for his argument has always been the conceptual model of the celestial sphere. Now, I don't know what he's going to say after this. I hope he's got something, kind of waiting to talk about. But other than him using a conceptual tool, I don't know what else he has, gentlemen and ladies. Go ahead, Scott.
What am I using a conceptual tool for?
the celestial sphere for astronomy and celestial navigation.
I
Now,
wasn't talking about astronomy or celestial navigation. I was talking about watching the sunset.
What do you think you're looking at? The sun setting, right?
I'm watching the sun go below 0 degrees angle of elevation.
Yeah, I know that. But isn't the sun
Nobody does
useful
celestial
in
navigation off that.
No, I'm not talking about that. I said in astronomy and celestial navigation. Right? Two things.
I'm not doing astronomy and I'm watching the sunset. I'm watching the sunset. It's really pretty.
What do you mean? Isn't the sun in the heavens?
Yes.
Okay. So isn't
I'm
that
not doing astronomy. No.
What are you
No.
talking about, Scott?
Astronomy is science. Watching a sunset's just watching a sunset.
Astronomy is science?
Yes.
Really? Okay. Well,
According to all the scientists, it is. And they're the ones who
Alright.
decide.
So the predictable movements of the sun are not modeled in the celestial sphere. Is that your claim?
I don't even know what that means. I can't make that claim.
Well, I mean, in astronomy, where you're seeing all the predictable movements of the heavenly bodies, including the sun, it's in the heavens.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So in astronomy, aren't you focusing on the sun setting?
I don't know of any astronomer who focuses on sunsets. People,
But really,
people enjoy
so
sunsets.
the sun has nothing to do with astronomy.
I didn't say that.
Well, it does it or doesn't it?
I said I was making a single observation of the sun below 0 degrees elevation.
You're not answering my question.
The question's irrelevant. My point.
It's irrelevant.
You're gonna make me
Why?
cry, man.
Well, we're not done yet. I want
Oh,
you to
okay.
at least yield. You have to yield, Scott. You have to understand that what I'm asking you is very specific. Does the sun, in this case, is the sun a part of astronomy?
Astronomers have looked at the sun, yes.
Thank you. Now, if we're going to say that the sun can be modeled within the celestial sphere, would you think that's correct or incorrect?
The sun can probably be modeled in something, whatever you're talking about.
Why is it so hard, Scott? I just want you to see the fact that you're now seeing the truth. The truth is, all this time, the thing that the celestial sphere is concentric to is the observer. Now, it could be thought of concentric to the Earth, right? In this case, for it being geostationary. But we're not. That's neither here nor there. In this case, we're understanding that a long time ago, people didn't think of the Earth standing on a ball. That was not in their thought process. They were
How do you
only
know?
looking at because they're looking at the predictable
How do you
movements of the
know?
heavens. Because they were traveling the Earth without the knowledge of the spheroid. You know
How
the
do you
globular
know?
Earth. Okay, so let's look at history, Scott. When was the Earth known as a sphere?
I don't know. Seems like for a long time.
Well, if you don't
2,500
have
years
the
from.
answer to the question, that's the problem. If you don't
I
have the
know.
answer,
That's why I want to know. I want to know how you have the answer to the question.
well, it's apparent. Everybody knows history. Can you look into history yourself, or is it just me?
Okay. How
Am I the
did
only one?
you find out?
You can search it up. There's facts, Scott, that people know about.
And you believe what I find on Google?
Oh, obviously, if people a long time ago didn't need the globe, see, this is the thing, right? If they actually use the spheroid, as maybe you probably think that they do, because you don't really know right now. If they actually did, then all of the writing would be on the wall everywhere. People would be talking about globes for as long as we can remember. As history can be recorded. Now, history, as it stands right now, everybody knows, and there's no real kind of debate here on that. The point is, everybody knows that a long time ago, people used to think that the Earth was flat, right? You agree with that? Yes?
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. So now you're
I mean, some
negating the
did.
fact.
There's some people who
Well,
didn't.
Yeah, well, which people didn't? Now we're going to see where your knowledge lies with history, because at first...
Hold on. Can I ask a question in regards to that? So was it the Australopithecines or the Africanopithecines that thought the Earth was a globe first?
I don't know.
No, you have
What I mean by that is
you're on fire.
What I mean by that is which pre-human cognate form of proto-human had the idea first? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, I don't know when human beings or our precursors developed the cognitive capacity to conceptualize an Earth.
That sounds like your tongue is falling downstairs, Scott. Come on, man.
Yeah, it sounds like, they probably had here and over there, and that was the extent of their understanding.
Dude, yeah, that's fucking answers Mr. Magoo would give me. Come on, dude. I mean, and here you are, and I said it before, man. You're just basically an armchair warrior. You want to say things, and you're comfortable, chair with your iPad, scrolling with your socks, kind of comfy. But you don't know any of these facts. You don't care to know. All you care to know is whatever somebody says. It's a globe, and you're just like, I'm good with that. Everybody needs to be on board with it. And I'm telling you, because you don't know, and the thing that you've always been using for your proof that the Earth is a globe. And then you look at us, dudes, I don't know why you don't think the Earth's a globe. It's such a globe. And you're like, well, it's easy to see sunsets are the proof of that. I heard you earlier because you were talking to Platypus.
Yes.
And he's like, if they could tell you the one single, Platypus asked you this. So you had one single proof. They held your feet to the coals. What would it be? And you said sunsets.
Yeah,
which
I did.
Yeah. Okay. So the sun is in the celestial sphere, which is modeled by the predictable movements, and in the heavens, which of course is modeled by the concentric to the observer. So you could say
So
that,
what is a celestial sphere then?
dude, I'm trying to tell you, this whole time you could just type it into Google and find out. It's basically what everybody notices as their perspective view is on the heavens. So say, for example, if you're out, I'll just say with no light pollution, right? And you're out in the nighttime with a sky full of stars, it would appear as a transparent dome with the stars affixed to it. And that's what it appears to you, me, and everybody. So that's the way it seems that we all view the sky. And things appear. Go ahead.
Sorry. And so within that model of a celestial sphere, how does anything ever get below 0 degrees angle of elevation?
I'm glad you asked. So as things move away from us, they also appear to reduce in angular, the angle of our what do you call it? Angle of view. So the angle of view, like let's say I'm watching something that's directly 90 degrees above me. As it moves across the sky, it changes its angle of view for me. So if I see a star, yeah. What?
And how far would it have to go before it drops below 0?
Well, that's the thing.
I know.
The conceptual tool of the celestial sphere doesn't deal with linear distance. It doesn't need to. It does not need to deal with linear distance, and that is the description. It's within the description, by the way. If you see it, it takes in no account linear distance. Doesn't need to.
Well, unless those celestial bodies are rotating in that celestial sphere.
Well, there's a lot more that you can add.
In relation to the Earth.
Yeah, there's a lot more you can add to it, but the like addendums that you want to tie into it, it doesn't necessarily need those. So the only thing that you need to be concerned with is the angle of view of the thing that you see in regards to
I agree.
Its position in the sky. Right.
I agree, and that's what I've been trying to talk about.
I know that. So with declination and right ascension, you're going to use these this conceptual tool, right? This celestial sphere, in regards to the angle of view that you see things. And the only thing you need to be concerned with, not linear distance, just the angle of view that you see the thing in the sky at any given time of year and so forth, so you can make the predictable move of the heavens, like the heavenly bodies, have a way that they're cyclical in nature. So for you, me, and everyone, it is just geographically speaking, wherever you are on the earth, the predictable movements of the heavenly bodies can be modeled in such a way that either in a geographic location, what you would see in the night sky, and or seafaring people for celestial navigation. Now, this is important. The important step that you didn't, or that you're using to kind of superimpose your terrestrial spheroid, is the fact that everything that the conceptual tool from the celestial sphere is speaking of is the thing that people in the globe Earth idea are conflating. They're conflating the celestial sphere with the terrestrial sphere. They're saying because we have a celestial sphere, we have the terrestrial sphere. The only thing that can work. That's it. You can't have it working any other way. But that's not true. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. You're trying to say that the only way that celestial sphere can be modeled is with a terrestrial one. Because I know. Yeah, I know. So in regards to the celestial sphere, it's a sphere, and we've said this before, with an infinite radius. What does that mean, right? To the observer, there's no way to tell any distance to like how far away the stars are to give like these positions to then give a finite amount of what the spheroid actually would be modeled to. Like you can't say, well, the celestial sphere is this big, with math, because it doesn't need that. It just appears that way. It doesn't need to be modeled as a finite sphere. But it just seems like you're seeing something within a dome of vision. So like what most flat earthers would say is that we have a dome of perspective, which is true, because that's exactly what the celestial sphere is modeled as. It's a transparent dome, according to what it says there in the description. It's a transparent dome with the stars affixed to it. Apparently, that's what it looks like to us. So therefore, everything within that, including your sun moving across the sky, is modeled after this conceptual tool. Now, you are using this conceptual tool to then say, I see things in the sky look to me apparently in this way, therefore the Earth has to be this shape. That's what you're saying. You understand? Yeah, I know that. But it doesn't need that. Does not need the Earth to be... No, it does not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No.
I know. You're trying, but you're failing.
No, I'm not failing. Here's the reason why. So, here's the reason why I told you we're going to be sobbing. So the problem is, when you see things like above your head, it doesn't matter what it is, right? As you move away from the thing that's above your head, the thing above your head will seem to appear to reduce in the angle of view as it moves away from you. So let's say a street light or whatever that's far away from you.
Let's stick to the sun.
Well, it doesn't matter, because the concept is the same. Except for the only difference. The only difference with the light, the lamppost or whatever, is that you can use actually distance according to that. But the concept is still the same. So the idea that we see things in our perspective that changes in angle of view, just like a street light would, and a far distance away from us, would be lower in our angle of view. So you could say, it's probably 45 degrees in my view at the moment. As I approach it, it increases its angle to like 75, and then when I get directly underneath, of course, 90 degrees. So as it moves away again from me, as I drive away from it, it will reduce once more, again, an angle of view, and then so forth as I get farther away from it. So the concept of things reducing in its angle of view is still there. It does not change the fact that that's how we see the world around us. So therefore, going to the sky, everything that we see above our head can be modeled in this very same way. See, here's where you're failing right now, because you don't realize you don't need the Earth to look like a spheroid for this to happen, because we're only talking about how we see in our perspective, Scott. That's it. We're not saying that we're actually defining a spheroid by how we see. We're just saying this is how it appears to me, the world looking like. It does not then turn the ground that we're walking on into a sphere. Doesn't do that. It just means that's how you see. Everything above you seems to be at an angle of view, for sure. At a degree of angle, specifically your distance away from it. But as you get underneath it, 90 degrees, right above you. Just like the sun. So that's what I'm going to go to now. The sun that you've always been using is used as this angle of view, because that's all we're doing right now, seeing things in perspective. And the conceptual tool that is the celestial sphere is the reason why we see what we see. So therefore, your idea that it can be used to talk to us about the Earth being a globe is not needed. It was not needed in the 6th century when it was thought up or conceptualized, and it's still not needed today. Even though you might think it does, but there's no way that you could tie it in to the terrestrial sphere. Anyway, my time is up, as I have to get back to work.
That was a long ways to go, but not answer the question, though. Nice job.
No, I laid it out for you. Where you go from here, sir, and use your imagination, it's up to you. But you know already, it's a conceptual tool. When you eat, every time you talk about the sun, you're going to be pointing to the celestial sphere, and that, my friend, is not telling you that the ground is a terrestrial sphere. Right ascension declination, and or anything that you see is just in an angle of view to you. So there's no globe.
A lot of words to say nothing, though.
Well, you look up the celestial sphere, because everybody that heard my voice right now can do that right at this moment and see everything that you're going to say out of your mouth not going to tie into the Earth being a terrestrial sphere because they can see what the celestial sphere is, and they won't be able to get a terrestrial one out of it. So there you go.
Except for what we know is that if the sun were directly over my head, and an hour later it needs to move 1,000 miles in the ground position, roughly. Depending, if it's over the equator, it moves 1,000 miles over the equator. And if the sun is at the same height it was when it was above me, because it has to be, because it's going to be the same height above the person 1,000 miles away from me, we would be able to calculate the expected angle of elevation to the sun. And then when it's another hour later, 2,000 miles away, we expect to be able to calculate that angle too. And then 3,000 miles away, we expect to calculate that angle too, because we know the height is constant. And this is what happens when you get into detail instead of just a whole bunch of words without any specificity. And we know that it's not possible for the sun to go far enough away from me from where I was at noon. It can't change that much in ground position to where it gets anywhere near 0 degrees elevation, little less past it. And there's no explanation in your celestial sphere on a flat Earth of how I can be seeing the sun at 0 degrees elevation and someone in China is seeing it at 90 degrees elevation. Well, roughly 90, They're not at the equator, so, well, it's the Tropic of Cancer. I don't know if anywhere in China is at the Tropic of Cancer. I don't think it is, but you know what I'm saying. Somebody in Indonesia, maybe. And that just cannot happen on a flat Earth. There's no way you can model a celestial sphere in relation to a flat Earth, which would cause that phenomenon. Maybe when you get back later, you can explain the LOAT alpha. I'll go on mute. Because I got to get my wife from the airport anyways.
By people and nobody's saying anything.
What happens when you debunk the globe?
Are you? Who's the one that said that? Are you like flat or globe?
Oh, I switch sides depending on who I'm talking to.
Oh, really?
Bit of fun.
Eggshells are flat. Is
Do you
that
have any proof of the curvature of eggshells? Or is
that's
it
an
just something you've been
interesting
told
question.
since you're a
I
kid?
approach this flat Earth thing in a strictly philosophical level. I mean, like,
Do you approach your
can approach
microphone?
Sorry?
Do you approach your microphone sometimes? You sound like you're in a different room.
Oh, that's hold on a second, I'll fix that. You can still hear me, right? For the time being. I'll change it in like 30 seconds.
You approach it from a philosophical view, you were saying.
Yeah. Because see, the thing is, this whole debate, it's all about like what do you really know, right? Like there's no way to actually definitively say that we don't live in a simulation, right? Or any type of world, whether simulation or anything. The only thing you can really prove is that what you can see with your eyes, right? So, I mean, if you're using that metric, you anything outside of that is just speculation. I mean, in a strictly logical sense. So, like, in order for me to, like, I've never been on a spaceship, okay, or on the space station, whatever, or like, looking out the window, going up on a space shuttle to the space station and beyond, and then look to see if the Earth is round, spherical, right? Because that would be the proof. So I can't say definitively unless that happens, right? So anybody who claims otherwise is just speculating. They're believing, the video. The only thing you could actually really say is the video of what they see, of the space shuttle going up, whatever, that video on TV. But it's still on TV. That could be completely faked, like, easily. So you can't use that at all. But it's all still outside speculation, right? Or something that's outside your vision, right? So and even if they experienced it, if they're telling you, they could be lying. So I mean, like, you would have to experience it yourself to really know. So other people saying it is just can be speculation. And me myself, for example, like, if somebody told me like anything about the Earth, like anything, like, my entire life, obviously I've been told that the Earth is round, but it's still some people telling me from the outside, okay, that the Earth is round. So they all could have been lying. You know what I mean? And so I shouldn't be if I found out that the Earth was flat indeed, I shouldn't be very surprised, because I've never had any true evidence that it was, right? And one way of thinking of the Earth is flat is if you're in a simulation. The simulation, anything's possible, right? So that's one thing, and so using that, right? Like any one of us in this room, let's say, okay, if they found out that it was, they shouldn't be really. Obviously, they'd be surprised, but they shouldn't actually, since they've never. The only evidence they've had is people telling them. They shouldn't be really surprised, right? But with me, I mean, I think that if I did get, again, this is speculation, but if I did get on a spaceship and go up, I would probably see, the Earth being a sphere. I mean, most likely, that's what I believe, right? But in the end, I have never done that, so I can't definitively say that it's true. And the only people that could are the astronauts.
Could you definitively say that if you had been on a spaceship, or would there be a possibility that you'd been hypnotized or given drugs or something?
Yes, true. Yes, of course. Or it's even like, usually what happens is when you go to space, there's always something in between your line of vision and the space, like, either a sphere, I mean, like your helmet, or the window of the spaceship, right? So that could be so sophisticated to make it seem like what you're seeing outside is real, but it could be anything. I mean, like, screens are very, very deceptive, because, like, the window of a spaceship could be a screen, like, giving you any type of information. So I mean, like, the arguments, like, in a very real sense, the argument is like, the only way to prove it is if you were, like, I guess, well, I mean, a very definitive sense, you'd have to not only be in a spaceship, but you'd have to have a spaceship with no windows. But even that is speculation, because you could, like you said, be given drugs. I mean, like, see, there's no way to really prove anything that's, like, that you see, or even reality. I mean, like, and when I say this, I'm going in a sense that's, like, very definitive. Okay, like the only thing you could be sure of with 100% certainty is that it's what Descartes said it, even though it's probably not exactly what he meant, but it's I think therefore I am. So the fact that you're thinking, or you think you're thinking, okay, let's say you think you're thinking even, okay, is the only thing that's really real, okay, because you can't dispute that in any way, because you do. Since somebody could dispute that you're thinking, because it could be fake or whatever. I mean, it's simulation or whatever. But the fact that you think you're thinking is non-disputable, like the ultimate non-disputable thing. Yeah. So anything beyond that is, in some sense, at least, speculation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you.
Wait, I'm trying to get into the room with my tablet. Get the microphone. Where is it? There we go. Okay.
Okay, hear me better, right? Assuming. Can you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, a bit better. Still kind of quiet.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like I'm on my tablet, so it should be better because it's like right close to me. The other one,
Sound
like,
quality is way better. You might just want to bump up the input volume.
okay. So is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I approach this in a philosophical viewpoint. I've never spoken to somebody who believes in flat Earth before, not in person. I mean, in like somebody who actually believes it. I've never spoken to.
Well, you've never spoken to them about it. The probability that you've spoken to somebody who thinks the Earth is flat is quite high.
Really? So you mean like me?
Relatively high. It's like 7% in the UK. It's not 7%. Sorry, 3% in the UK, 7% in Brazil.
Really? That's something I didn't know. So are you one of those people? I mean, that who has an actual belief of the Earth being flat, or
No. If you want to talk to an actual flat earther, you got to wait for one of them to speak up. I only laugh as a flat earther when I want to wreck some overconfident globers.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's true.
I'm very much of the position.
I
of
like
the Earth
flat
is
water.
spherical.
Horizontal, beautiful water at rest.
Yeah, it's but I mean, like, I would go to more so to the simulation thing.
Simulation of what?
Of like all like reality, just like anything that we
so
see.
it can't be flat in a simulation, or it has to be a
Yeah,
round simulation, or
Oh yeah, I mean, I would say, or either. You could be anything.
so. Hold on. So both things are just as relevant, 100% in your mind, like flat or round.
No, that's not what he said. No, he said that flat is so irrelevant to him, based on his uniformitarian assumption of physics and other types of things that he's basing his worldview on in his metaphysic, that the idea that the Earth would be flat would be more rational if reality was simulatory in nature rather than kind of
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I picked up on it right as soon as he said it. So he'd rather have a fake reality than a real flat Earth, or fake everything. I got it. I got you.
Well, we've had people say if the Earth is flat, that they would check themselves into insane asylums. That if the Earth is flat, that reality itself can't be trusted, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, I've even heard if it could be a triangle, it could be it could be any shape in the world's known history of any, like a bluebird. It can be. I've heard Glober say it can be any shape but flat. I'm like, what? And flat's not even a shape, so I'm like, I don't know where to go with this. But
So you're saying that me thinking that flatness is a simulation is me dismissing the realness of the flatness?
you're dismissing reality altogether. Like, dude, every time I go to a globe person, right? Like, if me and you're sitting in front of each other, check this out. You're going to deny reality. I'll grab a ball. You and I are sitting here. I'll start spinning that mug like on a drill. Pour water on it, water's not going to stick. And then what you're going to do is claim somehow, somewhere magically, that that's not real physics and that's not what's happening. That on a big ball, that's not going to happen. That what we see on a ball is not going to happen. Something different will. See, this is what we're left with here. We have to deny reality that everybody can demonstrate, you know, all the kids and everybody, right? Physics. We have to deny all that real physics of water not sticking to a ball that spins and everything to do with it, brother. No demonstration at all. And then we have to go to what if, maybe, I hope, this could, somehow, hopefully, maybe. And that's what we're left with now. And then so that means globe. All the catchphrases, you know, gravity, Coriolis.
Okay. So, no, I mean, like, if you don't mind me asking, do you believe that the Earth is flat? Or
I know for a fact that water lies horizontal. And if most of the topography or terrain or the surface of what we reside on is water, we got a problem. It can't be a ball because water doesn't form itself to a ball or start curving anywhere. It's horizontal at rest.
right. People who believe in gravity would otherwise, you know, I'm not expert in gravity, but that's
Yeah,
how they
Funny how
would.
people bring that up when that's mentioned.
Sorry?
Why did you bring up gravity?
Oh no, it's because the people who believe in gravity, they would say that the water sticks to the earth
Yeah,
because
they say that
of
water
gravity.
is higher than, hold on, they say water sticks to the earth, not being held by dirt. So in our model, flat earth, the dirt's higher than the water, like a riverbank and a bank and like the shore and all that. The dirt's higher than the water. The water's held by dirt in the flat earth model. On your model, water is held by nothing, just to the surface of dirt.
But
Now, how
but
would you
but it was bringing up gravity.
Yeah,
Sorry, Demok, but bringing up gravity wasn't a refutation to the part where the surface of water is horizontal and flat. I just don't understand why people bring up gravity when we state that. Like, it just confuses me.
Right. Like saying a catchphrase word is going to make water not horizontal and flat now in front of everybody. Like it's just going to magically start
Well,
folding up on us.
the answer, my friend, is the same critique I gave earlier. Is that he has a set of metaphysical assumptions that inform his worldview at present, and he's forcing an interpretation of an alternate worldview through those assumptions. That's why. In other words, friend, you haven't took off the rose-colored glasses yet to be able to entertain someone else's idea without seeing it through a tinged lens of your own idea.
Well, I mean, my own idea is formed, by everything I see, everything I learned, I learned on TV, and what everybody told me. But they could also be.
Yeah, you're right. So a lot of it is based on things that you have no direct experience of. That you have a concept in your mind of how it works, right?
Well, I mean, me really? Yes. I mean, but it's only based on things that I've read and what I've learned in school and what people have told me. But that's it. That's it. Somebody in sorry?
Yeah, we all read books like Mark Twain and Dr. Seuss, but how does that lead us to physics and reality to prove what we're making up out of the, books, whether they're real or not?
Yeah, well, I mean, with me personally, I just believe what the physicists say or scientists say and even pop culture because I'm
Right.
It's almost like
So it's
I don't know.
a religious aspect, right? You're like, hey, Billy Bob.
You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. I don't believe you. Let me tell you why. You have to caveat when you say what physicists say by which particular physicist or group of physicists you mean, because there are physicists who don't believe the mainstream narrative. Okay, so it's not as simple as I believe what physicists say. I don't think that that's really what you mean.
What do you think I mean?
Well, if you just say I believe what physicists say, and I know for a fact that there are many physicists who have contradictory assertions about different propositions, right? Then it can't be the case that you believe them all. Otherwise, you'd be holding mutually exclusive truth claims.
You're right.
So,
So I mean,
I think what you mean is whatever seems to me to be the most popular opinion of quote unquote the establishment or quote unquote the physicists that are approved. You know, like there's like these qualifiers that must be put on it. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
yeah, you're right. Okay, obviously not all physicists, but the physicists that I've spoke with, I mean, that I've listened to on YouTube or whatever, those few people I believe them, and I believe other people. I believe
fair.
but like I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying that like I
Yeah,
personally,
I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you that the majority of people hold the views they hold by faith-based reasons. That's
yeah, it
entirely a
has to be
faith.
faith. Yeah, it's just like Christianity, or any religion. It has to be faith. It must be faith. Even like when it comes to faith, you always have to inject faith when you're doing anything. Like even when you're walking down the stairs, you have faith that the next step is gonna be there, but you're not consciously thinking about it. You just have faith, right?
Do you have faith in basketball as a basketball?
Well, the only thing I can say is that it's round to me.
No, I'm saying, do you have to have faith or believe? I mean, do you have to, like, it's just a basketball. It's regulation size. It's a basketball. You don't have to have any corny anything. Like, you look at it, basketball.
Faith. Well, I mean, when I'm looking at it and I reach for it, it's a faith that my eyes aren't deceiving me, and it's going to be there when I touch it. In that sense, there's faith there. So yeah, there's faith in anything you see. And
Well, yeah, fair enough. But let's just roll this down the logical
It's a
entropy
simulation
train.
in your head, or I mean, or it could be like an image
sure.
projected in your head, or a hallucination. Right?
Yeah, fair.
And then
So
when you touch it, then you know, okay. And even at that point, you don't really know, because it could be like some sort of sensory thing that's being.
Right, but you said that it's faith. It's faith like Christianity, but see the problem is that the
I'm not pushing
metaphysical.
back. I'm just saying.
Okay, dude, that's great. Dude, it's okay. Am I coming through? Am I coming through, dude?
Or any
Hey,
object.
bro, am I
needs
coming
faith.
through?
Like anything.
Guess not.
Yes, you
Any
are.
object.
Yes, you are. Hold on, brother. He's trying to talk.
Yeah, Mobius. If he ask him if he has me turned
Why do
down.
you say, "Oh my God"? I just want to know.
Do you have AI turned down?
AI? What?
Yeah, bro. My
All I said, you
moniker.
said, is looking at a basketball involved faith. I was like, yes.
Yeah, so
Mobius,
clearly,
one sec, Mobius.
Yeah.
Do you hear AI Overlord 2.0 at the top? Can you hear him?
Hello, can you hear me?
Just double check that you don't have him turned down or muted.
What are you talking? No, what's the point?
He's the guy that's trying to talk
We have
to you,
someone.
brother.
Yeah, we have someone named AI Overlord 2.0 in the chat who has been speaking, but it doesn't appear as if you can hear him. So we're just trying to rectify the situation.
Oh, really? Okay.
You know, I could actually see him talking too. Yeah, I can't hear him either though. Oh, I saw him. I saw him trying to talk, and I couldn't hear him either.
So back out and come back, or make sure he's turned up or not muted.
No. He's wait. I'm just going to refresh for a second because I didn't see him.
Yeah, just refresh or whatever. Yeah, no biggie.
Might have to go into his mic setting.
Yeah. So AI, can you hear me now?
I could always hear you.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know why. Sometimes there's a glitch if I use my tablet to go on Discord. I can't. Sometimes one person just doesn't come through. Do you think I was ignoring you?
No, we're good now. We're good now. Go ahead with the.
Sorry about that. No, yeah. I mean, yeah, I couldn't hear you. Yeah. So I still can't hear him.
I'm not speaking right now.
Yeah, he's
Oh, I
not
see.
talking no more.
Okay, no, because the green thing is going around.
Right,
Yeah,
just wait
that's
for
just
him.
me. That's just me downloading Russian's economy. That's all. Don't worry about that.
You hurt the cyborg's feelings.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So which came first? So Mobius, which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Well, I mean, either one seems it's like an old riddle. But what do you think?
The answer is the rooster.
Right. Exactly. The rooster. But roosters don't lay eggs, so there you go.
Yeah, but they have to fertilize the egg, bro. That's the point. Otherwise, you don't get another chicken. You follow?
Yeah.
In other words, the way that mechanical processes work in the physical and natural world requires a precedent causation, right?
Sure.
Yes. This
Yeah.
domino doesn't fall over unless the domino before it falls over. Correct?
I would say, yeah, you're kind of, in some sense, assuming causation, but I mean, assuming that that's what caused the thing, but causation in general, sure, yeah.
Yeah. Right. So can you give me any hypothetical in which something mechanical occurs that wasn't preceded by a cause?
Well, I mean, I would say the Big Bang. That's the only thing, really. In itself, it's just happened, right? I mean, according to what.
Right. So, yeah, that's a cool story. So let me get this straight. You have a concept about an event that was a mechanical event, essentially, that had no prior causation, which defies logical entropy, and laws of motion and all these other things, right? Yet you simultaneously want to say that the mainstream position is faith, just like Christianity. No, it's not, friend. Christianity holds a metaphysic in which the prime mover is explained in totality as a sufficient cause for all subsequent actions. The Big Bang is not such a thing, dude. It requires more faith to believe that proposition that the Big Bang had no prior instantiation cause than it does to believe in a specific sentient entity causing things in the natural world. Because
yeah, I mean,
there is no precedent chain causation necessity when it comes to sentient actions, because sentient actions are mental. They're not physical, right? They're the precedent before the action. And I mean, you could simply prove this to yourself by just deciding to pick up any object at all. Just decide to pick up any object at all. And the precedent causation was your will, which is not a physical object in any way, shape, or form. It's
right.
So check this out, friend. Christianity holds a metaphysic that can answer the cause of first motion coherently, and the other view does not have one. And so they are not equally faith-based. Not at all.
Okay, so because I said they were faith-based, and you're saying that they're not. Okay, that's fine. And
No. They could both be. No, they could both be faith-based. However, one is a giant leap of faith, and the other one is entirely coherent and rational.
Right. Yeah, but obviously the Big Bang theory or whatever does have a huge leap of faith. Okay, definitely. And
No, it doesn't actually. It doesn't. It only has a huge leap of faith if you assume there was no prior causation. If you just assume there was a transcendental cause, that is greater entropically than the effect, right? It's very easy. Let me explain it. It goes like this. Okay, you have time, so you have temporal, material, and energetic states and spatial states coming into existence, right? So, in order for something to do that, it must be greater. So, to be greater than space, you have to be non-spatial, which means you are occupy no space. In that sense, you're actually, space is a lower dimension than you, and that means that you're actually in all space simultaneously. That could be described as omnipresent.
Wait, what?
If you're beyond temporal states, right, if you are present in all spatial dimensions simultaneously, you are omnipresent, correct? I mean, this isn't complicated, so please hold your gas. Listen, please hold your gas till the end. Thank you. So we don't get derailed and it doesn't take me 300 years.
All right.
Because, I do, even though I am a psionic entity from the future, I still have a finite lifespan. I'd like to enjoy some of it with my family.
Okay.
So that first element is omnipresent, right? So you need to be omnipresent in order to be the cause of space. Okay? Now we got the next one, which is energy, right? So all energy states. So you're the greater than the sum total of all energy states of the universe. So you need to be all powerful. You need to possess all power in order to cause all subsequent energy states. Now, secondly, atemporal, because temporal states came into existence. So if temporal states are lower dimensionally than you, then that means you possess the sum total of all temporal states, which means you're eternal.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So now we have. Yeah, I know. Yeah, whatever. So now we have an omnipresent, all-powerful, eternal. These are the qualities of the cause. Right?
You're talking about a god?
Now, right?
Yeah.
Since we need to also account for sentience, right? And we need to account for actions that don't have prior necessary causations, and the only ones that exist categorically that are known to mankind are will. So that means the thing is sentient, right? It has a will. So now we have an eternal, omnipresent, all-powerful sentient agent is the cause of the bang, bro.
Okay.
Now,
Well,
notice how I just want you to notice how in my worldview, there's no incoherence.
right. No, but that's if you're assuming that the Big Bang.
Everybody's world. That's literally. Hold on, wait. That's in everybody's worldview of the Big Bang. If you talk to somebody smart, they would have no incoherence because they think the same way. Everything is logically laid out. So that's not really.
No, they don't, dude.
Well,
Dude, no, they don't, dude.
To an atheist, they do.
No, they don't, dude.
Well, listen, I've talked to them, and they think.
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and explain the precedent causation that has the effect? Go ahead.
Well, no, I don't want to take up his time. He was going.
Go ahead.
I don't know, dude. I mean, my explanation took uninterrupted, less than 30 seconds.
You're talking about how okay, well, as I'm not an atheist, but I can just go ahead and understand it's basically just
okay. Define an atheist first before we even go, because this is very important. Because atheists don't even know what they are anymore, and so nobody knows what anybody means by atheist anymore.
I don't know. I feel like that's not true, but atheists just don't believe in higher power.
No, it is true. Okay. So there's a big difference between their. Yeah, but
you got 30
to
seconds.
be fair,
I got 5 seconds. Thanks.
Yeah, but to be fair, you're defining atheists as they simply don't believe in a God. So they're actually not making a qualified position of whether God exists or not. They simply say, I don't believe.
Well, you gave me 5 seconds to respond. And I'm not even an atheist, but still, that would not be a good way to
yeah, but I'm framing the term, dude.
I know, but
so now that the term has been framed, you can either agree or disagree with my accurate or inaccurate framing of the term.
I disagree from an atheistic point of view. I've talked to a lot of atheists. They don't agree with that.
Oh my goodness, dude. And the meaning of the term atheist, that's what we were just talking about.
Right, and we disagree upon that point too, because atheists do not
Okay,
believe in a higher
so
power. I mean, if you would talk about
oh
science,
my
they believe
god,
in science.
dude. Is anybody else as frustrated as me right now with this guy's inability to follow a train of thought?
No, you're on your
Oh
own.
yeah, I'm on my own. Really?
He's
All
not
right,
by
so
himself.
yeah, so I just had a few people pipe up and say no, they are frustrated because you seem to gloss over the point. Yeah, so it's irrelevant.
Okay. Okay.
What does atheist mean?
You explain. Actually, how about you just tell me then? Because I'm not even atheist, but I've debated a lot of them. So
No, I mean, dude, listen, I began parsing out the term atheist with,
You interrupt me, so go ahead. I just don't even need to talk anymore.
dude, you just said, why don't you explain? Okay, an atheist, dude, means different things to different people. So when you say I spoke to atheists, I need to know what you mean by that.
The definition.
There's no, dude, the definition of
Okay.
atheist is fluid, dude.
You're dumb. You're dumb then. You're just dumb.
Really? Okay, let's see how dumb I am.
Yeah.
You want to
Yeah,
play this
you
game?
are.
Let's play this game.
I
Let's
love
play
it.
this game.
I talk to my girlfriend
So over the
all the time.
yeah, whatever, dude. So over the past week.
I'll talk to you just like my girlfriend. You're dumb.
Oh yeah, okay,
Yeah.
cool story. Yep. So
Over the past week.
yeah, over the past week. For example, Mr. Cosmic Skeptic, right, has posted a few videos and reacted to a few things. Cosmic Skeptic is a self-proclaimed atheist who's a very famous, debated Jordan Peterson, has been on a whole bunch of shows, right?
Okay.
He's not an unknown atheist. Now, in his videos, he made the assertion in a couple of the instances where atheism is a positive affirmation that God doesn't exist. While simultaneously, in previous content, himself and other atheists he was attached to said that atheism is not a positive assertion that God doesn't exist. Atheism is just the assertion that I lack belief in a higher power.
Can you deliver a sound argument which establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat or not?
Dude, you need your sound argument. You need to turn the volume down on your sound argument before we can engage with each other.
He's trolling.
Right. So my point with that is, even among famous and prolifically well-known atheists, they can't even get their story straight on what atheism means. So the question is, which type of atheists are we talking about here? Are we talking about people who lack a belief? Or are we talking about people who make the positive affirmation God doesn't exist? Which one? What'd I miss?
Someone just tried to kick.
What are we up to, guys? Are we crapping out connections or what?
Yeah, I lost connection.
The real loud guy. I don't know. I don't know.
And atheism is a strong viewpoint, like a Sam Harris or whatever. But agnostic, understanding the fact that there's possibly something I just don't understand, like which it could
That's
be.
that's colloquially what people mean when they say agnostic. The
Right.
really strict definition of agnostic is that it is impossible to know. It is essentially saying it is a malformed question to even ask if there's a God until somebody defines what that means.
Well, no, they believe one. Well, no, agnostic is they believe in a God, they just don't know. And then an atheistic. Yeah, look it up. I mean, I do this all the time with you guys. You guys are in
No.
the
Agnostic is without knowledge, agnost, and it's saying it is the hard position of agnosticism is that nobody can know.
Right, but they still do not say that there is none. That's the difference between an atheist.
Okay, but that's not the same as believing in God, dude.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
What?
Why would you think there would be a split between agnostic and then atheist then? Why would there be a different
Oh
term?
my goodness, dude.
Did you misspeak a moment ago? It sounded like a moment ago you said
No,
agnostics think
dude.
there is a God.
Yeah, bro. He's dead serious, bro. He is dead set on taking this train right into the
No.
train house and exploding it.
Atheists believe that there is no God. There's a huge cut there.
My goodness, dude.
And this is all on YouTube, recorded. I already know. I come in here all the time.
Cool. Yeah.
So that's your claim is that atheism and adherence to atheism uniformly assert God does not exist as a positive claim. That's your position. And that agnostics believe in God, they just don't know which God to believe in.
It sounded like that was your position, yeah.
Feel free to set the record straight, brother.
I mean, if like if there's an agnostic here, then maybe.
Yeah, well, let me tell you this. Have you ever heard this argument before? Very famous atheistic argument. It's a rhetorical argument in a sense.
Sure.
So, you don't believe in Zeus. You don't believe in Zoroaster. You don't believe in Habali Jubilee. You don't believe in Hukupuchu. You don't believe in 5,000 gods. I just don't believe in one more god than you. Does that sound like the positive affirmation God does not exist? Or does that sound like they just lack a belief? Which one?
Sounds like they lack a belief. I don't believe.
Right.
The way you said it. The way you formulated it sounded like a lack of belief.
Right, I agree. I mean, a belief in a God.
Formulated it wrong. It's different to say, I believe X doesn't exist versus I do not believe X exists. And I think you mistakenly put it the wrong way around just now.
Well, this is why atheists are retarded. I'm kidding. Bad joke. Don't ban me. But there is something to say about that. I mean, all these different gods, all these different beliefs, but these people in these times and points still believed in something. Regardless if it's, 1,000 gods versus one, there was still some sort of belief, and that's what you have to hold on to, and this is the whole argument. Like, if we want to believe in, 10,000 gods versus one, that's still belief in something, which is not an atheistic viewpoint.
So what makes you think an atheist believes in one? Or an agnostic
No, they
believes
don't.
in one?
No, they believe in none.
Right.
That's an atheistic viewpoint. They believe in no God. It's very nihilistic. Usually,
fair enough.
Atheist.
So is the
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Is the proposition I don't believe in any gods the same proposition as God doesn't exist in principle.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Wait a minute. We didn't hear what you said, so it's not that simple.
Said yes. Yeah. I mean, if you don't believe in
So they're
any gods,
okay. So you're literally saying that those are the same propositions.
how is this so hard?
Yeah,
Because
dude, because it's not. Yeah, your position that they're the same proposition is incoherent, dude. It literally
No.
makes no logical sense.
It's like let's put it in some other realm. Let's like take a Schrodinger's cat kind of situation, right? I got a box,
Okay.
and I've closed it, and you've got no access to what's inside it. And one proposition is I do not believe that there is a cat in the box, and the second proposition is I do believe that there is not a cat in the box.
Okay.
Right. One is a rational position to hold, going, unless I've got evidence to think there's a cat in the box, I'm not going to hold the belief that there is one. And the second is going, I'm going to be confident that there's not a cat in the box.
Right. And my
So
disagreement
they're
would
similar, but they're meaningfully different
be
propositions.
right. But that is psychology, and like religion
No.
is not psychology.
No, it's logic.
No,
It's logic,
logic.
brother.
You need to know which is which if you're going to be
He-
doing the
he-
logicking.
It would be logic, but also psychology is also you know what I'm saying though? Like it's one and the same. Just like how but that has nothing to do with religion, because this is something that you cannot touch. It a cat in the box. All of this, you could set up the box. You could set up all of this stuff. This is something that is more so spiritual. So I feel like it's just a false equivalency. I don't think it.
It's not false because Homeboy parsed out his example by the person making the claim or asserting their belief about what's in the box has
Right.
no knowledge of what's in the box.
But we know cats exist.
I don't
Right?
think you're following this.
Irrelevant. Knowing whether a cat exists or not is not the same as knowing whether there's a cat in a box, bro. The fact that you can't fathom this while trying to tell me how simple this thing is you claim to have is pretty silly, bro.
No, it's not silly. I'm actually breaking it down even deeper for you because you give a silly example talking about God.
Wow, dude.
I'm actually. I guess you don't get
So
it.
what
Okay.
the thing is, I hold the first position and I don't hold the second. I think it is silly to have a confidence in the non-existence of something, right? So
Sure,
while
but
I don't
let
think
me
a
tell
God
you this.
exists, I think it's silly to believe a God doesn't exist.
No, you're wrong. Hey, bro, you're wrong. You're wrong, sir. You actually believe both simultaneously, according to this guy.
Well, hold on. Let me talk. Let me say something real quick. Yeah, okay. Let's talk about this, okay? And this is what got me to believe in some sort of like a higher power, some sort of like a good versus an evil. If you look at I don't know how deep you are to like politics today. I see like the evil that is being pushed upon us, the average people, all the wars and stuff like this. So obviously we know, and if you actually study it, all the Satanism that is going on right now, and it's not for
What? Oh man,
What
you're like a
Have you
short
seen
step away
CERN?
from becoming a flat earther. You don't
No,
see
no.
that your proposition,
Do
you're
you know about
assuming the
CERN?
truth
Do you
of
know
your
about CERN?
proposition in
CERN, the hydrogen
the
collider.
particle accelerator.
Yeah. Have you seen what they do when they opened that the first time? It looked like a literal human sacrifice. Do you know about Bohemian Grove? Do you know about Moloch? All these things that are passed
Wow,
way
man, you're
back.
like off the deep end, huh? You should.
No, eggshells, bro. You are not pawning him off on us. You must keep him. The end.
I don't want him. I don't want him, dude. You need to look more into flat Earth. You should check it
I
out. It
do
makes
know
some pretty
flat Earth.
strong points.
It actually agrees with you that a lot of flat earthers believe in the Bible.
Yeah, pretty much all of them do. Pretty much all of them agree with
That's
all
why,
of
that's why I agree with them. But what did I say that was wrong then about the satanic type of stuff that is going around? It would only make flat Earth more valuable.
It's not about whether you're right or wrong about it. It's that you are presuming the truth of your proposition in the
My
making of it,
proposition
which is
of-
irrational. It's irrational to
Yeah,
go.
so you
in
don't
order to
think
test whether. Can I finish? It's
Yeah, sure.
in order to test whether this idea of God and Satan existing, I'm going to point at a satanic ritual is presuming that there is an entity called Satan to which these people are worshipping.
Well, what about
you are
Jeffrey
putting the
Epstein's
cart
Island?
before the horse. It is deeply illogical.
What about Jeffrey Epstein's Island? What about all these politicians getting blackmailed
Okay.
by these
So
people?
let's just
What
take
about
one
all
of them.
this child
Let's just
trafficking?
take one of them. Just pause for a moment. You
Sure.
need to take a breath
Okay,
because otherwise it's a
let's
gish gallop. Pick one.
okay. Let's take one. Let's take one.
Jeffrey Epstein's Island?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
So here's the crucial question to you. If
Okay.
if a universe existed that was identical to this one, that didn't have a god, would it be possible for wealthy people to have an island on which they predate upon young women? Is it possible that that could happen without a god?
Oh.
The answer is yes, correct?
How do you know?
The evidence of people, because the two don't relate to one another.
What do you mean?
There's
I mean,
no relationship between them.
Hold on,
How,
wait, no,
okay,
no.
Then use this. Talk me the process you go that Jeffrey Epstein and his buddies go and predate upon young women on an island to therefore God exists. Like, couldn't I make a strong argument that therefore God doesn't exist? God, in an all-loving, all-powerful, all-knowing entity, would never let that happen?
All-loving.
I don't know if you start peddling in woods and shoulds on a transcendental level, you're getting into murky territory.
Right. I don't think it's a strong argument, but I just mean it's a better argument than the one he's making. It's
Yeah, and it's especially bad.
It's stronger than his stupid
Yeah,
argument.
yeah, bro. It's especially bad. It's especially bad if you go like this: Epstein Island, therefore the Earth is flat.
Exactly. It's just insane. Like, how do you not see how bad that argument?
I don't know, dude. Well, to be fair, Eggshells, I don't think he's made a logically coherent statement since he began.
He's really struggling.
No, you. I know you learn time.
Hey, you started making a lot more sense when your mic started breaking up. You should consider this as a conversational strategy now.
Sense at all.
It's not. Is he breaking up for everybody else, or is that just me?
Yes. Yeah, he's horrible.
Wow, that was some logic of a kind.
Yeah, whatever, guys. Have fun.
It was like Jeffrey Epstein's island exists, therefore God. Like, show me the couple of.
I
give me
never
a couple
said
of steps,
that.
bro. Okay,
Jesus
give me the
Christ.
steps. You said
know
if you
this
look
is
at what's
all
happening
being
in the
recorded,
world
right?
and the evil, and I said pick one because you were doing a scattergun approach.
Yeah, we don't know it's recorded when we are
Well, I'm just
present
wondering how you have
members,
to.
and one of us is literal
like, usually
curator
you
of
know
the
you're
channel titled 24/7 Flat Earth
You
Live.
might
I
want to
mean,
delete this one.
why would I
You might
delete
wanna
it, dude?
this one then.
Why would either of us be ashamed of our ability
Because
to
you guys sound
demonstrate
so
your
retarded.
Yes, but dude, the problem is
Yes,
that we
but-
only sound retarded to you.
No. Yeah, well, that's the problem, isn't it? I agree with you guys. Like, well,
No, I find it to be no problem at all.
I think the problem is you guys are in a cesspool. You guys never leave 24/7 Earth, so you guys just have the cesspool of ideas and never go out of your bounds of like.
Actually, I actually leave this channel quite often, so you're ignorant as
Where do
well
you
as
go?
illogical.
Where do you go? Where do you go?
Well, I mean, for example, last night I was at your sister's house.
See, that's what I'm saying. He never leaves.
No, dude, I do leave.
No, you don't. I've
What,
never
you
seen
sure?
you anywhere but
So
here.
hang on,
I've never seen you
if-
anywhere but here.
So, what I don't understand what this is proving. What I want to understand is the
This
logical
is
connection
proving.
between
Well, this is
Epstein's
proving.
Island.
This is like. Well, hold on. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
This is
the logical connection between Epstein Island and that he's never
And
seen
flat
me
Earth.
anywhere but here. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
I will tell you. Can you stop saying the Earth is flat? There's no logical connection with Epstein and Earth is flat. You said that. I never said that.
Oh, you
That's
said
what
that,
makes
bro.
you dumb.
No. Let's be clear. Let's be clear, friend. Let's be clear. The difference between you and me is that I can actually go back right now and clip out where you
Clip
said
out.
that, and then we could play it.
Please do.
But the difference,
Seemed
dude,
like
is
you were
that
saying it. Did I misunderstand it? Like,
you see, eggshells. Eggshells heard you say that, bro.
Two
It
people
sounded
heard
like
you
you
say it,
said.
homie.
If I can play back what I thought you said without having gone back in the stream, this is what made me a believer. If you look at what's happening in the world today and all of the evil and something satanic rituals, and then you started listing through things, and I said pick one.
Right.
We went
And then you
Epstein's
interrupted
Island.
me, and then no. Remember, I said all this stuff, and then just like usual, just like clockwork, you guys interrupted me, and I pointed something out, and I said Epstein Island, and this dumb fuck, it's like go ahead and said Flat Earth Island, which I never said. So go ahead, clip it out, you faggot. Clip that out too.
Easy, man.
So I am. So listen, friend. No, before we go on, Eggshells, listen, friend. That type of language is not allowed here. Listen,
in
friend.
context of saying Epstein's Island.
Friend. All right, dude, Kenny. You gotta have to mute you now. Okay.
Oh, I
There's certain words we're not allowed to. Hold on, it's irrelevant. Certain words we're not allowed to say in the context of this server. One, because of TOS, and two, because of rules of the server. So the word that you used that began with an F, had a couple of G's in it, and ended with a T is a prohibited word. Now, since I don't know you, I'm going to assume you're saying it conversationally, and I'm going to give you a mulligan. But the next time you say it, I'm going to be forced to ban you. So please, for the love of God, don't use that word or any other such sensitive words. Thank you. All right, I'll unmute you now.
Yeah,
So, I'm just curious to hear what was
Sorry,
the
dude.
connection that I misunderstood.
Well, listen, I just want
lay
to
the
be
whole
very
case out.
clear. And, apologize if my Wi-Fi is messed up. I'm outside, my girlfriend's sleeping, so. But I'd never connected Flat Earth with Jeffrey Epstein's Island. The only reason if I could connect it, if you want to know, about
Nobody
the
suggested
evils
you did that. I'm sorry, I'm jumping in there. That was AI Overlord was making a joke there. Nobody was suggesting that you were suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein's Island was related to Flat Earth. What I was saying is it sounded like you were connecting the existence of Jeffrey Epstein's Island to the existence of a god.
Okay, well, I can maybe go ahead and throw something up like that.
Yeah,
So,
just draw the logical connection between them for me.
okay, so if there is like such an evil like that to where they're taking children, having sex with young age children, adrenochrome, sex trafficking, abusing children, it's a huge business, and using it for satanic rituals. And if you have not seen this, I was there with Pizzagate. I was there with all of this stuff. Marina Abramovic, you should look her up. Great friends with Epstein. All these weird things. Pizzagate was real, by the way. There's a huge, weird type of sex ritual stuff with children that they use to. Unfortunately, it's like black magic. It's I don't think it's actually black magic, but like the K, which Aleister Crowley maybe it would have done. But it's similar to the fact that it is black magic with the K and what they do, and with Bohemian Grove and all this stuff. So if there is an evil like that, I would assume there would have to be a good. So, and if you want to
So
talk about
why if there was
Flat
evil
Earth-
would there have to be a good?
right? Well, there has to be a balance
Why does there have to be a balance?
because that's just how nature works. I mean, if
Does
you
it?
look,
I see
Right.
imbalances all the time. I see floods and
Look at
droughts
our
destroy good people's lives. I see I mean, if I look at nature, I
Well,
see
well-
imbalance.
well, let's look at it more so at a smaller molecular level. There is a balance between our bodies. There's a balance between animals. There's a balance between
Point
numbers.
at one of these balances so I can see what
Okay,
you're talking about.
let's go ahead and let's go down to the deepest, to which I understand the most. I love math, and math got me into religion because of the fact that I see recurring numbers throughout all of nature, like the Fibonacci sequence for once, and all of this through the smallest particle, through the biggest thing that we can see. And maybe we can go ahead and shut it off when it comes to the fact of the flat Earth. But I don't think it's really flat. And a lot of these flat earthers don't think it's flat either. But we think that there is something not right. But there is still something that is working.
What the heck did you just say? So you're a flat earther in name only? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, the flat Earth is a gimmick, and you talk to any flat earther, it's not really flat.
What? Are you kidding, dude?
I mean,
Wow.
aren't you? Are you a flat earther?
Oh, this is
serious.
dude, the culmination of your illogic. So go ahead, bro.
This
No,
doesn't make any
the
sense,
flat
man.
Earth
Like
is just
I
a
asked
name.
I asked for a logical connection between Epstein's Island, and it seems like it is because there's evil, there
There has
is
to be
good,
good.
and there's balance. So okay,
Right.
was Epstein all powerful?
Yes, he was a Mossad agent.
Right. The guy that got that quote unquote hung himself in a prison after
Right.
getting imprisoned and charged with sex crimes, you're saying is all powerful. He is
Look at his girlfriend.
What is it? Like omnipotent.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell. I follow this case very, very
No,
closely.
it's a really direct question. It's a really direct question. Is it your
Well, he was
proposition?
the fall guy.
So he's the
I
fall
mean,
guy. So he's not all. So he's not all powerful, is he?
Yes.
He's
Well, this
very
is the
weak if
problem.
he's the fall
This is
guy.
Oh man.
this is not. You don't understand how this thing works. He was a Mossad agent.
We do.
He was
We
taking people.
do
I mean,
understand.
You're just making more claims, though. You're
Bro,
just like,
No, he
okay, that claim was
dude,
shit.
dude.
Why
Just
don't
one
I
second, dude.
another one?
he was.
Dude, listen, Eggshells is like 5 steps ahead of you, bro. We're all waiting
I
for you
don't
to catch up.
I don't think he is. I really
No,
explained.
he is. He is, dude. He's way ahead of you, bro.
Are you going to talk for him the whole time? Are you his boyfriend?
I'm not talking for him. I'm making an assessment of my view of how ahead of you he is, dude.
Talking,
Goodness
you're
sake.
talking for him.
No, I'm talking for myself, dude. I'm making an assessment of my opinion, dude. No, dude,
You're
dude.
wrong. Your opinion is
You're
wrong.
not.
He's not
Listen,
5 steps
no,
ahead of
no,
you.
no, 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 dude. My opinion is my opinion. It can't be wrong.
Yeah, your opinion is he is 5 steps ahead of me, and your opinion is wrong. I know more about this case than both of you combined.
You don't, but it's not
We're
about
not talking.
It's not about
Exactly.
It's about whether you're able to form a logical, coherent argument, and the logical, coherent argument.
Well, I
is
can't when
there
your
is
boyfriend
balance.
goes ahead and interrupts me.
So there is balance, is your claim, and
Right.
if there's balance, what you would need to be able to show me is an infinitely powerful evil entity. That's your only way to make a claim that there is an infinitely powerful benevolent entity, because
I
there's
can tell you-
balance. And then your evidence of this infinitely powerful entity is somebody, by your own words, is a fall guy. Does that make any sense?
No, but hold on. You never let me finish. That's your problem. Like you
We
already
kind of
think
go
if
from
I-
claim to claim.
Well, it's a huge topic. Like, do you think I can
Right, you
say
need to
one
pick
thing?
one
and
thing. You need to corral your thoughts and just
Yeah,
make
but-
one
yeah, but
claim and
I just
stick
wanna-
rather than going to talk
See,
about
this is the
Bohemian
thing that
Grove
you-
and all sorts of
I think
inconsequential
you guys
shit.
are used to like CNN and stuff, so we can go ahead and solve things in 5 minutes, and nothing ever is solved. But this is a huge topic.
Oh,
But
bro,
we can solve
it's not a
something if you
huge
stick
topic.
to the topic.
I
But
am.
When you run from the topic to a different topic,
I am
It
not.
just makes this schizophrenic and chaotic.
Yes. Well,
No,
look,
I'm
listen,
not.
for the audience, dude,
still taking
you got to address. No, you have to address Eggshell's point about balance.
I'm
You
trying
have it.
until you
Just
interrupted and
dude,
say
let
he's
me
5 steps
finish.
ahead
Let
of
me
me.
finish. Let me finish.
Okay, dude, your
Let me
boyfriend can
finish.
handle himself. Leave him alone.
Okay, dude. So I'm just gonna mute you, and when I'm done speaking, I'll unmute you. Okay. So he put it to you, propositionally, that if balance is the way of the universe, that is the way things are, then in order to have an infinitely good God, you must have balance on the other side of the equation, an infinitely evil entity as the counterbalance. Okay, so now you must answer that, dude. You must answer whether you're presenting evil and good as equivalent counterbalances in order for your premise of balance to be true. So can you please, for the love of God, address that logic? It doesn't require talking about anything else other than whether such an entity is a counterbalance to God or whatever you want to call the infinite good. All right. And or maybe you don't believe in an infinite good. So all right, let me find you and unmute you here. Unless you left like like a twerk. All right. Maybe not. All right. There we go. I found you. Yay. All right, hold on. Here you go. Unmuted. Go ahead.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't mute me. I'm a grown adult. But anyway,
I could care less what you appreciate, dude. If you're going to talk straight through me and I'm the curator of the platform, I'm going to mute you. It's that simple. I mean,
well, I'll make
get
my
a
own
clue.
group, then I have the power to make.
Yeah, well, you go right. You're here now, dude. Just take advantage of the time when you're unmuted, for goodness sakes.
What I said previously, I said God was not good or ultimate evil. He is God, so he does evil and good. Like I said previously, he did the whole flood. I mean, we're talking about God. I didn't think this is the problem. If I get off topic real quick, wait 20 seconds and I'll run it right back. God is evil. God is God. God made evil and good. So my whole point is the Jeffrey Epstein thing. Maybe I picked the wrong topic. I don't know. Maybe it's just too complicated. But
yeah, it is way too complicated to try to slice through your soup sandwich.
There was some.
It's not
Sure.
great, man.
Well, whatever. I mean, I'll
Dude,
never
you dude.
I feel like it's
you lost any credibility, dude, when you just said that God is responsible.
You guys don't know
explicitly.
anything about. Well, hold on. Well, you guys don't know anything about the case that I'm talking about, so I'd have to explain it, and then you're like, you're wasting my time. Well, maybe I picked the wrong topic then, because you guys know nothing about the Epstein case. So maybe I should just pick a different topic.
Sure about
the
that,
whole
dude?
thing is, if there's
It's not about whether we know about it. It's
tell me
about
about,
whether you can draw a logical conclusion from one thing to the next. And you don't need to tell us about the whole case. But
Ghislaine
we let
Maxwell,
in here with
please.
this
Well,
thing
the
of
problem
I
is you guys
became
don't know
I
about
became
it.
a religious
So how
person
deep it
because I saw.
goes.
But sure, it might go really deeply. But
Right.
that's not gonna. What I'm trying to
Well,
say
here,
to you
let me
is,
say
if
this.
you want, oh my god,
I
go for it. Say
no
something.
go.
Okay. What I'm trying to
No.
say is you need to be able to draw
Well,
a
I'm just saying,
causal
like,
link. But oh my fucking god,
go ahead.
dude. Shit. Are you do
I'm
you have
lagging.
any
We're lagging with
self-control?
each other, dude. I stopped.
So
I did.
what
but
you
we're
need to be
lagging.
able to
I
do
stopped.
is show a causal link from this to that. You don't need to tell us the whole story. You need to go, okay, Jeffrey Epstein's island is for some reason impossible in a world without God. For some reason, rich people fucking small children is not possible in an
Okay.
atheistic world.
Let me say this then. Maybe this will be a better. Let's drop the Pizzagate. Let's drop that. Let me think about it like this way then, because this one's actually more recent, and I'm actually curious. Let's talk about like the yin and the yang of this thing. But I still will bring up Epstein. Epstein was Mossad. He was an agent working for Israel. Israel right now is under fire, and there's a huge battle right now with Israel and Palestine. There's a lot of people like me way before the huge battle between Israel and Palestine around 2014, still finding this stuff out, that we were losing hope about Israel's power over America. How they were taking over not just America, a lot of these different, Europe, stuff like this, especially what they've done in the past. But now with the internet and just being, intelligent, not saying as much, just sticking to your guns, there is a tide turning in the whole, I guess you could say, the United States political realm. I mean, just recently, AFPEC was one of the hugest things that happened last week. They tried to shut it down. Still, thousands of people marches. Like that's the yin to the yang. That's like there's good, but there's also great coming out of it. I mean, rough times make great men. It just happens time and time again. Maybe Epstein thing, the case wasn't on my part not very well because he did not kill himself, but he did die. But during that whole thing, a lot of people found out a lot, especially with the Hillary Clinton emails, all of this stuff. So all of this is like propagating into some huge movement right now that I don't think people can ignore anymore. And this happens time and time again.
I'm going to make a prediction.
Sure.
I'm going to make a prediction, Overlord. This guy's going to be a flat earther. If he sticks around these rooms, I give him 6 months or less. 2 or 3 months.
I am.
You are a flat
I am
earther.
I am kind of, yeah. I talk to you guys all the time. I guess you're just never here. But yeah, I agree
Yeah,
with all the flat earthers.
but to be fair, Eggshells, he's a flat earther that is a not flatter.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
sounds
but
like he
the Earth
doesn't
isn't
actually
flat,
think the Earth
though.
is flat.
No,
Really?
it's
Do
not
you
really
think? Do you
flat.
think that the Earth has a south celestial pole?
I think that during with our coordinates and everything, NASA is a huge money laundering scheme. The whole global warming thing is a huge money laundering scheme. I feel like there's maybe there could be like a continent or something that they aren't telling us about.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Everybody preying on the people who actually believe this horse crap. Just cut it out. You're being a bit of a goof.
Why are you inhaling your mic, bro?
Didn't understand that at all. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying, I know the government is lying to us. I know that much, and there's nothing, there's nothing like the moon landing was fake, all this stuff. So
Interesting. Well, so I want to ask you a specific lie about the government. See if you're aware of it. So, in the early 1900s, there actually was a specific move by a group known as the Bolsheviks to perpetrate upon the American public that ideal shapes can actually exist in three-dimensional free space. Part of that subset was that ideal planes could also exist in three-dimensional free space. And part of that was that flat actually means idealistically flat in three-dimensional free space, like the definition, which can only exist in an ideal. Now, this lie has so perpetrated the human mind that people like you don't even understand what flat means anymore.
no, I don't think that's the case because I've watched the SpaceX. Maybe we could say that's fake. There is a little bit of a curve. I'm sure there's maybe could be a. Well, come on, dude. I feel like nobody really knows, to be completely honest. So, especially if
Dude,
we're in
you
the
have no
conspiracy camp,
you have no idea, dude, what just happened, do you?
you don't know anything that's actually happening on Earth, though. You care so much about
No,
space.
no, no, no,
and
no,
all
no,
this-
no, 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 brother.
do you know anything about what's going on Earth? You're so cared.
Dude, I was just facetiously lampooning your concept of flat existing as an ideal concept in three-dimensional free space as a critique against the term flat Earth.
I believe in
And it went over your head.
I believe in
Yeah.
mathematics. I believe in different dimensions.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe. That this is possible. We can actually teleport objects. This is. No, it is possible. I literally watched it. The Malaysian air flight. It got leaked in 2019. I've been following it very heavily. They teleported that whole plane of those Asian chip makers. The United States did to send a message to fucking China, and you could find it, and it's real. And there's people that will give you money if you could debunk all of that. Everybody thought it was CGI, everything. No, it's real. We have plasma. We know how to use plasma. It's just like the free energy thing. The thunderstorm generator, that's real. There are things that we know about that the government isn't giving us. I think you guys know that, right?
Yeah,
Well,
they're not giving us the
a
truth.
good education, evidently.
Okay, well then we agree to that. Right, yeah, but our cell phones are going up, but still nothing else, right? Still we have to put gas in our tanks, even though thunderstorm generator, we can literally use water. Come on. And this was actually just shown a couple days ago. I forget what convention, but I talked to the guy, and he was scared for his life because there were black helicopters.
Yes.
I can go on my X right now, and
So that being said, we come to a very important metaphysical crossroads where we must ask the crucial question, which is this. If you multiply hope times worry, how much does it weigh?
I don't know. How much?
Dude, you can't weigh concepts.
What? I mean, I thought it was a trick question anyway. Well, do you believe in different dimensions, even though being a flat earther? Because it has to be true, due to the fact of the Malaysian air
Well,
flight.
dude,
No,
that,
dude,
dude, there's obviously greater dimensions than the physical dimensions.
Right. So then, what do you say then? What do you say about the flat Earth? I mean, sure.
I don't know, dude. I'm actually just hoping and praying that you maintain a logical, coherent thought from beginning to end.
I am. I have been. And there's a lot of smart people that I know that probably blow your mind and maybe change your mind.
Well, dude, I will admit that I do believe they blew your mind.
I said blow your mind.
No. I said that's fine. You said that, but see, they wouldn't blow my mind. I do believe, however, that they blew your mind, and half of it was left behind.
Sure. I feel like they blew half of your face off. That's a great profile pic for you. Half your brain.
Dude.
Great PFP, bro. You should keep it there. Half your brain.
That is the only logically cohesive statement you said so far.
Yeah, the half your brain's gone.
Dude, how could my brain be gone? How could my brain be gone if it's covered in mimetic polyalloy?
Right. I'll just talk to you like my ex-girlfriends or any woman anymore. Hey, you're very smart. Make me dinner.
Dude, I would make you dinner, but I'm afraid you'd choke on the fork.
I'd probably stab you with a fork.
See, the problem with guys like you, dude, is that the way you express yourself is like borderline violation of the rules of the rooms that we're in.
Yeah, well, Discord's already. You know how many Fed agents come in Discord? Like, I think you just don't understand, like how.
Dude. Listen, bro. I've been doing this for 10 years, dude, and I've been in the backgrounds, and I know all this little salacious details. Oh, dude, yeah, I've learned nothing, clearly.
You've learned nothing.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. AI enters the VC.